Okay, I would like to call this meeting of the special meeting of Finance Corporate Services to order. This is our operating budget. I'd like to point out that the format will be similar to our previous years. We're going to go through all of our documents here. We're not going to make any final decisions today because we want to have the benefit of public input session on that. But if any further detail is required, we will pass it as a final motion at the end. I'd also like to point out that this is the first time that the City of Kitchener is live streaming. It's a tiny bit in beta. We're going to go through. Hopefully everything works smoothly, but I would like to say hello to the what must be tens of viewers out there. Yeah. I do know for a fact there are viewers from as far away as Port Colborne. And on a potentially related note, I'd like to say good morning to my mother. Okay. With that, I would pass it over to Mr. Haggie. Oh, Mr. Chapman, you're starting us off?
Good morning, Chair Davey and members of committee. I'm pleased to provide the introduction to the operating budget today. And I would note that we actually had calls coming in this morning from people asking if the meeting was being live streamed, and so we were pleased to be able to tell them that yes, it is available via the website. So I will present the first number of slides dealing with the overview, and then Mr. Haggie will present the balance of the slide deck. And similar to capital budget, we'll track any direction that you give through the course of the day and then summarize that at the end by way of a resolution. This slide is familiar, and it simply outlines all of the meetings that have been or will be held with respect to the 2014 budget. We have our public input session scheduled for the 13th. At that point, you'll hear from delegations, but we'll also bring a report that will summarize all of the feedback received to date via the website, the online tool, telephone, letters, and other means. And I can advise that we are receiving responses via the city's website and the online calculator, and so that's encouraging. Final budget day is scheduled for January the 30th. So starting in with the general overview, much like the 2013 budget, the 2014 budget seeks to strike a balance between two considerations that are quite often in tension with each other. One is affordability, and the other is sustainability. And it's noteworthy that both of these concepts do find their home in the city's strategic plan, and they must be considered in parallel when council is setting a budget. Affordability is defined in our strategic directions for financial management and includes considerations such as the Consumer Price Index, the Municipal Price Index, comparisons to other cities, and citizen preferences. Sustainability could be defined as a budget which is balanced and able to support approved service levels over the long term. Much of the budget process focuses around the notion of what is considered to be an acceptable level of taxation for the public. The City adheres to Council's strategic directions for financial management, which outlines a number of considerations which must be made when setting tax rates. As I've mentioned, this includes CPI and MPI, which considers the unique basket of goods that apply to the City. But again, perhaps most importantly, we give consideration between the balance of service level expectations and willingness to pay. And we rely heavily on citizen surveys for this purpose. Most recently, we surveyed in 2012, and we're pleased that the more representative citizen survey includes a similar question, and that survey is wrapping up as we speak. Each of these factors will be considered in more detail on the following slides. First, inflation in the form of a consumer price index and a municipal price index must be considered. As you know, year-to-date CPI inflation for Ontario is 1%, which is somewhat below the federal and provincial expectations heading into 2014. The calculation of MPI is 1.6%, and that simply means that the inflationary impacts on Kitchener's basket of goods are different and are higher than the inflationary impacts on the average household. Over the past 10 years, the city's tax rate increases, including the Economic Development Investment Fund levy, have been below the increase in MPI, and that's represented by the top two lines, MPI being the broad dashed line and the total tax increase being the yellow line. Over the same time frame, the base tax increase, which does not include EDIF, has practically matched the rate of CPI inflation over that 10-year period. Second, we consider comparisons to other municipalities, and this is a familiar chart that you've seen in the past, and this is derived from the BMA Municipal Competitiveness Study, which is an independent review completed for most Ontario municipalities. And this graph depicts the relative tax burden for the same house, which in this case is a 1,200 square foot bungalow in Ontario's largest cities. And as you can see, Kitchener has the third lowest tax burden in the province, the lowest tax burden in the region, and is well below the provincial average. So we've maintained a position of strength for a number of years, and in fact our position has been improving over the past number of years. The information on this slide provides a bit more detail and compares Kitchener to the other cities in the region on a number of municipal costs, including utilities. And what I'm pleased to report is that Kitchener holds the lowest position in total taxes, water and sewer rates, hydro, and total cost. If we focus on the tax burden, which is shown in the top half of the chart, you can see that Kitchener has the lowest tax burden of any of the cities in the region. And even if we add back in the stormwater fees, although they've been removed from the tax base, but for comparison purposes, Kitchener's tax burden would still be below that of the city of Cambridge, which does not have a stormwater levy. If we look at the utility section, we can see that Kitchener has a higher utility cost than the other cities, but this is largely due to the cost of stormwater, which is a sustainable rate in the case of the city of Kitchener. Waterloo has not fully phased in their rate, and Cambridge does not have a stormwater rate. But what I'm pleased to report is that, pleased in one sense to report, the water and sewer costs for Kitchener are now again the lowest in the region. So Kitchener did provide leadership a number of years ago to dramatically increase rates to fund the Accelerated Infrastructure Program, and Kitchener's rates have now again become the lowest water and sewer rates within the region. As I say, I think it's a mixed blessing. Although they are more affordable than the other two cities, ultimately we know that it will take continued investment to address the backlog of growing infrastructure projects over time. Natural gas costs for Kitchener still exceed those of Waterloo or Cambridge, but those costs, as you know, continue to decline and converge. For example, the difference in 2011 between the two cities was $291. In 2012, the difference was $227, and in 2013, the difference is $174. And we've heard recently of Union Gas's proposals to increase their rates, and our budget forecasts a reduction in rates in 2014. But even with this difference in natural gas costs, as you can see, Kitchener still remains the lowest cost option for all cities within Waterloo Region. The final consideration is resident attitudes towards taxes and service levels. And as you recall, as part of the 2013 budget process, a survey of 175 Kitchener residents was completed randomly by a third-party academic institution. The results of the survey show that a significant majority of respondents preferred inflationary increases while maintaining service levels over any other option. These findings are consistent with a similar survey conducted in 2009 and will be validated or checked through the citizen survey, which is now underway. The analysis of these three factors, being inflation, comparison to others, and citizen attitudes, leads to the conclusion that the staff proposed operating budget is entirely consistent with the strategic directions for financial management. So that is dealing with affordability. If we move on to take a look at the second theme, which is sustainability, what we see is that we've been faring fairly well in terms of affordability, but I'd suggest we've been falling behind somewhat in terms of sustainability. And this is most substantially evidenced by operating deficits which have been incurred over the past 4 years, and again is projected for 2013. This indicates that the budget is not sustainable and that expenses have been repeatedly higher than revenues. And as you know, for a number of years this imbalance has been covered off by the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund, but at the end of 2013 this reserve will be depleted and no longer is an option for Council to balance the budget. The main reason for the ongoing imbalance in the operating budget is areas of chronic deficit. 3 areas of concern have been identified to Council during previous budget and variance presentations, but a funding gap of $400,000 still remains. And I am pleased to stand before you today and say within what I think is a fairly aggressive budget target set for 2014, we have made some inroads to close this gap. If you recall, last year the number was higher. Within the target set by Council, we've been able to close that gap, but a difference still remains. The best way for Council to avoid a deficit in 2014 would be to correct the budgets in these 3 areas. And one way Council could do this, with essentially a minimal or no impact on property taxes, would be to apply some of the additional unbudgeted assessment growth to correct some of these areas of chronic deficit. So I'll move on and speak about assessment growth. In developing the 2014 budget, staff assumed assessment growth of 1%. And as you recall, through most of the budget process, we were well below that number, But MPAC, and I'll commend them for it, worked very hard to get as much assessment on the roll prior to roll close, and we've reached a rate of 1.31% for 2013. And essentially, because we've achieved a number higher than what we provided for in budget, there is $315,000 of additional growth revenue that has not been accounted for in any way in this budget. And as indicated back in August, Council has three options for this additional revenue. Option one, as alluded to on a previous slide, would be to fund some of these chronic deficits, and that, in essence, will improve the sustainability of the operating budget. Correcting these budgets will help to avoid deficits in future years and improve the likelihood of ending 2014 in a surplus position. And I think in response to questions from Councillor Singh in the past, we've indicated that that's the best way for us to replenish the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund, is to balance the budget, create modest surpluses, and then apply those surpluses to that reserve over time. The second option that Council has for the unplanned assessment growth is to invest in strategic initiatives, and essentially this would represent an improvement in service levels. As per the discussion back in August, we've identified 4 priorities within a $500,000 funding envelope, and Council could apply all or part of that assessment growth to fund any or all of those initiatives. The third option that you have, naturally, is to reduce the tax levy, and that would improve affordability. If that revenue, in whole or in part, was applied against the budget, it would reduce the tax levy below the current level of 1.17%. What I would point out is that these options are not mutually exclusive. That is, Council could consider adopting some combination of them to address multiple objectives. So you could apply part of it to reduce the tax levy, part of it to correct operating deficits, and part of it to fund priority strategic initiatives. So as I've indicated, Council provided 2 main directions regarding the budget. And the first was that the overall tax rate increase should not exceed 1.25%. And second, and this was added by Council back in August, that staff should develop alternative revenue proposals that could reduce the levy increase by a further 0.25%. And I'm pleased to say that staff accomplished both of these directions in the operating budget submission that's before you today. In order to meet the tax rate increase direction, budget increases were limited to compensation and utility costs. And you'll see that in a future slide, that really only costs that are uncontrollable, either because they're provided for by collective agreements or they are utility rates that are prescribed by Council or by others, were provided for in terms of budget increase. Revenues in the form of user fees were also increased. And lastly, consistent with previous years, no new staff positions are included in the base budget submission. As you know, some of these strategic initiatives have headcount associated with them, but within the base operating budget, there is no increase to staffing levels proposed. As is the case with the capital budget, the operating budget is reviewed a number of times internally before it's brought forward to Council. It's reviewed first within the departments, internally over the course of a number of days. We then have an internal review committee which consists of finance staff and senior managers that takes 3 full days to review the budget in great detail. And lastly, it's reviewed, the submission is reviewed by the corporate leadership team before being brought forward to Council. So in summary, I would say that I'm very proud to present to you a budget this year which I believe is affordable and does include modest improvements to the city's financial sustainability. I'd like to just acknowledge the leadership of financial planning staff and the good work of management and administrative staff, many of whom are here today, who have spent many hours in developing what I believe is a very solid budget for Council. So before I turn it over to Ryan, I'd be pleased to take any questions on that introduction.
Certainly. And I have 2 now. Councillor Singh.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Just a few quick things. Page 0-20. I am assuming the obvious, but I just still want to confirm. In the earlier chart where you showed the comparison of different municipalities and their taxation, and similar to this chart where you see what the City of Kitchener charges on their average assessment in comparison to Waterloo, I'm guessing on the earlier chart it's based on a similar assessed value throughout the municipalities, not the actual average assessed value.
No, in fact, the assessed value in this case would be different. But the 2 slides are not directly comparable because BMA considers a bungalow to be an average home, and so they pick a bungalow in each of the municipalities. But the assessed value would differ based on the market in each of those municipalities. So a 1,200 square foot bungalow in Toronto would have a higher assessed value than a 1,200 square foot bungalow in Kitchener. And that's the same in our slide within the region. We take a look at the average residential property. Historically, the numbers have been fairly close, but the average in this case is not always a 1,200 square foot bungalow.
Yeah, and that's what I had assumed because I said Toronto West or Toronto East as part of it. And obviously, average houses in Toronto would be far greater than the 250.
Right.
So it shows lower than Kitchener already to begin with. So I'm assuming it's based on a similar, I guess, whatever the taxation factor is on any assessment value.
And I think the objective of the two slides, even though the number may be slightly different, is the same, and that is to say that most simply, if you had one house in each of two cities, the market was higher in one, and therefore the assessed value was double. Ultimately, the cost to service those houses should be the same, and so you can't apply a tax rate to the same assessment in both municipalities and say that's the average tax burden. So this tries to equalize for that and say that the typical house should have the same cost to service it, and that's why we look at the average.
Okay, all right. And, as you were going through your presentation, you said obviously Kitchener fares well in comparator to its other municipalities, and we've improved over the last few years. I was comforted by that last little statement that we've improved over the last few years. So after this budget is completed, could council get a chart similar to this showing how our assessment or how our taxation has affected us with our neighboring municipalities over the last 4 years? Simply just showing us how we've impacted this municipality over the last 4 years of budgeting of this new council. Would that be possible?
So you're saying take a look at the average tax rate increases in Kitchener compared to the others over the past number of years?
Well, similar to this chart that you've shown,
Yep.
Showing where we were at 2011 budget
Right.
and where we are in 2000, and in comparison to where they were at the same time. So,
Yeah, we have that from previous budgets, so we
So
can
it should
pull
be
that
easy
forward
enough.
for final budget day. Yes,
but compiling it showing how the trend has been.
Sure.
Comparison. Thank you.
we can do that.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chapman. The city's tax component of when a regular taxpayer gets their bill, there's the city portion, there's the regional portion, and there's the school portion. And our portion as a city is roughly about a third, more or less, give or
That's
take.
correct, yes.
And then we go to the slide that's before that one, number on page 19. It says Kitchener works out to about 2988. Is that just city total, or is that city, school board, and region included in that 2988?
It would include all three,
All three.
yes.
Okay. So if we're talking our tax increase, we could be talking 1.25%. Is the objective. Yet the school board could be looking at 3%, and the region could be looking at something else. Isn't that chart a little misleading? Because to me, if we're just talking cities only, a municipality, then we should be looking just at our portion only, not including the region and the school boards.
You're correct that council only controls the city portion of the tax rate. I think that is shown simply to indicate what the comparison would be between cities and regional structures versus county structures versus single-tier municipalities. Because in the case of a single-tier municipality, you can't separate out city services from regional services. They're all provided through the tax rate.
Yeah.
But I think you make the point that the 1.25% that council is dealing with applies to essentially the $1,000 Kitchener cost there. The regional budget, I think they're looking at a 2.8 or 2.9% increase. That would apply to their portion of the budget. And education taxes have been held fairly stable. There haven't been increases applied to those over the past number of years. So yes, it's a weighting of all three that will ultimately be the impact for the house.
So really the taxpayer or any observer watching this shouldn't be cognizant that we're only 1/3 of the portion in terms of being able to control the final number that they're going to get when they get billed in the mail.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Page 24, the actual assessment growth in 2013 is 1.31. You had anticipated 1%, but this is a little more better of 0.3, which gives you 315,000. That actual assessment growth, is that from the assessment people being able to get more assessment updated, or is that just the growth of more suburban development and more intensification and in growth, yet knowing that building permits are down as well.
Right. It all relates to growth. In some cases, it can be growth that goes back more than 1 year that has not been picked up on the roll. All I would say is that we've pushed them incredibly hard this year to get as much on as possible because the number was so low for most of the year. So our concern is that because we pushed them to bring a lot on at the end of the year, we will not see that assessment coming on early in the new year as we normally would. And Ryan, when he gets into his slides, will show the trend line for assessment growth. So even with that major push this year, this continues a downward trend in assessment growth. And so we're reducing our forecast for assessment growth based on MPAC's advice in the future.
So this increase by the 0.31, would that be something that you have found in terms of looking back, or is that something the assessment people come to you and say, hey, listen, we've got more assessment for you?
This is based on the returned assessment roll from MPAC, so it's all based on MPAC data. And as I've said, we identified specific properties that we knew were not assessed on the roll. We pushed them very hard prior to their cutoff of the roll to get them on. In due course, those would have been picked up next year, and so we can't expect to see those items coming on as they normally would in the following year.
So this figure for 2013 is as of what date? September?
I believe the cutoff was mid-November.
Mid-November? So for the balance of the year?
It will all be picked up in next year's assessment growth.
Next year's. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
We get money into our coffers from the gas utility. I was trying to find it last night or yesterday, and I couldn't trace it through. Can you tell me how much, for example, in 2013 has come over from the gas utilities?
We're not actually just there yet.
Well, no, this
Okay,
will
okay.
refer to a. I'm just trying to.
Sure.
Is that 58?
Can you give me a ballpark figure? I just. Well, no, you don't have to.
The dividend is $13 million.
Okay, that's enough. Okay, the point I'm trying to refer to these to 03 and 020. I wanted to ask you if that gas money isn't there, where would we be
In terms of our levy?
in terms of our levy, in terms of that chart? You're talking about we're number 3, but we didn't have all that gas money in there. Where would we be? I can leave that with you for another time, but we need to just.
We would be close to the average, and our capital program would also be curtailed.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. There are two components to it. So, but it's because of that, perhaps because of that gas money that we are where we are, as opposed to our ingenuity. That's fine. That's the question I want. On 05, we show over the last 5 years, we've had deficits of $5.61 million. We've been able to find that money, okay? What if we hadn't found the money? What if this year we don't find the $700,000 in capital surplus? What do we do?
Well, I think as you've indicated, in previous years, councils applied capital closeouts to offset the deficit. The closeouts this year are modest, and they've been applied back to the capital program.
The question I'm at, I know the answer, but I want everybody else to know the answer too.
Well, the answer, if ultimately there's no way to fund a deficit, it's added to taxes the following year.
That's right. So it's the first charge
Right?
this year. Okay, that's the point. I just wanted to, yeah. Okay. On 06, I wonder if it would be possible to get some details on the tax stabilization reserve. You just have 3 one-liners. Can we not show a little more detail of what's going in and what's coming out, just,
And you'll have that. That was, the reserve detail was requested on capital budget day, and so that'll be in your package with all reserve detail for final budget day.
okay, that's fine, thank you. Is it possible, is it a big job to get a little schedule showing the tax and rate changes for a 10-year period? Like
No, we can provide that.
Okay, thank you. That's, I had some, some challenges on, on 020, if you could just, I took the time to go over my property. I always thought I was sort of had an average property, although my assessment has changed in the past year. But I guess it's not even a valid question. My figures are considerably different than that. So, I guess my figures for natural gas, for example, were considerably higher than that. My figures for natural gas was the big difference.
So the utility amounts are based on the average household consumption, so your consumption would be higher than the average. In the case of taxes, because there's been a reassessment and a phase-in, if your assessment is increased higher than the average rate, your taxes would not be comparable.
And that's the other
Sorry,
point.
just to add, I believe, so for the average home as well, we're still going by 1,200 square foot bungalow, roughly, is that?
No, that's BMA's analysis. In this case, this is the true average home in Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge.
Oh, very good.
So as indicated in response to Councillor Singh's comments, the numbers approximate each other. I'd suggest this is a more precise analysis than BMA's.
Very good.
Okay, another thing I just wanted to point out that we are going through reassessment. Every year we're going through a reassessment. It's done every 4, but it's spread over 4 years. So if your taxes or your assessment's going up, they split it over 4 years. I just want to point out that some rich people like me, on top of everything else, my assessment is going up 5% a year right off the bat. So when we talk about 1%, 1.5%, I have to add my 5% to that, right?
You do, but I wouldn't want to leave anyone with the false impression that the city is better off by reassessment.
No, I didn't say
On the
that.
whole, our levy does not increase because of the reassessment. It just impacts people that move at different rates compared to the average.
No, and I appreciate that, but it does impact the taxpayer.
Some positively, some negatively, yes.
Yeah, you should go into politics, you're very good at it. Okay, those are all my questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Just going back to 019, and I just wanted to make sure I understood. When we're looking at the average bungalow in Kitchener, and let's say, for example, it sells at $275, it's very likely that that same bungalow would sell at a higher cost in Waterloo. Is that correct?
Yes, assessments are higher in Waterloo on average than in Kitchener and Cambridge.
So would that not be reasonable? Would it not be reasonable to conclude that that's why the taxes are higher? Because the assessment value is higher?
I'd suggest not, and again, I'll just give this the most simple example I can think of, and that is to say if you had 2 cities, each with only 1 house in each city, and the market was much stronger in one, and therefore the value was twice as much in that city, my thinking is it still costs the same to plow the road in front of those houses, to supply services, to cut the grass. So the tax rate in one should be half of the tax rate in the other to generate the same amount of property tax. So just because Toronto has higher property values doesn't mean the cost to service a house in Toronto should be double or triple what they would be in Kitchener.
But I can understand that to some degree, but the cost of, when you're looking at operations, you're looking at the cost to hire staff, but so people in Toronto could be making more money than the person doing the same job in Kitchener, and therefore, because the house value is less, they're being paid less. In Toronto, the house value is higher; they are being paid higher. So it's a relative position, is it not?
Not in terms of property tax, and I think another way to look at it, and it's often the example that's given, is the homeowner that's lived in their house for 40 years and are concerned about property tax and that sort of thing. I think this is the illustration that tells that story best, that if you have a retired homeowner that's lived in their bungalow for 40 years in Waterloo versus in Kitchener, regardless of what they paid for that house 40 years ago, it is more affordable in terms of property tax to live in that bungalow in Kitchener than it is in Cambridge or in Waterloo.
Okay. I think we're just quibbling about some slight difference in how I see it and how you see it, but I understand what you're saying. Okay.
Councillor Rabinovich?
Thank you very much, Chair Davey. I'm wondering if we can go to 0-20 first. And I just want to check the one figure because it does surprise me, and it has to do with the school board figure. And it just surprises me that the Waterloo number, assuming that the school board figure is a percentage of the city and region figures, it seems that the Waterloo one is considerably higher than the Kitchener or Cambridge ones, and yet I would presume it should be, other than for the issue of the value of the home and the assessment, it shouldn't be that dramatically higher.
And we can go back and take a look at that, Councillor Rabinovich. I believe the rates are set in a much broader geography, and so it would fluctuate based on average.
I think Mr. Hagee might have a
assessed value.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the school board rate is consistent in Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge, so it's really a function of what the assessed value of that home is. So it's the same.
Okay.
The same rate being charged, but the Waterloo home is higher, so they would have more school board tax.
Yeah, it's just when I look at it in comparison to like the city portion of the taxes, it just seems to be considerably out of whack. But if you're confident that they're accurate, that's fine. On page 24, then, so with the actual assessment growth for 2013 being 1.31%, do we use that then as our anticipated assessment growth in 2014?
That number is finalized.
Right.
It's not been built into the budget. So effectively, there is $315,000 of revenue that council needs to apply somehow, and we've identified the three options that we believe are really the extent of options available.
Okay, and then any additional assessment growth in 2014 would end up impacting the 2015 budget.
Correct. The roll has closed. We now have it, and that will not happen again until this same time next year. So we've captured all assessment for next year that will be captured.
Okay. The one, the one piece that we know is going to have an impact on us in starting at some point in 2014, I presume, is the unfortunate situation with the Maple Leaf lands. How is that? I presume that's going to have a negative impact on our assessment in potentially as early as 2014. Like, at what point can they actually apply for a lower rate, and how have we factored that into anticipated assessment growth in 2014 in comparison to, let's say, the fact that we're going to, well, they probably won't be done until 2015 is the two new condos, as for example, that are being built.
So I think there are two parts to the answer. One, we can't factor it into the assessment growth number because we need to base that on the assessment roll returned by MPAC. But you're right, at some point in time, we will likely see, at least for a period of time, reduced assessment there. Where we will see it is in vacancy rebate applications probably first. So as they clear out the facility and it's either available for sale or for lease, they can apply for some relief, and that will flow through as a vacancy rebate. We've been increasing that budget based on the 5-year average, and vacancy rebates have been increasing. So we may be exposed in that budget, but we also had some larger vacancy rebates for Bud, for example, for Goodrich before that, and so as those have come off, hopefully they'll create some room within that budget for us to carry that vacancy rebate for a time.
Right, because we obviously hope that with the resolution on the Bud lands, we'll start seeing them starting to fill up sooner rather than later.
Exactly, and that in time redevelopment will happen on the Maple Leaf site, and again, it'll be generating property tax.
Okay, and actually, I think that's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, maybe Mr. Wilmer can back me up on this. On the Maple Leaf question, just a point of clarification, I don't believe that'll be happening until into 2015. Is that correct, Mr. Wilmer?
Mr. Wilmer.
Through the chair, from the work that Councillor Etherington and Mr. Regier and I have been involved in on the task force, I believe they're saying that the complete plant closure would be in mid-2014, but there will be no physical changes to the property before 2015.
There are no more questions. I just had one additional request. It's a relatively easy calculation, but I think an important figure to include, and being that the regional budget will be decided, I'd like to see, like, obviously we always have to publish our absolute levy increase to the City of Kitchener alone, but I think it's also important to publish how that relates to the total tax bill. So obviously it would be much less than 1%, but sometimes I run into situations with constituents where they'll hear that the City of Kitchener is raising 2% and they think their total $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 tax bill is going up that amount. So I'd just like to request that they come back with the percentage of Kitchener, the absolute impact of Kitchener, and I guess the region and the school board as well for final budget day.
We can provide that.
Thank you. And sorry, actually, Councillor Uneski, a second. Okay, quickly, please.
Just an additional question as a result of Councillor Etherington's questioning on the Schneider's property. Mr. Wilmer's response that the operation will cease in 2014. They are a significant contributor to the tax base. So for the second half of the year, we will be getting no taxes from that particular property. Is that reflected in this budget?
Mr. Chapman.
I think we're likely fine for 2014. Their property has been assessed, and we'll bill taxes based on that assessment. As I mentioned, the first thing that we'll see is a vacancy rebate, but the facility needs to be basically cleared out of equipment and available for sale or for lease. And so I doubt that will happen that quickly. And we've been increasing our budget for vacancy rebates based on our 5-year average. So as I've indicated, hopefully we'll have some room to fund that within the existing vacancy rebate budget.
So in 2015, it'll be a sort of a new scenario?
At least a vacancy rebate likely, maybe a change in their assessment, but it could take some time for that change in the assessment to come through.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could just clear the record on a point in response to Councillor Gazzola's question earlier on, I think I slipped a decimal in my answer. The gas dividend in the operating budget is $6 million, which equates to 6% of the levy, which equates to $60 on the average household. $60 would take Kitchener from the $29.88 to just below Cambridge, so it would move it up likely 1 or 2 places in that chart, not to the average. So I was thinking $600, the impact would be closer to 60.
Okay. And Councillor Rabinovich, quick question.
Thanks. Just, very quick. I know there was a request made for tax rate changes over the last 10 years. When you do that, can we get two additional pieces of information as part of that? Have it split up in terms of non-EDIF and EDIF related increases, number one. And number two, a refresher on the report that I think Economic Development did around some of the assessment changes we've seen as a result of the EDIF investments, because I think it's important to have that to look at in that context.
We can provide the split. I'll look for Rod to indicate whether or not the updated analysis can be ready for final budget day.
Mr. Regier.
Through you, Chair Davey. We had proposed a larger analysis of the EDIF impact for 2014. That would take place with support from an external third party, and that review we had suggested last year would take, or earlier this year rather, would be brought to council before the end of the spring term, so in June. However, what I would suggest is that we can take a look at a couple of the strategic properties that would have been affected by reassessment in the last 12 months and quickly update the 2013 report on this for council.
Sure, yeah, I wouldn't want you to go to added new work ahead of time, because I think your division's busy enough, quite frankly. So, I mean, I think the information that you have, and if you can quickly update it, fine, but the rest can wait until your report comes later in the year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Haggie.
Thank you, Chair Davey, members of the committee. I'll be taking the balance of the slide presentation. And we'll begin by looking at the operating tax budget. This slide shows the tax levy detail change. And if I'll draw your attention to the bottom line, and it shows that the proposed tax rate increase as we sit right now is 1.17%. It was 1.25%, but Council has already dealt with one of the alternative revenue items related to user fees. That's been included, it's been decided already, so that's reduced the levy increase from 1.25 to 1.17. So if the budget were to be passed today, as is, it would be a 1.17% increase. Looking up to the details in the slide, there's three main sections related to the tax increase. The first is the base amount. And as Mr. Chapman mentioned, the base amount, the increase relates largely due to compensation increases as well as utilities. Those were the only two items that were really provided for any kind of increase in the 2014 budget guideline. And so those are the items that are cause of increase. Looking at the very top line, the salary wage fringe line, you'll see that that's a 2.73% increase. Total amount, and I'll just provide a little bit of a breakdown as to what that is, as it's a bit beyond a typical inflationary amount. 1% of that relates solely to fire. So of the proposed compensation increase, 1% of it relates wholly to fire. Approximately 1% of another 1% relates to all other union groups and their collective agreements. So cost of living increases for all other union groups is about 1%. And then the remaining amount is related to some costs that have transferred from the utilities into the tax base, but then are being recovered from those utilities. So the corporate contact center, the responsibilities have just been moved from one area to another, and then it's being recovered from those same utilities. And other items such as progressions and a minor amount for job evaluations as well. Moving down into the next section of the budget, it relates to EDIF. And as Council is aware, EDIF has concluded in 2013, so 2014 is the first year where we're seeing a bit of a change in the EDIF levy. It's not adding to the net levy this year, it's reducing the net levy. And Council may recall that EDIF is related to two items. First is funded in two ways. The first is by issuing debt, and the second is a direct transfer from the tax base into EDIF. The cost of servicing debt still needs to be included in the budget, but there's no longer the requirement to have the direct transfer from the operating budget into EDIF, so that's being removed. So that amount that was directly transferred from operating into EDIF is no longer required and is actually a benefit to the tax base this year. That's causing a decrease in the net levy. And the final amount shown on this slide relates to the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund. For a number of years, that's been funding the tax base. We've been transferring money out of that reserve fund into the operating budget. That reserve fund is planned to be depleted at the end of this year. It cannot be used as a continuing funding source. So it's being removed, and that's causing upward pressure on the tax rate. But all of these items net together were the 1.25%. Council's subsequent decision on the user fees reduced that by 0.08%, and results in a proposed tax rate increase of 1.17%. This next slide shows the net expenditures by department. As you can see, the largest components go to community services and infrastructure services, with lesser amounts for general expense, Office of the CAO, and finance and corporate services. These proportions are fairly similar to what they were last year, so there hasn't been a significant shift between departments between the 2013 budget and the 2014 budget. Next is the base levy. And when we're talking about how much is the city's base levy for 2014 before considering any tax rate increase, you'll see it as the third line here. So $103,428,000. So approximately $103 million is what the city will generate in taxes without considering any kind of tax rate increase. And as we're discussing what a 1% increase in the budget is, that's approximately $1 million. So if you want to peg that in your mind as 1% on the tax rate, it equals about $1 million. And likewise, to the average homeowner, a 1% increase to the tax rate is about $10. So those are two key metrics that you can keep in your mind as we're considering the budget. There's already been some discussion about assessment growth here this morning, and this graph just depicts what assessment growth has been over the last 10 years. You can see that there were some years, a number of years ago, where it was quite high, 4%, but we haven't seen anything like that in the last 5 years. And in fact, as Mr. Chapman indicated, we've been on a declining assessment growth number for the last number of years. For 2014, as has already been mentioned, it's been finalized at 1.31%, which is higher than what we expected, but we're planning to have a decline as we've seen that actual trend, and as MPACS has advised, we're expecting to have a decrease in assessment growth. The final slide for this section shows the 10-year tax rate projection. And again, drawing Council's attention to the bottom line, you can see that the average tax rate increase planned for the next 10 years ranges between 1.5% and 2.25%. In the top half of the slide, we see a list of potential growth items over the next 10 years. And you'll notice in the first 5 years, there aren't a whole lot of growth items expected, and there are some larger costs in the last 5 years. Those larger items in the last 5 years relate to capital facilities, generally recreation facilities that are planned to be built. So we have the budget included in the capital budget. Once that facility is built, we need operating budgets in order to operate and maintain those. And those are slotted in to correspond with the capital timing. If the timing of those facilities were to change as part of the development charge review that's going to be happening early next year, then the timing of the operating costs would also move. The second section, the band essentially in the middle of the slide, represents assumptions for ongoing costs or ongoing items in the budget. The first is estimated assessment growth. And as has been mentioned, we're on a downward trend. We're being advised by MPAC to assume that assessment growth will be lower going forward. So our ongoing assessment growth projection is 0.75% for all years of the forecast. The second item in this section deals with base inflation, which has been assumed to be 2%, and that's based on the Bank of Canada's long-term policy projection for inflation. And final, our strategic initiatives. We've included a notional amount of 0.5% for strategic initiatives, which is essentially around $500,000 that we could see being used to enhance services or provide new services to citizens. Next section down, there are only 2 items relating to physician recruitment and specialist recruitment, and those are multi-year commitments that Council has made to those programs, and that ends in 2015, so it's assumed that they will be removed from the net levy starting in 2016. They're only $10,000 each, so it has a minimal impact in the tax rate, but just to note that they are being, we are thinking about them, noting them, and plan to remove them when that commitment is up. And then the final, second last line relates to EDIF. So you'll see a line that says Economic Development Investment Fund. For the first 5 years of the forecast, it's blank. So there's no additional changes related to the net levy because of EDIF for the next 5 years. But then starting in 2020 and going out,
there's a decline, and that decline relates to the debt that's been issued for EDIF. So 15 years ago, or when we get out to 2020, 15 years ago, before then, we would have issued the first set of EDIF debt. That debt will have been completely paid off at that point, and so the cost to service that debt is no longer required, and it can be removed from the net levy. So we see that starting in 2020, and it will continue on for 10 years after that. So there will be a decline in the net levy over a number of years. That net levy reduction will help offset some of the increased costs up in the growth section. So while we're adding new facilities in 2020 and 2021, we'll actually have a benefit of reduced net levy because of EDIF. So they aren't related, but it is convenient that as we're adding costs for new facilities, we have a corresponding decrease in the net levy somewhere else to help offset those costs. That concludes this portion of the presentation. We'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haggie. Councillor Yaneski.
Thank you. Page 30. In the top line, salaries, wages, and fringes, 2.73% increase. And you did explain the 1% for fire, and et cetera, and the breakdown.
Right.
Is there anything in that similar to what we did last year about the required 1% increase? I think it was 1% for OMERS. Is that any requirement this year?
Through the chair, there is not this year. It was concluded last year.
Okay, that was just the one-time thing at that time.
It was a multi-year phase-in, but it's been concluded, so it's not a component this year. I think it was a 3 or 4 year item, so it affected us for 3 or 4 years, but it concluded with last year, so that we don't have anything like that this year.
Okay. And also on the same page, when you were talking about the EDIF fund total package, where in here, and you mentioned as you were explaining it, the cost of servicing the debt. Where's that reflected in here?
It's not reflected in here per se. Well, sorry, it is up in the base amount. You'll see 4 or 5 lines down, there's debt expense.
So that refers to the EDIF?
That refers to all debt.
And EDIF is included in that?
It is.
Okay, so you're taking all debt, that would include the Rangers loan to the...
Yeah, sorry, it includes all tax-supported debt. So it would not include the Rangers amount, as that's fully recovered from the Rangers,
right.
But all of the other typical tax-supported debt. So if you recall the 3 bars on the chart, there were the tax component at the bottom, the enterprise section in the middle, and EDIF at the top. This would represent everything but that middle bar, the enterprise debt. So it doesn't include golf and parking structures.
Okay.
Mr. Chapman to add? Oh, good. Okay. Continue.
On page 34, you did answer my question on the EDIF fund, why the first 5 years were blank, and I understand that. Going up in the middle roughly, this is base inflation, and you indicated that is based on the Bank of Canada projections of 2%.
Correct. That's their policy objective is a 2% inflation rate.
Okay. Why would we use that if inflation is more close to 1%?
Through the chair, we need to consider some kind of inflation factor, and that's a well-published, well-regarded assumption for inflation. If that's what the policy objective of the Bank of Canada is, they have some control over what inflation is in Canada. So we're going with their benchmark rate.
So you're talking with the Bank of Canada, so that when they issue the prime rate of not increasing or decreasing, that's all tied in with that?
Correct. They can influence what the inflation factor for Canada is by interest rate decisions.
Okay. So they've increased, so that 2% increase is for the next 10 years to 2024 at 2%? Or is that you just continue on not knowing in the future?
Through the chair, it's a placeholder amount which will be reviewed every year. Just like this year, we assumed something for base inflation, we reduced it based on actual economic conditions. We need a placeholder amount for inflation for the long term, and that's what we've chosen.
And I can understand that. So what was last year's rate? that we had when we looked at this budget last year? Was
It would have been
2%?
2.5%. That was more along what our long-term assumption was. We've reduced it to 2% based on current conditions and the Bank of Canada's long-term objective.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. I'm looking at the salary and wages, and I guess my question is there a way that we can affect the percentage increase here?
Through the chair, I would suggest not, in that it's tied to collective agreements, and those are in place and decided by council.
So we couldn't effectively say that the most that we could increase was you're saying 1% is fire and 1% is union groups. So we couldn't say that the most we can increase our salary and wages is 2%?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I think if I understand Mr. Hagee correctly, effectively that's what's happened, and as we were preparing this further, but once it went to print, what we realized is that in that 2.7% number are costs that are new to the tax base but are not new to the budget. So you'll recall that Council's approved a change in terms of the contact center, moving from a 24/7 operation and shifting costs from the utilities dispatch area into the corporate contact center. When we moved those costs in, we also moved a recovery in, which is in that other line. We probably could have net the two, and it would have brought that number down closer to 2%. What you're seeing there is a gross salary number that includes a transfer coming from an area that used to be within the enterprises. So if we were to exclude that, that number would essentially be 2%.
Okay.
What I would suggest, Mr. Chair, is that it may be helpful for final budget day for us to actually include a slide to elaborate on what Mr. Hagee indicated so that we can show that breakdown between all employee groups, fire, and then these adjustments that I'm talking about that are recovered through other lines.
I think that would be helpful. I think the 2.73 under that heading is unintentionally but misleading, so I think an extra slide would be useful.
Yeah, that would be great. I'd appreciate that. Just going down to the reduction for Edith levy.
I'm listening as I write. So.
Sorry?
I'm listening as I write.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm trying to figure out how to formulate my question without totally throwing you off. To me, if you are not paying something out, you wouldn't see that as a reduction. So I'm trying to equate it with, a household expense. If I've been paying something out for, a home renovation, I guess, would be the best example that I can think of, and you can correct me if I'm going on the wrong tact here. So I've been paying out this money. We've been improving the downtown, if you give that as a base example. So I'm improving my house, and the cost to the city is this percentage. The cost to me would be this percentage. But now I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm done. I'm finished. And my understanding of this negative number is that since we're no longer having to take money out of the tax, add additional monies into our budget to cover the cost of Edith, that we're seeing it as a reduction to what we need. Is that right?
Through the chair, I'll try to explain. Our tax levy recovers all of the costs for the city, and it's set to recover all of those costs. We no longer have a cost related to Edith, that direct transfer, so that can be removed, which means we don't have to recover that cost from our citizens anymore. So it's being removed, and the benefit is falling back to the tax rate. If we were to not adjust for it at all, essentially the tax rate would be higher, and we would have a surplus at the end of the year, which would fall into the tax stabilization reserve fund.
Oh, okay, so actually that last little piece helped me understand it a bit better. And for anybody who's viewing this, that last piece I think was really a crucial piece of information. So if we kept the tax increase with the Edith monies in, at the end of the year, because we don't have to put that money aside for Edith,
Right.
we would have a surplus. So we have to take it out at the beginning of our budget. So
Right.
that-
If it wasn't removed, we would be levying for $1.9 million that essentially we wouldn't be using to provide services, and that would be a benefit overall to the city and would be a surplus which would go into the tax stabilization
Okay.
reserve fund.
Okay, all right. User fees, what happens if are we assuming that we're going to get this revenue? That we're going to get $80,000 in revenue from the user fees? Is that an assumption?
Through the chair, that's the decision that council made by increasing user fees beyond, and so yes, we're assuming that $80,000, it's not adding new fees, it's just increasing existing fees by more than was included in the budget.
So if we were originally getting $100,000 in user fee revenues from last year, now we're going to get $180,000 because we increased the user fees.
Correct.
Right, okay. But isn't that assuming that everybody continues to use all of the user fees and continues to generate that revenue? And parking is in that, right?
Parking is not included in that.
Okay.
And in coming up with the estimated amount, we accounted for the fact that not all user fees will increase, as some of them had gone up by more than the 2%, some of them had actually gone down. We adjusted for the fact that some of them couldn't necessarily be implemented right away. It might be a partial year, those sorts of things. So that $80,000, we believe, is a real number that we could achieve in 2014.
So it's a reasonable expectation?
Yes.
Okay. On to the assessment growth on 033. You've shown up to the assessment growth up to 2014. Do we have a chart, or have we also been looking at what the assessment growth projection could be for the next 5 years?
That's included in the next chart. There's a line about halfway down, the 0.75.
Okay,
That's our ongoing
sorry, I
assumption.
guess I'm looking, one is a graph and the other is
one's a
numbers, but, okay. So it continues, our assessment growth continues to decline then, essentially,
Yes.
right? Okay. Isn't that kind of contrary to what we're hearing out in sort of the building industry, that the developers are saying the sales are great and we're selling we're getting all kinds of sales? Is this sort of a reality check in a way for us to understand that in essence we're not growing as quickly as we had anticipated?
Through the chair, I can't speak too much to what the industry is telling us. When we get to the building enterprise, you'll note that their projection is reduced revenue in the short term, and then potentially increasing. I would say it's nice for people to say something. Our actual performance over the last little while has proven that it's declining. So we're choosing to go with what we've actually seen, what MPAC is telling us, as opposed to what may be promised by others.
Yeah. Which to me is crucial that we show this, because I think what's important is, I'm hoping I can express this correctly the way I'm thinking. If our assessment continues to decline, I don't think I'm going to be able to express it the way I want to. There's a couple more questions. Can you give me a little latitude to rethink this question
I think
after?
some other people maybe should speak
Yes,
to it as well.
yeah.
Mr.
Thank
Wilmer, you
you.
want to comment?
Perhaps this helps with a different perspective. This is about the rate of growth. This isn't about assessment. This is about assessment growth. So 0.75% growth is still growth. We still have new development. We still have additional assessment. 0.75 is good news compared to zero growth, which is in fact what's happening in small and rural and mid-sized communities all across Canada. They have zero growth. So it's a good news story for us that we've got any growth at all, and every building permit we issue results in new assessment, and we're projecting that to be, as a placeholder, 0.75 So growth is good, it's just not as much as it used to be.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Hi, Ryan. Through you, Chair. My one question is, and please forgive me if it's in here, I'm a little foggy, I'm a little sick today. Out of the 1.17 tax levy, what is the exact percentage that EDIF is attributed to that?
Through the chair, the benefit of EDIF this year is a decrease in the tax rate of 1.08%.
Okay, but we're talking about the servicing of the debt, right? We're still servicing the debt out of the tax base, correct?
Correct.
So what is that percentage?
Through the chair, I would have to go back and find out. I don't know off the top of my head. There's no increase to the net levy because of that.
I agree. I just want to know the comparison
flat.
of what, to me, EDIF was here prior to us on members of council, so it was instituted basically on the tax base prior to us coming in. So I want to know what, that's there constant, and it's going to go down eventually, but I want to know what it is without it.
Yeah, I might be able to find it from our debt graphs from capital.
Okay.
So through you, Mr. Chair, for 2014, the debt charges as a percent of net levy for EDIF are in the about 7.5%.
Okay, so basically it's 1.1 is what our tax levy would be minus EDIF.
No, through the chair, if we did not have to service EDIF debt, there would be a 7% reduction.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. It's right now at 0.1.17. You minus now, if with EDIF gone, it would be 1.1.
No, it's 7%, not 0.07%.
Yeah. Minus 5 and change.
Thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, just a couple of questions on page 30 under EDIF. Can someone remind me, I should know this, but the WLU parking subsidy and the arts sustainability, what's the time length of those? Are they continued or do they end after a number of years?
Mr. Regier on WLU.
Through you, Chair Davey, that's an annual decision by council to continue, but they are built into the operating budget with this table.
Okay. Same with art sustainability?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on page 34, perhaps I'm off track here, but I just wanted to clarify, maybe Mr. May can help me. How fluid are these priorities we have on this page? Like, my understanding is they could drastically vary depending on joint ventures, for example.
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's fair to say that the recreational facilities listed in this projection are very fluid for two reasons. First of all, partnerships, as you referenced, but also the DC review, which Mr. Haggie referenced earlier, which will take into account the new listing of priorities that Council set through the Leisure Facilities Master Plan.
So to be clear, Mr. Haggie, to prevent Councillor Galloway, Seelock from ringing in, when you say fluid, you mean fluid isn't coming forward as opposed to being pushed back generally?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you would have to take each item on an individual basis. There are some that may be sped up. There are some that may be pushed back. There are some on this list that may not happen within the next 10-year forecast.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Can we go to the, I think it's 030. I want to try to understand again, salaries are going to have a 2.73% impact on our budget,
Correct.
right? How much, though, is there a general figure as to how much salaries and wages have gone up?
Through the chair, it's different for each union group.
Can you give me some quick figures? Or?
Mr. Chapman?
Two quick figures I can offer is that council approved a collective agreement for QP 68, which is our outside workers, and that's 1.35% for 2014. And I think council's familiar with where fire arbitrated settlements have been coming in, and we've continued to provide for that within budget.
Okay, the QP figure you gave me, was that for inside and outside workers?
That is for outside workers.
Yeah, and how about inside workers?
As we've discussed with council and caucus previously, that's a contract that's coming up for negotiation in 2014.
Okay, so it's okay. That's fine. Thank you. When you here, there was a figure there. Yeah, assessment growth. You show there is it has an impact of $1,021,000. Now, is it that figure, or is it $1,315,000 or $1,337,000?
What has been included in the budget so far is the $1,021,000. So that assumed 1% assessment growth. Assessment growth is actually 131, so that's that $315,000 that's available for council to allocate to the three options that Mr. Chapman mentioned.
Okay, the figures are sort of, they're three different figures, and it's sort last year I asked for, you do a financial statement periodically. The last one we received was in August. Is it not possible, and my way of thinking it should be here, is that council should have a copy of that showing last year's budget and this year's proposed budget? It's a little easier to understand to show all the revenues and expenditures that are involved with the city. There's nowhere here that we have that sort of a picture, and yet that's what we really deal with when we're reviewing the budget throughout the year. So is it not possible to have that so that you can then, it's much easier in a lot of instances to understand some of these issues?
And typically we have been providing that for final budget day.
Okay, but it's something that should be here for this budget review, because it makes it, I think, a lot easier for people to understand. Perhaps in the future, it's something that we could have here for this review. I was going to ask about the WLU. I ask about it every year, and I had the feeling it's in perpetuity because it keeps going on and on forever. And I heard that we have the right to stop it at any time. Is that right? On a year-to-year basis?
Mr. Regier?
The WLU parking subsidy? No, we have a contractual obligation with WLU, and that is not time limited. It adjusts periodically as the parking rates at the main campus for Laurier adjust, because what essentially we're doing is covering the difference. However, we have had discussions with them about reducing the total potential liability. They've never actually required more than 95 spaces, whereas our agreement allows for them to require up to 150. They're quite a bit less than that right now, and it looks like we're going to be able to come to a long-term agreement that's much less than that. And of course, the total value of that subsidy will change depending on the way they approach the parking strategy on the main campus.
When you say it's time limited, that means it's here in perpetuity?
That's correct.
Okay. How did we do that?
I'm not sure.
I guess council approved that, so can council, is there any way council can revert, change that?
Through you, Chair Davey, it's a contractual agreement between the City of Kitchener and the university. So both parties would have to agree to it.
Okay, can I go to the schedule where you're doing an estimate of what our property taxes, and you've shown there an annual assessment growth of 0.75%. You're being very conservative there, are you not?
Through the chair, I would...
Yes or no? Yes.
I would say I wouldn't characterize it as very conservative, but I would say it is conservative.
Because you used 1% for this projection last year, and this year we've got 1.3, which is almost double that. So, and the same thing with the inflation rate. This is just a guess, so that's fine. Thank you.
Mayor Zer? Oh, sorry. Zone out for a second. Like a ninja. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, just a follow-up question to Councillor Fernandez's questioning on the page 34, the assessment growth. And for 2015, it's shown as negative 0.75.
Correct.
Okay, and it continues right through for the next 10 years. Yet when you go to the page before, the assessment stops at 2014, and what would it be in 2015 if it's going to be 0.75 negative? Where would it be shown there?
It would be we simply just add the next year, drop off the last year, and so you would see it go from 1.31 down to 0.75.
Down to 0.75?
Yes.
But it says negative 0.75. Wouldn't it be below zero?
Oh, no, through you, Mr. Chair, the negative, it's shown on this slide as a negative because it's a revenue to the city, and the city records revenues as a negative. Okay. But in reality, it would be on this, we would just remove the negative sign, and it would show as 0.75.
Okay, so I know you took off the 2003, and never bump everything up a year, and so it would be down to 0.75, which would be almost the lowest in 10 years.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Okay, I think I have my question now. So what I wrote is, if our assessment growth continues to decline, even if we're still growing, should this or would this be a concern that we may not recoup the revenue that we need to service the city, which could result in increasing our taxes? So that revenue is what we're expecting to get, but if it does continue to decline, as it has, I just put that dot on the graph that for 2015. So we need to balance it out, right? Our assessment growth is our revenue,
correct,
and we top it up with a tax increase. Is that right?
Through the chair, the theory would be that assessment growth would pay for growth-related costs. And so to the extent that growth is lower than or slower than anticipated, I would say the corollary to that would be that the expenses related to growth would likely be decreased as well.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen, because the reality is for every, I've learned this from Mr. Whitmer, that every kilometer that we grow in terms of road or that means that we have to maintain those roads, we have to maintain those sidewalks, we have to maintain those parks. So if we're not getting the assessment growth, so for example, you've got a development, half that development is complete. So you've got that assessment growth, but the other is not complete. But we still have the park there, the sidewalks there, the roads there that we have to continue maintaining, right?
Potentially. I guess it depends on how much of that growth happens. So to the extent that the growth doesn't happen, we wouldn't have those extra kilometers of roads.
No. The roads are there. I'm saying the assessment that we get is from each house that's sold, right?
Correct.
Okay, so each house that's sold, we get taxes and revenue from.
Correct.
But that subdivision is already there. The roads are there, the parks are there, everything else is there. But the houses have not been forthcoming, the sales have not been forthcoming. What I'm getting at and what I'm concerned about is if we continue to see the assessment, even if it levels out, the costs are still going to increase by inflation, but the cost will still be there. And I'm a little bit concerned that we have to be, should we already be preparing in how we can be more efficient and how we can reduce our costs as we look out in the next 5 years?
Mr. Chapman, to comment?
I think we would agree that we know growth does not presently pay for growth, and a lot of that has to do with legislative deficiencies within the Development Charges Act, and there's a lot of advocacy happening around that right now. All I would say is the extent to which our pattern of growth changes from greenfield sprawl to intensification within built-up areas, we stand to benefit where we're adding assessment, in some cases high-end assessment,
Right.
without adding appreciable cost to service that growth. So I think over time we'll see more of that shift happening, and that should alleviate pressure on those growth-related budgets somewhat, but certainly we're still in transition.
Right, and that, I guess that would be my other side of my point, is that as we encourage more infill in existing areas that have all of the services, yes, our assessment would hopefully increase enough that would balance that out. My point is when I'm looking at some of these operating costs of facilities that are out 5 years, and I know our capital, anything that's capital comes out of DC charges. I'm really hoping that somehow that we're going to be able to balance that out, which may mean an increase in DC charges, which then could be offset by a reduction or a reluctance by the development industry to continue to build.
And the other comment I would make around efficiencies is we've shared with you, I think in the past, a chart that plotted growth in FTEs or lack of growth in FTEs to population growth and city growth. And I think we're pretty proud of the story it tells, that notwithstanding fairly rapid growth over the past many years, we've either held or reduced headcount within the organization, so the number of staff to serve a greater population has not been increasing.
And it isn't just about headcount. It's about finding efficiencies sort of all across the board.
Okay. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, just following up on one of Councillor Fernandez's last points with respect to when a subdivision's built and not all the homes are built on it, but yet there are roads. Would it be fair to say that the developer is responsible for maintaining those roads until a certain part, even with snow removal? And with the parks and
Mr. Wilmer?
trees?
Yes, that's accurate. And with the recently approved credit and refund agreement, that's going even beyond the normal period of time that the developer is responsible for those operating costs.
So they're responsible for maintaining parks, the roadways, as well as some of the tree maintenance and different things like that, until they turn the subdivision over to the city.
Certainly the roadways. Parks, I'm not so sure.
Okay.
That may be a different aspect where I think we take responsibility as soon as they're deeded to us.
I just know, for example, the road that I live on in a new subdivision, the whole subdivision's not maintained and it's still not cleared most of the part by the city. It's still cleared by the developer. So that's just a clarification I wanted to make. The other question that I had was with regards to the parking subsidy, and there's been a lot of talk around that. I'm just curious as to whether there's been thought given to moving that over into the parking enterprise. I know the initial intent was it came from economic development, but I was just wondering if, and I understand the parking enterprise is in a deficit, I appreciate that, but would that potentially be better suited in the parking enterprise?
Through the chair, over the long term, I would say that's something we can consider. In the short term, parking enterprise isn't planned to be positive, I think, until 2018, and only by a minimal amount, so there would be no capacity to absorb that in the short term, but that's something that could be looked at. Yeah.
But we are carrying debt in the parking enterprise, are we not?
Mr. Chapman, do you want to add?
Sorry, I may.
But I think fundamentally, we would say it's inconsistent with the policy basis for the enterprise. The enterprise's only interest is in really running a parking business, which means that where there can be a market value to charge for parking, they should be charging what the market will bear. Even prior to the parking enterprise, council passed motions that basically said incentives are really economic development tools. They support an economic development policy purpose. So those costs are carried in the economic development budget. And I would say if the policy changes around that, that could be a savings to the tax base if we reduce our subsidies for downtown parking, parking at the market, parking for WLU. But at the end of the day, the enterprise cannot be viable if it has to provide free parking across the core, which is really inconsistent with the whole business motive for that operation.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Mayor Zaire.
Excuse me. Sorry, I had to leave there for a few moments, so I'm not sure what all has been said. I just want to, I think it's important that actually all members of council have an understanding of what the projection is in a going forward basis. But I would just reference that schedule on the one that's on the screen now, page 34, is simply that. It's a projection. We're not dealing with any items in there that you can, I could venture a guess based on some experience that each one of those figures will change. Some of them fairly dramatically perhaps, some of them lesser, and it's just to give some indication of what the future may hold, to give a trend. So I don't think that we need to get into a great deal of discussion on them, to be quite frank. It's good to have the understanding of why they're there, but we really should be concentrating on 2014 because we're not approving anything that is within this budget. We could today say, no, make base inflation 0 or 3% and make assessment growth 1.5 or 2%, and it would change the results dramatically. But I think it is a relatively conservative budget, and staff is not being overly aggressive in either way on any of those. And so I think it's good to have that information in advance, but we should be concentrating on 2014.
Yeah, I would agree, and without asking staff, I would just say that there's been concern about assessment growth, but I think my belief is that if the rapid transit system does a fraction of what is anticipated to do, I think our assessment growth numbers are definitely conservative, but I also think that's the way that we should be budgeting because we want to make sure we don't run into trouble. There are no further questions, so we'll move on to the boards.
So regarding Centre in the Squares budget, it's been held flat at $1.4 million. And Council may recall last year Centre in the Square came and Council approved, in principle, a 4-year plan to fix their funding at $1.4 million. That saved the city about $150,000 over the 4 years of that agreement. And Centre in the Square was in favor of it as it fixed their funding, made them know how much funding they would be getting year to year. And so they're in favor of it. So the 2014 operating amount is exactly the same amount as the 2013 operating amount, $1.4 million. Moving to Kitchener Public Library, Dan Carley from the board is here, and he's said that he's quite happy to come and talk to you about the KPL budget.
Very good. Good morning, Mr. Carley.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Ryan. Good morning, Chair Davey, Mayor Zaire, and members of Council. As you know, I'm Dan Carley, Chair of the Kitchener Public Library Board. The Library's 2014 funding request includes a base budget with an inflationary increase plus additional funding for expanding the Central Library. The base budget respects the city budget guidelines and allows for a 1.5% increase. The Central Library funding reflects the added cost of running the expanded facility. I would like to make a few points regarding our base budget. First, in order to achieve the city budget guidelines, we cut $37,000 from our base budget, $21,000 of that from salaries and benefits. On the revenue side, we continue to see a downward trend primarily due to construction at the main library, which has impacted rental, fines, discards, and photocopy revenues. Some but not all of these reductions have been offset by increased activity at the community libraries. There is no opportunity for increasing revenues in 2014. And the budget also includes a growth allocation for the expanded Central Library. The operating budget impact of the Central Library project has been included in the city's 10-year forecast since 2005. At the time, the forecasted impact was just under $1.7 million. We have reduced the impact by over 50%. The total of $742,000 per year is required to operate the expanded and renovated Central Library. And of this total, Council approved $244,300 for 2013, and the remaining $497,700 is requested for 2014. A significant capital investment has been made in the Central Library. Those funds have allowed us to modernize and expand our facility. Now, operating funds are needed to ensure services and collections respond to the citizens' expectations and changing demographics and technological changes. Adequate operating funds will ensure library services remain relevant to all Kitchener residents. As we developed the Central Library operating budget, we assessed the impact on trends such as population growth, full-day kindergarten, mobile devices, creative spaces, digital technologies, online resources, and lifelong learning. These trends demand changes in public library services. Fundamental changes are needed in ways we approach children's programming, information services, technology training, outreach, and collections. A number of other factors contribute to the need of additional operating funds. Like other libraries opening new and renovated central libraries, we anticipate a growth of between 50 and 100% attendance at that location. Some of that will be managed by offering self-serve options. The size of the building is increased by about 30%. Maintaining a larger building impacts expenses such as insurance, utilities, building contracts, supplies, repairs, and cleaning. Increasingly, library services depend on technology, and people seek opportunities to learn about technology at their public library. The Central Library budget includes funding to support the expanded use of technology and 60% increase in public computers. Some additional staff is required to meet all these needs. Our initial projections, we had 18 full-time equivalents. This has been reduced by 50%. Staffing with direct impact on customer service has been given a priority. While there are additional costs in running a larger facility, there is also increased benefits to the community, access to more technology and resources, adding space for studying, reading, programs, dedicating staff to public information needs. These are consistent with city's priorities of the strategic plan relating to quality of life and development of downtown Kitchener. The physical transformation of the Central Library will inspire people, but this is an exceptional service that makes people want to revisit the library. The proposed Central Library operating budget will support the programs, collection, maintenance, and staffing that Kitchener residents desire from our library. On behalf of the Kitchener Public Library Board, I am asking Council to help us achieve this, our budget by approving the 2014 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carley. And I would also direct Council's attention to page 074, which is the issue paper for the library. There are quite a few questions, starting with Councillor Gazzola.
For whatever reason, the library will not be opening as soon as you had hoped. Is that not right? The new addition, yeah. When do you expect it will be opening?
We expect it to be open in late spring 2014.
But are you running a little behind?
What
I'm getting at is I'm wondering if you still need the whole 498, or is it changed because you're running a little behind, or?
No, you're correct. We are running a little behind, but we still need the full amount to properly staff and resource the library in the coming years. Yes.
I just thought that because of the delay, you you wouldn't require as much as soon as you had previously expected.
There is the potential that some of that can be deferred, and we can look at that if that's the wish of the majority of council. But the majority of that money, or all of that money, will be needed for staffing, et cetera, at the library.
Okay, there's something there if you, majority of council wants it. I just want to ask you a couple of philosophical questions to do with the library. You talk about growth and usage. How do you actually measure that?
There's a number of factors we measure in growth. They include the number of visits to the Central Library and the community branches, number of collections or resources that are checked out by the citizens of Kitchener, the number of programs that citizens attend, as well as the online resources they use, including virtual visits and computer time at the different locations.
Yeah. Something that's bothered me for many years is the process, the way funding for libraries has been established. And I know it's out of your hands. It's not something you have control over. But I'm wondering, is there a way to change things? We're in the 21st century with technology, increased technology, putting greater pressures on the library, and yet our funding rules are sort of 19th century rules. What bothers me is that, and I have no problem, the libraries need to provide for what they're there for people that cannot afford a lot of these things. They have an opportunity. But there are so many people that can afford and should be paying towards things that should be contributing more than they are, and yet legislation apparently does not allow that. Is there anything that can be done to change that?
Well, to the first part of your question, you're correct. We fall under the Public Libraries Act of Ontario, and in that act it states that we are not allowed to charge for services, and that's the way it's set up right now. So we can't change that, and we provide services to everyone in the city of Kitchener, regardless of means or economic ability. So we can't charge people for that. We do charge for fines if people are late. We do charge room rentals and photocopiers, but we're limited in the revenue that we can provide.
Is there ways of trying to change those things, which would end up producing more money for you to be able to use? So,
It's something the board and staff can look at, I guess, for the future. But we have room rentals, and we do have charges for those things. But fundamentally, I think when you look at the Library Act, we are a free service, and we are there. And I think the concept of libraries going back hundreds of years has been that it's a service that's provided to the citizens of a municipality.
You have no problems with that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may add, I can assure Councillor Gazzola that at the provincial level, libraries and agencies that represent libraries, specifically the Federation of Ontario Public Libraries, have worked very hard to lobby and convince the provincial government to change the funding formula, but up until this point, we've been unsuccessful.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. That's that you do have an opportunity, and I know you have been working on it. I'm just hoping that you will continue to work on it. So okay. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much, Dan and Sonia, for coming in. And I really do appreciate that you're trying to live within your means and that you've really made some hard decisions to try and be respectful of the fact that our citizens and the city is going through some difficult times. Thank you. In terms of enhancing revenues, I was wondering if in your meeting rooms you've looked at things like video conferencing or enhanced technology that might be an add-on service that you could charge more for.
That's an operational issue. I'll let Sonia answer that.
Through you, Chair Davey. Just recently, actually, staff in the marketing department have completed a research report for senior managers to review regarding meeting room revenue. the opportunity of the reopening of the Central Library is a terrific time to look at how we might increase revenue. So we're exploring a variety of options, and certainly the fact that we will have the meeting rooms again by itself will bring in more revenue.
I agree, and I think there's a pent-up demand, and it's such a cool space. I think that it'll be an exciting opportunity. How many meeting rooms do you have in the new configuration?
5. In addition to that, we have a room in the children's department specifically for children's programming. And of course, we're looking always at using the space within the library itself. And in fact, early in the new year, in January, the symphony will be playing on the second floor of the addition. And so there are different opportunities, but 5 meeting rooms that will be available for rental.
That sounds great. I know that's more than you had before. It's probably more space. In terms of the cafe, could you just elaborate on that and what the model is for revenue sharing, if you have one?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we've always viewed the cafe more as an amenity for the public rather than a revenue-generating facility. We are in the process of trying to find an organization that might be interested in operating the cafe. To this point, we have been unsuccessful, but there are a variety of options that we are exploring. I don't expect that, however, I don't expect that we will be generating a lot of revenue. And even when the cafe was operated on the lower level in the library, we didn't share revenues. What we required was there was a leasing fee, and the operators contributed to the common costs.
Okay. It may change. I mean, I think that's fine to start with. You may wish to reevaluate that, and if you didn't lock yourselves in, because with a lot more people coming through the doors, that may change.
Yes, absolutely, and we're not locked in at this moment, but we have been advised by someone who does operate a cafe, a very successful cafe in Kitchener, that initially he didn't feel that we would have the traffic. But you're right, over time we hope that will build up and we could then revisit any terms.
And it may be an opportunity for Ray of Hope. I know they're closing their doors on King Street, so it might be an opportunity because their cafe aspect is closing, so I'll just put that as a footnote. Thank you very much.
Councillor Fernandez?
Oh, thank you. I found it really interesting that you talked about the population or the trends in terms of full-day kindergarten, mobile devices, and online resources. I mean, if there's full-day kindergarten, that means there's less children coming through during the day than there used to be 5 years ago, as well as with the ability for many people to use electronic books like Kindle and those. Would there not be less demand on services in the library than more demand on services?
Again, that's an operational question. I'll let Sonia answer that.
To you, Mr. Chairman, let me start with full-day kindergarten. In fact, we don't anticipate fewer visits. We anticipate more visits. And because of full-day kindergarten, what we anticipate is we have to offer more programming, right? Because there'll be full days where children are unable to come to the library. So what we're looking at is programming every day of the week. So it's a much enlarged offering to the community to accommodate the change in the schooling schedule. In terms of mobile technology and other technologies, the added demand on the library is that people are coming to the library to learn how to use their devices. I can assure you on the first day that we open after Christmas, there will be people coming in with their Kindles or phoning our InfoLink staff and asking them how they set it up and how they download a book. So there's a new role evolving in terms of our training and information sharing with the public that's coming as a result of technology. So in fact, there's no question that we're seeing people use the library differently, and there are people who only access this remotely. But at the same time, technology is pushing this other need for people to learn about it. It's a new form of literacy, right? And we are fulfilling a role in providing workshops and one-on-one assistance to the public.
Yeah, and I've seen that certainly with the mobile devices, and technologies, and I can see where there would be a different. You're correct. A different way of using the libraries. I apologize, but I do find that with full day kindergarten that being requiring more programming, I'm sort of challenging that. The other question I have as well is that you're saying that your budget has been very conservative, but the reality is that you've had a deficit of $1 million for the last 3 years. How can you rationalize that? How can you explain that to me?
I don't understand how we had a deficit when we balanced our budget the last 3 years.
Well, there's been my understanding that there was a deficit.
First of all, we can't have a deficit, and I know for certain we've balanced the budget the last 3 years. It's always been budget.
Okay, then maybe I'm misreading, I'm misunderstanding. Further to Councillor Gazzola's question with regards to the delayed opening for the Central Library, I think that might be a good suggestion that you take a look at a staged approach with the staffing to hopefully spread out the cost and maybe a partial defer some of the request that you're asking into the following year, because I'm sure you're not going to need all that staff until certainly the library is completely open. Right? Is that correct?
And that's something Sonia and the staff can look at, I think, if that's what Council would like us to do.
Okay. In terms of revenue, Councillor Glenn Graham was talking about using your rental rooms. Do you charge the same room rental charge that the city does? Are you on par with the city?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if Sonia or Sabina knows the answer to that.
Sorry, would you repeat the question?
Certainly.
I apologize.
No, that's okay. The room rentals for the library, are you on par with what the city charges for room rentals at our community centres? And
through you, Chair Davey, in fact, this report that our staff have just completed involved surveying city facilities as well as other organizations in the city. So we were looking at bringing our costs in line. And I am aware, of course, that room rental fees at the city have also just undergone an increase. So yes, we're absolutely looking at the other fees, but at the same time, because we haven't had rooms to rent for a couple of years, we are looking, at least in the initial year, at ways to draw in and draw back our former customers. So you may see us undercutting the city just to compete a bit. But we absolutely do take into account other organizations' fees.
And that kind of goes with sometimes my philosophy that the gas bar that's offering, gas at $1.20 is doing a greater volume, which offsets the reduction in their price than the gas bars that are charging $1.25, for example. So I can definitely see your understanding. And just another comment, more than a question to revenue. Are you sure that my overdue fines are not subsidizing you enough yet? Because it sure feels like I'm only kidding.
There are confidentiality rules in effect, so we can't divulge the answer to that.
Thanks so much.
Councillor Rubenovich.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Dan, and all the other citizen reps on the board for the good job that you have been doing on the library, the budget, and as you reminded us, and the fact that it has been balanced for the last 3 years, and longer than that, actually. The one thing that stands out for me, and maybe you or Sonia can comment on it, the fact that you've been able to go from 1.7 million, which was the original request for the Central Library, to now a number that's just over 800,000 is a significant decrease. And I think it's important to understand how where that decrease is coming from. So that we know how it potentially, how you've made service adjustments in order to keep the ultimate increase reasonable in light of the fiscal times.
Yeah, I think there's a number of things that I have to give credit to Sonia and the staff that have worked to to get that number down by 50%. And things include like making sure the design of the library is set up so that it uses the least amount of staff, so the sight lines are clear, so one person can supervise a larger area. That's probably one of the key things as well. A number of other things, technology's changed, and we're able to use technology to our advantage to help reduce staff over time. We'll have the self-serve RFID stations in the central library when they come up, and that's going to have a benefit for us as well. So there's a number of things that Sonia and the staff have done over the last 5 or 6 years to ensure that we keep our staff increases at a minimum to the new library.
So when you mentioned the RFID, some of those capital investments that we've made in previous years are now going to start paying off as we go forward from an operating perspective?
That's correct, yes. Well, go ahead. Sonia wants to add something there.
Excuse me. In fact, we've already seen the benefit of that in recent years. We've reduced the circulation staffing by 6 FTE, although it wasn't our original intention to, but we are seeing the benefits.
Excellent. Well, that's certainly good news because it demonstrates where those kinds of capital investments can actually have long-term positive operating effects as well. The other, actually, I think that's all the questions I had at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
3 more people in line here. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, and I am quite impressed with the work that's taken place in terms of trying to reduce your original estimate of your request for operating the budget, and especially with the expansion, because when there is an increase, you do need extra staff, you need more furniture and equipment, etc., and that just goes hand in hand, and now we're getting to that stage. And I know the building is not quite fully done. However, the proportion that was brought up last year in regards to the security requirement, has that already started in terms of the new addition that you sort of got opened up? And I know there's still more to be done.
Not to my knowledge, no, the security component hasn't been started yet. Yeah, it's an operational thing again. So.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, in fact, the city security are making regular visits to the library and the parking garage, and that relationship is working well. We are, of course, are now operating out of 20,000 square feet, so that it's a little less complex in terms of our operations. So we'll be watching, of course, when the full-size library opens, what the impact is. But that was implemented in March of last year and is working well, and city staff may have another point of view. But.
So the $75,000 security thing, is that now fully used, or is that still will increase more in the upcoming, once it's fully open?
That was funding that would cover, I think, 3/4 of the salary last year. So there would be, not in our budget, but in the city budget, there would be the remaining, the annualized amount, right, for the quarter that wasn't covered last year.
Okay, I know what you're getting at. Thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you. And this is probably an operational question as well. So. Yeah. More for Sonia, I think it'd be appropriate for you. It's been already touched on by a few of the questions, and it had similar as to the late start. And I know that we had sort of a deferral last year. We incorporated some monies, although the library wasn't fully open or fully utilized. And the same will happen next year as well, due to the late start. So other than just throwing it at you and saying, so what could that deferral impact be? Would you have at hand some of the, would you be able to, give specifics as to what that impact would be if there were a deferral for the late start for next year? Or would that be information that would be provided at a later point?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I just, if I may clarify the question, are you asking what the savings would be, say, on a monthly basis?
Well, yeah.
I can tell you if we were to defer hiring decisions, each month would represent roughly $24,000. There are other costs that would be associated with the opening of the library. These are facility costs, hydro, water, gas, and it's It's more difficult to assess what the savings might be with the deferral because those were very, very rough estimates. But the easiest in the costs over which we have the most control are the salary costs, and that's why I could give you that monthly figure.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I put you on spot. And I'll have a follow-up question of staff, Mr. Chair, afterwards. And a leading question about security as well. I see marked $75,000 for city security. So this may be for our staff or you. So is there a payback by the board to the city then for the city security staff, or how does that work? How do we budget? No, I know. I'm just trying to remember exactly how we had done it last year.
Through you, Chair Davey, through last year's budget, we were actually given a provision for additional security funding within the facilities management budget.
Okay, I thought so. So I was just trying to reconfirm exactly how we had done it last year. So that's good. Okay, so whenever appropriate time.
Yeah, actually, if you want to go ahead, question of staff, go
ahead.
Okay,
all right. So, based on the information that's before us, Mr. Haggie, obviously we wouldn't be approving the board budget or the appropriate, the issue paper today. It's just more for reference, right? This would be finalized on budget day? Okay. So if that could be more exact figures could be provided to council for budget day as to what that deferral impact could be of the library opening at a later date rather than anticipated beginning of year. So you have to collaborate that with the board, obviously, to get that information for council. It's more direction for you guys to ensure that the information is available to council for budget day.
Yeah, we can provide that information for you.
Excellent, thank you. And that would be for all factors, not just the, the FTEs, but of course utility costs, whatever all the relevant, factors are.
Right, I understand.
Thank you.
Councillor Hernandez.
Through you, Chair Davey. Thanks, Mr. Carley, for coming in. I do want to touch upon some of the cuts that you have here, $37,000 and $21,000 from salaries. Are those cuts primarily across the board, or are they any locations that may have received those cuts?
I'll let Sonia answer that because those are specific operational cuts she's made.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, they would be across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions. I would just thank you for the work and the effort that went into your budget.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Gazzola, do you have a question?
I have a question on the center and the square.
Oh, go ahead.
It appears that the center is running into a deficit this year. How do we share that? I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Chapman?
It seems that we split surpluses, and do we also split deficits?
Through the chair, historically that's been the practice. Last year when they requested a fixed amount of $1.4 million per year, their point was that they wanted to manage over a 4-year period. They might incur more costs up front to transition, and that they would manage that. So our understanding is that they will absorb any deficit on their own in 2014, but they may not have capacity to do that as of 2015. So I think their intention was to manage within their program. That's our understanding for 2014. I'm not sure that that will be their ability in 2015.
Well, what about 2013?
2013, they will manage within their own resources. For fiscal 2014, they may be challenged if their reserves are somewhat depleted.
And when we've made no provisions here for any of that?
Not for a deficit from the center, no.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Haggie.
The next section is quite short, and it just points out a number of operating issue papers. Council's already considered the Kitchener Public Library item, but there are 5 other issue papers that have been provided to Council, generally at Council's request. And so these start on page 073 of today's package, and staff are here to respond to any questions that Council might have for any of them.
Okay, so preference is to go through those now then. Okay, so that begins, yes, on page 073. And we'll just go through them one page at a time then. We've already dealt with the library 74 and 75. So we're looking at the per diem rates, mileage and per diem rates on 076. Councillor Singh on the mileage and per diem rates.
Yes. And obviously this is not in the budget already. This is just an added item, correct? Page 76, yeah. So my question was, for the mileage, I see for, you know what, I had a question, but after continuing to read it, it's been kind of answered, so I won't answer it for the sake of asking it anyway. So it's kind of been answered in my mind already, so I'll let it go.
I don't see any other questions here. I just have one question. What's the rationale? Why is this included in the budget specifically?
To you, Mr. Chair, this is one of the resolutions that comes on final budget day to council. So council confirms the mileage rate and the per diem rate.
Okay.
So it's just being provided now. I think other years it may have been provided for final budget day. We have it prepared and have included it today.
Okay. No further questions on that, so we'll move on to 078, and that's the overtime, absenteeism, paid sick time. Any comments, questions? Questions, Councillor, filling up here, Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. I was trying to, see, that's what happens when you're the first one, you have a question, but it's not completed. Can you give me a sense of what the this private sector, see, this is my question is going to be a mess. I'm going to let somebody else go, so I'm going to formulate my question better.
Not a problem, Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate this paper, and I was wondering if you could break it out with regard to the fire department, and secondly, if you could have a further paper that would relate to lost time related to injuries, both WSIB and non-occupational, later on for further budget deliberation.
Fire is broken out in 079 and the...
Okay, thank you.
Left, Mr. Goldberg.
Mr. Chairman, through you, with respect to the second request for paper, I'll leave that to council to add to an action item, if that's the wish of council.
Could you restate the question, Councillor Glenn Graham, for the second?
Certainly. So it's not related to this budget issue paper, but it prompted me to ask for an additional paper related to lost time at work at the city, related to both WSIB and non-occupational lost time.
Okay.
And also specific, a separation with the fire department separated out in that.
Separated out of that, okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, just a quick question on page 79 with respect to the first chart there. And it talks about the City of Kitchener and the days and the hours of paid days. I'm just curious as to, we see obviously a decline in the hours from 2010, 2011 into 2012, but there's a cost implication that has increased fairly substantially, yet the hours have decreased. Can you explain that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this is a bit of a dynamic thing. It depends on who's getting sick and what kind of draw needs to come from the reserve. So it is a bit of an ongoing dynamic.
So people with larger salaries essentially are getting sick. Okay.
I was just, thank you, that was my question.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola.
Do we have any 2013 figures? 2013 is just about over.
These are the figures I have at the moment. Perhaps we can bring the full 2013 back.
Would be helpful to... On page 78, you talk about these different types, 4 different types of overtime. Is it possible to put a figure with those and give a little more explanation so we can better understand what's involved?
I'd have to bring that back. What I would like to say, if I could, Mr. Chairman, is that all overtime at the City of Kitchener must be approved in advance by the supervisor and management teams.
No,
And-
I read all that. No, and I
Okay.
appreciate that. I know what controls you have in place. That was in your report. But.
And I would just like to add that some new information that has come into the public domain as a result of a report generated by the City of Guelph gives us comparators which place the City of Kitchener very positively with regard to overtime as a percentage of base pay. The City of Kitchener overtime as a percentage of base pay is reported at 1.2% of base pay, whereas Guelph's overtime as a percent of base pay is 4.06%. Waterloo's is 2%. Cambridge, 3.12%. And I think it speaks to a story of good management at the City of Kitchener, as does the trend that's shown in the report. And we will get the full 2013.
Mr. Chapman, to add?
To respond to the question on whether it can be broken out into those 4 categories, no, it can't. It's not coded that way, so there would be no way to report on it. I think that was provided simply for context around the reasons why overtime would be approved within work areas.
Okay.
So we have no idea as to what each one of those explanations you gave as to what they amount to. On page 79, and in one case you talk about days, and the other ones you talk about hours. Is there some way to compare those, or are they not comparable at all?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we used basically a 7-hour day as a way to translate the larger hours into a relatable stat for most city employees. Obviously, I'd like to note especially the fire suppression for their good work at bringing down their paid sick days per eligible employee.
Okay, I'll one final question, and that is, in 2012, there's about $300,000 differential. Do we have any idea of what that is rough idea of what that is for 2013? And if it is, where is it buried? What happens to it?
I would think that would come back as part of the issue paper, but Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, to clarify, you're talking about the differential between what was paid and what was budgeted?
Yes.
That would be spread across all operating budgets, so we would have to go to the variance report would speak to that. Given the descriptions here, much of it would relate to operations and to fire. I think those are the 2 cost centers that typically have higher overtime. But
Okay,
the variance report does speak to those causes of variance.
I guess what I'm more concerned, and that's looked after, we don't carry any of that forward.
Correct. It's a variance in the
year. It's looked after in the year.
That's correct.
So we don't, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make a note just of the general trend in low use of sick days per employee. I regularly network with other HR directors through Ontario Municipal HR Association and other networks, and I can tell you that all municipalities struggle to deal with stress and burnout of staff, more complex cases of illness that are multidimensional with respect to mental health issues. And staying below the municipal average is, I think, a very strong story for the City of Kitchener.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. So just speaking to your comment about staying below the municipal average, do you have an idea of what the private sector average or norms would be?
I can't comment on the private sector, I'm sorry.
So I did a little bit of investigation, and my understanding is the majority of the private sector get between 5 to 7 days, and it's very rare for them to go beyond that. And in the private sector, most of the time after a 3-day absence, you require a doctor's note. At what point do we require a doctor's note in the City of Kitchener?
First of all, I'd like to say that my knowledge of the private sector is that what you're quoting is fairly accurate for companies under 500 employees. For companies over 500 employees, it more closely mirrors any large organization such as ours.
Well, I canvassed both small and large.
Yeah. With respect to number of days, we require a doctor's note at 5 days. And I'd like to speak to the introduction of adjudication of short-term sick leave by Sun Life, which we put in place in September of this year. What we're hoping and what we believe we will see is that working with Sun Life in the adjudication of sick leave, that their medical professionals will be able to speak to the employees' medical professionals on these complex cases, and also help inform us about the abilities of the employees to return as soon and as safely to work as is possible. And the result is better for the employee, a better outcome for the employee, and less requirement of use of our sick leave reserve.
So we would still have 5 days then, though?
Yes.
Okay. But that's 5 consecutive days, right?
Correct.
Okay.
In fire, it's two consecutive missed shifts.
Okay, but that's because of their 24-hour shift.
Correct.
Right. And I'm a little bit concerned about the suppression hours. I mean, we've seen that double in the last 2 years. Have you got any understanding, or can you help us understand why?
I think it's improved.
So the non-suppression.
Oh, non-suppression.
Yeah.
That's a small group of people. I think it's quite dynamic, up and down, depending on the experience of a small group of people, according to how many sick hours are
How many staff would that be?
Chief? Approximately 45, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, 45 staff. Okay, in the non-suppression. Right. Is there some strategy we can use to see if we can help reduce that a little bit? And I guess what I'm trying to understand is you're talking about hours per employee. I'd be interested to know how many days that actually translates to, because hours per employee sounds a lot less than if one employee is taking an awful lot more sick time than another.
Okay,
You know what I mean? I'm trying to understand.
I think I know what you're trying to say. So it might be useful when this comes back as well, and when you bring back Councillor Gazzola's 2013 numbers, is if we could have a denominator of the number of hours expected to be worked in a year. Does that sound clear enough? And Mr. Chapman?
We're in your hands in terms of what you're looking for. I guess all I would point out is that if we do convert that to days, and we can do that in the revision, 2010 would have been just over 2 days per person on average. 2012 is 5 days. And so compared to other city employees, compared to the municipal average, compared to the firms that you've polled, that's a very low rate of absenteeism, but it has changed over the 2-year period. The other thing I would point out is that in terms of cost that you're looking for, we've identified the cost above, and so conceivably we could do the same thing below. So for all other employees, the cost was $1.8 million in 2012. We can indicate, likely do a calculation for that employee group to also quantify the impact of that absenteeism.
Okay, I'd appreciate that, but I guess my point is that when you average something out, it always looks really better than if you have a bit of a range, right? I mean, if one employee is taking 10 days off and another one is taking 2, well, then your average is going to look much better.
Right, and I think our experience would tell us that typically it's even more distorted than that you may have one person who has a serious chronic illness, and they may be away from work because of that illness for months at a time, and you may have very low incidence of absenteeism within the rest of the group, and that will distort the average for the group.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I think maybe what you're suggesting might actually shed a little bit more light on this, situation. I think that will help.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, working with Sun Life is going to give us another benefit. They're going to be able to bring their statistical analysis of our sick experience to us in annual reports, and it'll be able to show us the number of people that we're returning to work sooner than 4 weeks or sooner than 6 weeks, and show us how effective we are at returning people as soon as safely as possible. The other point I would make is that we have a very active workplace wellness program, an EFAP program, where we're supporting our employees to use positive coping for workplace and life stressors, and to bring their whole self to work every day as much as is possible.
Okay, thank you. Do we ever track the number of sick days that are tied either to weekends or PD school days or around Christmas holiday break for school and March holiday break? Do we ever track that?
We track where we see episodic absences happening for particular employees. Our management teams work with HR to track those things and to intervene and to try and make sure, in cases of chronic episodic absence, to actually ask the employee to participate with Sun Life in the a wellness programming similar to sick leave adjudication, so that we're not, we need evidence, medical evidence to support an absence, and we're active in that regard.
Okay, I don't know if you answered my question. I mean, you're saying that Sun Life, you track it, but yet Sun Life is helping you adjudicate that. But I'm saying people who are chronically sick either on Friday or Monday, or the Thursday before a PD day kind of thing.
We track those things and intervene where it's appropriate, and where we feel we need a doctor's note or other medical information. We are definitely active in that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Verbenovich.
Thanks. I just wanted to, I think, probably make more of a comment on this than a question, because as I look at this, and maybe I'm missing something, and maybe staff can comment if I'm missing something, but as I look at this, I see this as a good news story. I mean, I've seen a decline in 2012 of our average number of days or number of hours for the City of Kitchener. I see that it's a number that's significantly lower than the municipal average. And when I look in the fire area, I see that the number has gone down significantly in the suppression hours. So, you know, if I look at it, if I divide that by 7, it would be approximately gone from 12 days to 10 days from 2010 to 2012. And while the non-suppression hours have gone up, it's significantly lower than the suppression hours or the City of Kitchener average or the municipal average, if you look at it as just being under 5 days. Am I missing something? Has this been a good news, proactive story, Mr. I don't know, Mr. Chapman or yourself, or who wants to answer it?
Through the chair, I think, to be honest, I see it as a great news story. I think that we have continued to maintain a positive trend. As Mike indicated, Guelph did an audit of overtime, and they benchmarked against a number of municipalities, and it's the first time I've seen data like this. Kitchener had the second lowest, and only by a hair was not the lowest in terms of overtime usage for all municipalities surveyed, and we continue to drive that number down. In terms of paid sick days, again, I think we're below averages. Our numbers are strong. Within fire, there's a very good news story about how fire suppression hours have been brought down through work by Tim and by his management team. I would say that we don't rest on our laurels, and so things like introducing Sun Life sick leave adjudication are ways for us to even tighten up our management process. But what I can say, and I think it was Councillor Fernandez that hit the nail on the head, while there are averages here, we have a number of employees that encounter cancer or other life-threatening illnesses, and they may not use sick time at all throughout their career, but at some point in their career they need extended time to deal with a serious illness, and that drives these averages up. And so I think, again, on the whole, it's a very, very positive story in terms of how this is being managed and how it's being used by city employees.
So particularly, I mean, wherever you would have a smaller work group, if you have one or two of those individuals that have a serious, lifetime health issue, it doesn't take much for that number to go up significantly, as opposed to a scenario where, you're averaging it out against, our other 1,400 employees or whatever, where one person or two people would not have that same influence, correct?
I think that's true, but even within that average of 8, it's not my experience that every city employee takes 8 sick days per year and is viewed as an entitlement. I think there are a large number that take no sick time, and then there are some in that mix that may have extended absences dealing with a once-in-a-career serious chronic illness.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
No further. I just have one question. Does the city offer unpaid leaves at employee discretion at all? Like if somebody wants a Friday off, and assuming there's slack in the department, would they be able to take that day off without pay?
It would depend, Mr. Chairman, on the dynamics of the operation. Most employees may have opportunity to use flex systems to enable them to accumulate an amount off to take at a date that's operationally feasible.
Okay, and Mr. Chapman, you wanted to add?
Yes, we have a council policy that allows that, so some employees have opted to modify their work week, and in other cases, some employees have opted to take unpaid leaves of absence for personal reasons for periods of time.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to echo Councillor Urbanovic's comments. I think this is definitely a good news story, and I think sometimes our job is to ask we have to have a line of questioning to make sure everything's in order, so sometimes the questions we ask can be taken in a negative light, but I think overall we're clearly moving in the right direction. And I followed, not to knock our neighboring municipality, but I followed some of the challenges they're having in Guelph with their overtime, and let's just say I'm very happy to see what I see here. Okay, so we will move along to, Councillor Urbanovich.
Just on that, I think it might be helpful for us if we can get actually an issue paper with the Guelph results that you referenced today, with the overtime and the sick leave and so on, that sort of looked at different municipalities. I think it would be good that we had that for the public record in a future issue paper.
Yes, I can do that.
Great, thank you.
I would suggest then as well that you mentioned a number of the other municipalities in terms of their percentages. You should probably just include all of those percentages. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to page 080, and this is the conference costs. Any questions on this? Councillor Fernandez, as I recall, you are the reason this issue paper is here.
That's right. So I wanted to thank staff for bringing it forward, and certainly it confirms a little bit of where I see some of the costs are, and certainly it wasn't as unreasonable or as unexpected as I thought it would be. So I appreciate this, and I appreciate helping myself and the rest of council understand where some of those expenditures are. I do think that I continue to be a little bit concerned that 5 people from a particular department go to a conference. I understand it's a multi-stream conference and everything else, but I want to make sure that departments are sharing the wealth, so to speak, so that the same people do not continue to go to the same conference, because a conference is a really great learning experience and an opportunity for growth in that individual. And should the same group of people continue to go, that is a loss for that department, for other people in that department to have the opportunity to go and grow and learn and come back and share their experiences. So I don't know what our policy is around that, but I certainly hope that that's where we're headed with conferences. I think that's crucial. It's a benefit sometimes for people to go on a conference, and I see that certainly as a councillor. When you go, it's an opportunity for networking and sharing and learning. But you need to take that. You need to bring that back. And if the same people are going, they may not be learning as much as somebody who's brand new and fresh and open to all the new ideas that are offered there. So that's just maybe more of a comment than a question.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that, speaking personally, I I would point out that these stats requested by Councillor Fernandez, it's obvious that these stats show that compared to councillors, staff are being extremely economical in going to conferences. And I would also say that the mention of people coming back and sharing the knowledge of conferences sounds a little hollow, because councillors to date do not do that when we have several at the same conference. And again, my view is I would much prefer to have staff going to more of these kind of events than councillors, because they're the experts who I expect to give me an update, who I expect to give updated, well-informed advice.
Okay, no further comments. I probably shouldn't say this, but I have to admit that when these numbers came back, they're much more balanced and at a much lower overall spend than I had anticipated. So I'm happy to see it, and I'm glad that it's before us. Okay, we will move on to 081. This is the fire department for the compliance program in Lower Dune. Any questions on this? 081. Councillor Fernandez.
Because this is pretty ward-specific to some degree, I'm wondering if there has been ever an opportunity to consider combining the fire compliance with our building inspectors, so that, because the building inspectors do a much more in-depth inspection than I think our fire is going in and looking at what's a more visual, easily to see fire detectors and carbon monoxide and any issues around furnaces or heating appliances. Our building inspectors are much more detailed. Has there been a consideration of doing both of them at the same time?
Well, first of all, I'd like to maybe offer through you, Mr. Chair, is the fact that it's probably different scope would probably be the better word versus, detailed or not detailed, because I think both inspections are detailed. It's just that they provide different scopes of what they're looking at.
And expertise, and they're all working together already.
And so Mr. Sealing offers the point that fire and building are continuing to work together. Anytime there's a building plan that's put into place, fire has an opportunity to review and put our comments into the building department with respect to what we see in terms of needs from a fire safety aspect. So we're already currently doing that on new construction projects.
Okay, but I'm not talking. This is not talking about really new construction. This is talking about a compliance with existing houses that are being converted into rental properties, right?
Right, which we consider new construction in the terms of it falls under the building code. Anytime a building permit's taken out, it's considered new construction. Even though it's an existing home, it's new construction from the aspect of the change that's happening.
But that's only if the owner applies for a building permit, which is which is the problem here, is that the owners are not applying for building permits. They're making what are considered, a renovation, putting in baseboards or fixing a washroom, but the reality is they're doing a complete renovation, and that's why I'm suggesting that it might be more prudent if the building inspector was also doing the inspection with regards to the fire. Do we really need to have fire prevention people going around doing basically some scope of what the building inspector could be doing?
Through the chair, one of the issues for municipal building officials from the building department, our legislative authority in existing buildings is much narrower than fire prevention staff. In order for a building official to go into an existing residence, we have to believe that there's an immediate threat to life in order for us to go into someone's house.
That's what I was kind of fearing you were going to say that, Mr. Sealing.
Mr. Chair,
that's been my ongoing
talking...
concern, is because unless an imminent threat or a visible threat, or unless a tenant sees a threat, there's no way that we can go in and assess that threat as a building inspector, but fire can. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, maybe I can offer up to the fact that we're talking two different legislations here. One is the building code, which the building department has authority over. The other is the fire code, which you're referring to, and that's on existing buildings. And that's what the fire department has the authority under. And although we cross a little bit in terms of how we work together, the authority of who has jurisdiction on those codes is very specific.
So in short, they cannot be combined. In short, the two can't be combined.
That's correct.
Why do I feel like I've heard it has been combined somewhere in a municipality? Maybe I need to investigate that a little bit further, because something sticks in my mind that has happened somewhere before. I guess this also speaks to the non-compliance. I mean, if you look at it, only 25 properties have complied out of 85. That's a pretty low percentage, and that's only the ones that you've identified as rental properties in that area, right? That's in the Lower Dune. That's not even spreading out to Green Valley, where there's a much larger incidence of rental properties that have been renovated. Is that correct?
That we are making an assumption that there's a larger number.
I'm not making an assumption, I know. But really, if I was to take a larger number, this is an even lower percentage of compliance or ability to take on the program.
Yeah. So the issue with that we have here is that what we're talking about is it's not necessarily a legislative mandate that we have right now to go in and deal with all this. We have a number of other legislative mandates that are coming down the pipe that are going to be from the Fire Marshal's office that are saying you now must do annual inspections on care facilities. You must do public education both on fire but now on carbon monoxide issues. We now have to do code enforcement on a number of different issues that this doesn't necessarily the complaint aspect, yes. The request aspect of these, yes, we would have to go in and do the inspections. But proactively, it's not mandated that we proactively go in and do these inspections. What we're saying is we don't have enough staff right now in order to conduct this type of inspection with the existing staff. In order to do this, we would need to bolster our staffing to allow this to happen. And we're saying the return on investment on here is not going to give us the, I guess the outcome that you're hoping for.
So how could we, get a return on investment on this? And precursor to that question would be how many staff have been dedicated to doing this in the past?
In the past, what we did was we stripped our entire prevention division and we blitzed the area for about a 1 month period. And during that 1 month period, we were able to get that 29, I'm sorry, I'm just going through the report here quickly. 25 compliances completed with that blitz. But the problem was, during that 1 month period, we didn't have staff out doing other inspections, and things were falling through the, I wouldn't say they were falling through the grates, but we were finding ourselves behind on other issues that needed to be complied with as well. So it's a balancing act that we have to do. This here does not give us, for the value of the money that's being put out, does not give us a return on the investment. I think we need to see some change in legislation at a provincial level, tightening up things and making it more consistent across the province on how we handle rental housing, what the aspects are from retrofit and things like that in the codes all need to be addressed, but that's at a provincial level. We can only deal with what we're given in terms of current day code.
Okay, and I mean I don't want to belabor the point, but my concern continues to be that some of these conversions that are happening very unsafely. And the payback on the investment of this will will, how do I say this delicately? It won't matter if we have a fire in one of these conversions and somebody is seriously injured, right?
I don't disagree with you, Councillor. Where we find that there are a concern from a immediate threat to life, or somebody brings a concern forward, we will do our power within the code to go in and do the inspection. But then our hands are tied as to exactly what that inspection looks like, based on what the occupancy is living as. And we've had this discussion in the past. If it looks like a single-family home and they're living like a single-family home, then we can only inspect it as a single-family home. And that becomes the challenge. And this is what I'm saying. The provincial legislation needs to change in order for us to deal with this proactively, effectively, and efficiently within the system.
Okay, so you said something that was really interesting to me, and I didn't realize this. So maybe this is an educational piece a little bit. If it looks like a single-family home, you can only go in and assess it from a fire prevention or fire code perspective as a single-family home.
Yes,
even if there are additional bedrooms in the basement, even if a living room has been divided into 2 bedrooms and the common area is only a 12 by 12 kitchen area, you still see that as a single-family home, and you can only...
Case study.
We are getting a little off track here, so can we sort of stick to the budget issue paper?
I know, but
appreciate it.
And I would just offer up that case law and case study law has indicated, yes, you're correct in that assumption you've made. So we're just dealing on what has been presented to us through case law in the past on how we're able to handle these things.
Okay.
I would love to get in there and deal with all the fire safety aspects I can. Our hands are tied, ma'am.
Okay, and I appreciate it. Thank you for taking the extra time. Just a quick question for Ryan then. The budget impact was $97,000. Does that mean that this was in the budget or not in the budget?
Mr. Haggie.
It is not included in the budget, so if council chose to add this, it would increase,
the
net levy by $97,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I suspect Councillor Gazzola is going to ask the reverse. Councillor Gazzola.
I was going to ask for what?
If there's a savings, but go ahead.
No. I'm sorry, but I read both pages here, and I don't fully understand, what you were talking about. I wonder, did we carry on a special program in Lower Dune? Is this what happened?
Approximately 3 years ago, after a fire, I'm thinking it's back about 3 years ago, after a fire that occurred there, council had a long discussion over rental housing and duplexing and everything, especially down in the Lower Dune area. And we were requested to go in and conduct some fire safety aspects along with bylaw in the Lower Dune area to work on the area to make sure there was safety aspects put into place. So yes, through council's mandate, we did.
So this was something out of the ordinary that you did?
That's correct. We went in and we did some blitzing. We ramped up some programming, but what we found was that our other legislative mandated areas were suffering by trying to allocate resources here. Council then requested that we look at extending this program, and the only way we can determine to extend this program is to actually add additional staffing to do so, and the value on return is not there.
Okay, that's what. So if you're going to extend this special program, I wondered, shouldn't the places that require this pay for it as opposed to all the taxpayers? You went on to talk about how things now are being legislated, and you're getting more and more things. Do you have any opportunity to challenge those things or to deal with them, or do they just make them a law and that's it?
I would say that we always have an opportunity to challenge them through the legislature. Some of them fundamentally I agree with in the aspects of public safety. I think sometimes provincial legislation forgets to understand the impacts that some of their legislative asks or their approvals have on the bottom line, frontline staff, and you know, those are things that sometimes are missed.
For example, you talk about it appears to be necessary to do extra checks on nursing homes and all that. Shouldn't those nursing homes have to pay for that?
And again, I'll allow the question, Councillor Gazzola, but that doesn't really relate to the issue paper.
Well, I'm trying to understand what the 97,000 is. Okay, forget the nursing homes. I wanted to know what the 97,000 is for, and if it's a special thing, shouldn't be the ones that are specifically benefiting from it be paid?
The 97,000 is for staff, but Mr. May, do you want to comment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I can attempt to explain. So the $97,000 is for an additional staff member to continue the program within the Lower Dune area. What I would say is that, as the fire chief has explained, we have no legislative authority to do this. This entire program is based on voluntary compliance. If we begin to charge back, I would suggest that we would get very little voluntary compliance, and then the program would be of no use at all.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think Councillor Gazzola is right on the mark here. Later on, we're going to be looking at a situation where we're going to be charging for repeat inspections relating to property standards. I don't see why that is any different from what we're looking at here.
Okay, I have no further questions, and I agree. I think it's a valuable line of questioning, and it's valuable. I'm just saying we need to sort of make sure we stay honed in on the actual papers before us. Okay, we have about 10-15 minutes. I would like to get through the last paper here on 083, and that is the Victoria Park equipment. I would like to advise council that there's a sheet of paper in front of you from the group that had the issue down there, and I would also point out that they had intended on appearing before us, but they graciously accepted showing up at the public input session and just a little tiny bit of how our meetings are becoming more efficient. So in lieu of that, the paper is before us, and if there are any questions or comments on this, I would take them now. Councillor Glenn Brown.
Thank you very much. I understand the categories here, the options. It doesn't talk about a potential hybrid approach where, for instance, one or more of the trackless machines that cause the noise might be rerouted. So it would be helpful to know what the cost per machine would be to send it to the COF, and if there's any other kind of hybrid solutions that might be possible. So I would just ask staff to give that some thought. In terms of a comment, the status quo is not an option as far as I'm concerned. I did speak with the residents, and I am concerned that this is an unreasonable intrusion, and it's above and beyond what they had in the past. So, you know, I'm certainly looking at one of the other options. I am conscious of the cost to the city, so I'm looking for some solution that would help them. So I'm not sure where to land at this point, but I would appreciate more detail. Thanks.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, it's more a point of order, I think, Mr. Chair. We've got the residents to agree to come back on January 13th, so it's a little unfair to start getting into comment here that they would like to be here to comment on. My assumption was we would receive this, we'd receive the paper that they delivered this morning, and then the issue would be discussed on the 13th.
Certainly, and to be clear...
I have all kinds of comments, but I don't intend to make them today.
Yeah, I didn't mean to imply that you wouldn't be allowed to speak to this. Like, basically, the way this should be working is if you were leaning in a particular direction, for example, and you wanted the public to become aware, you would voice that now, and then we'd have the public input session, and you'd have your final say on final budget day. So it's not in a limiting way in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. I agree entirely with Councillor Glenn Graham, and my opinion is that the option being recommended by staff is not the one that I want to see. I don't think it'll work. It's something that has already been tried, and I think it's basically a do-nothing option. That's my opinion. And while I can understand, especially at budget time, the council reluctance to get into option 304, which involves a substantial amount of money, I still think there's, as Councillor Graham says, there's an option to look at option 2. And I saved the rest of my comments for January 13th.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, so we will break for lunch a few minutes early, and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you. Could I ask everyone to please take their seats? Okay, we'll reconvene. Mr. Haggie, we're on to strategic initiatives.
Correct. So strategic initiatives are meant to do one of three things. It's either to enhance existing services, to provide a new service, or to implement the recommendations of a master plan or audit findings. As noted earlier by Mr. Chapman, Council could choose to fund these strategic initiative items through additional assessment growth and have no or little impact on the tax rate, depending on how many of these were chosen by Council. Staff are proposing 4 strategic initiatives, and they're shown on this slide. The detailed issue papers of them start on page 087 of today's package. And in developing the list, staff was working with a notional amount of $500,000 or 0.5% on the tax rate. Council has received updates on all of these items, whether through strategic sessions or Council reports in the last few weeks or months. That's all I was planning to say about these. There are detailed issue papers, and staff are available to answer any questions about them.
Very good. So we'll start on page 087. And that is improving citywide bylaw enforcement. Questions on that item? I have Councillor Fernandez.
I only bumped it with my elbow, but I did want to talk.
Oh, no?
No, it's okay. I want to talk. I wanted to ask a question, but I hadn't really pushed. I pushed it with my elbow by accident. Okay. I guess the question that I really wanted to ask you, Mr. Turner, is regarding we're talking about student housing, public nuisance. Can you, I don't have to give me a definition of the student housing, but when you're talking about public nuisance, what kind of situations are we talking about here? And is that inherent to a particular area of the city, or is it right across the city? And is it higher in one area than another?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I can talk about public nuisance in 2 ways. Technically speaking, we have a public nuisance bylaw that relates to things that are not socially acceptable within the public realm. So urinating, defecating, yelling, screaming, swearing, spitting, all that sort of stuff that can happen on throughout the public space, which is essentially city streets, parks, that sort of stuff. The other way that we talk about public nuisance, more in a generic sense sometimes in bylaw enforcement circles, are those types of things that create nuisances to the public but are contained in other bylaws. So things like bicycles on sidewalks create a public nuisance, but it's not a public nuisance bylaw, it's a bicycle bylaw. Mm-hmm. Noise, activity that would happen in a parkland. So again, we have a specific public nuisance bylaw that targets a particular type of social behavior, or socially unacceptable behavior, I should say. And then we talk sometimes, you'll find me talking about public nuisance type bylaws or other types of things that would be contained in specific bylaws like cycling and noise and that sort of stuff. So those are the 2 realms. If you combine public nuisance with student housing, if I think I heard you correctly, we'd be talking more about the types of bylaws that we might find in a particular area that create a nuisance to the public in general. So that would be the noise, the parking, and that sort of stuff. So the term nuisance could be specific to a bylaw, or it could be or it could be more general in terms of an overall neighborhood impact, depending on the context.
Okay, so this initiative is an attempt to make sure that we have more coverage all the way across the city. To respond effectively and efficiently to those kind of complaints all around the city.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman, the issue paper talks about 4 clearly identifiable benefits to this increase in service. Most notably, points 1 and 2, which are improving response time and filling in gaps in the schedule. They're probably the two most critical. The third item talks about a staff safety issue, mitigating the risk when we've got more officers on overlapping schedules for those areas where we've got higher volume and therefore higher risk times. And then, of course, the fourth, which is a specific issue, increases our capacity to deal with what we know is an identifiable area in the student housing areas of Lower Doon and the further area that you referenced earlier this morning, higher up towards the community center.
Right. So just dealing with number 4 really quickly, I know that I've asked for a report understanding the additional costs that we incur in that area, because I know that we put additional enforcement on September, October, and sometimes in the spring and April. Yes. So have you been able to, because I'd like to know how that would these additional people create additional revenue? Would we not have to, anyways, let me ask you that first part of the question, then I'll ask a subsequent question if needed. Related to that particular issue, which was raised at a committee meeting earlier in November, we've got a report coming forward on January 13th that talks about the additional costs outside of our normal enforcement practices in the Lower Doon area. At this particular point, although the report's not finished, I can ballpark that the one figure that stands out is at approximately $10,000 in extra costs for extra shifts dedicated to the Lower Doon area, and that's over a full calendar year. Okay. And that will just be clear, though, that will be further discussed in the report. Of course. A ballpark is appreciated because it gives me a little bit more to work for in terms of whether having an additional 2 additional FTEs would reduce the need. Would it not? I'm trying to figure out again. I'm having a real hard time today. I apologize. That additional time that we have right now, another part of the city loses out. That's correct. Okay. And by having this additional enforcement, it would negate that so that we wouldn't have a gap somewhere else because or would we still have to have additional coverage there? Through you, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't use the word negate. I would say mitigate. I think it will improve our response areas in other areas of the city. Well, at the same time that we're concentrating efforts in the high volume areas at certain times of the year, like Lower Doon. Yeah. So it's not going to completely close the gap in terms of the challenges with response times in those other areas, but I think it's going to make significant improvements in terms of mitigating or reducing those response times. Okay. And can you just maybe give me a quick synopsis of some of the issues that you have been dealing with in that Lower Doon area? I mean, you're talking about when you're talking about safety for officers, my understanding from staff is that this time in that college area, we've dealt with some much more serious safety concerns for our officers. The nature of the types of activities that happen down there, and it's not unique to that area, but because of a concentration, there might be a higher volume. What we see are noisy parties that are taking place at 11 and 12 o'clock at night, and sending one officer to that party creates a bit of an issue. Now, having said that, sending one officer into knock on a door in an apartment building at 2 o'clock in the morning can be a safety issue as well. So the types of issues we see down in the Lower Doon area are the noisy parties, parking, property standards concerns. We also work with the police with regard to alcohol consumption outside of residence on the streets and that sort of stuff. So there's a variety of things. I can't point to any one particular thing being dominant over another. Okay. Well, then I look forward to the report coming in January. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gazzola.
I still get confused with this issue, and I don't quite understand. We talk about 80% increase in noise complaints, 220% increase in total calls. When we've got such big increases, why aren't there a large increase in the fines. I don't understand that. You're being called to these places. There's obviously problems. Why aren't people being fined and making up for this discrepancy?
Well, through you, Mr. Chairman, we actually have gone through the process throughout the years of increasing the fines. Actually, our noise bylaw, for the fine for the ticket that's provided on the spot, we've actually more than doubled that fine since we became a division in 2002. Our parking fines have increased. They were last increased in 2009. So charges are being laid, tickets are being issued. But what's happening as well is we're seeing an increase in complaints for several reasons. Sorry, excuse me. Part of it is the education we do, that people are more aware. They're more familiar with the types of things that they can call in about. I'm not saying that that's a positive or negative thing, but that's actually what we're experiencing. We've implemented more programs. Open air burning, school zone safety are just two examples. A public nuisance bylaw, those are just actually three examples of new bylaws that we didn't have in 2002. So the fines are being issued, but the challenge with that, of course, is trying to rely on bylaw enforcement fines as a sustainable source of revenue, because the better we do our job, we're still getting the complaints, but in some cases we're getting more compliance through negotiation and mediation than through issuing the fines. So quite simply, and I think members of council have heard me say this before, the better we do our job, the less money we should be making from a fine revenue perspective.
But if you're answering to a legitimate complaint, then there should be something coming out of that complaint.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would agree. In a lot of cases, the staff are trying to resolve the issue without without issuing fines. And if we can do that, it's not just about going to a complaint and issuing a fine. If we can solve it in another way, we'll do that. We think that ultimately is better for the community. The other piece of this is that, and Councillor Gazzola used the term legitimate complaint. The other thing we're finding is at times we're going to a call, and there's no action required. We still have to go to the call to determine whether action is required or not. But so the number of legitimate complaints or complaints where violations are noted is increasing. But there's also an increase in the number of calls where we get there and we find out that there's really nothing within our jurisdiction to handle. But again, we don't know that until we service the call.
So it's not a legitimate complaint then?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and not to argue, I wouldn't call it I wouldn't use the term that it's not a legitimate complaint. I think every complaint that comes into the city is legitimate in terms of us needing to go to check it out. Whether it's a legitimate violation or not is really more the terminology I would use.
On the bottom of page 088, you talk about hiring staff. We're going to spend $180,000 to make $40,000. It doesn't sound like a good deal to me. I don't know why.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if you ran bylaw enforcement as a pure business model, I could tell you that I probably wouldn't be here today. This is not about making money or complete cost recovery. It's about doing what's right for the community. So I could never stand here and say that bylaw enforcement is going to be a cost neutral or complete cost recovery. We make grounds when we can, but we focus really on the needs of the community.
Well, I don't expect you to be cost neutral, but what is the discrepancy right now? What are we looking at in terms of what we expend for this, and what kind of fines are laid? Is there any correlation between the two?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ballpark it. I don't have the figures right in front of me, but I believe the expenses for our division, I believe, are in the range of about $3.2 million, with about $1.6 million recovered. And again, I'll I can confirm that through an email later today or tomorrow. I have the figure, I just don't have it in front of me right at the moment.
No, that's, I'm not even sure, that gives me an idea, but, and I know a certain amount is required for the public good, but it just, what, somehow there has to be some correlation between the two. So that's fine. I want to support where you're going with it, looking for new staff, but I really have trouble understanding it. Thank you.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Turner, I do support this because I have constituents that have engaged you and your staff about noise and other complaints extensively. And I think that my question pertains to our policy on those chronic repeat offenders where sometimes staff haven't laid a fine. Do you have a policy on those people that do have a kind of a record in terms of when to fine? I guess that if there's anything I could say is something I would ask that we think about, it's when we do find people that sometimes we've been tolerant of them and then we get involved with senior management and you folks say, okay, it's time to start fining them. Where do you draw the line? Do you have a policy on that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll call it an operating procedure, not a policy, because it's not a policy that's been adopted by council. It's an operating procedure that's been adopted in-house. And I will say up front that we need to. There's more work to be done in that area in terms of encouraging officers to find that line and draw that line clearly. There are times where I've seen it myself, and I've had discussions with certain councillors over a period of time when we say, you know what, maybe we've gone overboard. I don't like that word, but maybe we've gone a little further than we should have in terms of warnings, and in some cases a fine's necessary, and we need to look at that. So it's an ongoing discussion with staff. Now, I'm not out there at 2 o'clock in the morning, in the middle of the situation. But I do recognize, first of all, in answer to your question, yes, we do have a procedure that talks about warnings. Our staff have mobile technology in their vehicles almost all the time, so they've got the ability to look at that history. We just need to continue to work with staff in terms of saying enough's enough.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to do a ride-along to try and experience what staff do go through. But I'm glad to hear it's on the radar, and if you could just update us whether there's going to be training on that or some kind of consultation. Fines are a last resort, but they're important as a tool.
Yes.
And I do think that when we do have an ongoing chronic issue, that it is time. When there's a problematic area, whether it's dune or a street that there's something erupting on, we need to send a signal to that area. And I think that is a valued tool. Yes, we have to use it with discretion, but I do think that there's an opportunity for us. Thank you for saying that. We're going to revisit it. If you could update us perhaps during the next year about what that's going to look like. There's no rush, but it would just be helpful for us. So I do support this, though.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, to Shane. Shane, you on page 088, you say now that residents are able to call the main bylaw enforcement line 24/7 and get a live response, they also expect an officer will be available 24/7 to respond. Are you saying, I'm a little confused there, are you saying that you've got someone on staff 24/7 to handle calls on bylaws? Because I thought I got bounced to the police when I called. So.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll answer that question in two parts because you've touched on two things. Prior to the fall of 2009, phone calls to our general bylaw enforcement line were handled between 8:30 and 5 o'clock Monday to Friday when our office was open, but after 5 o'clock, they only had the ability to leave a message, and then those messages in some cases wouldn't be picked up until the next business day, which really, in this day and age is not the greatest level of service. In terms of calls bouncing to the police, since the late 1990s, we've had a relationship with the Waterloo Regional Police in terms of noise calls. So noise calls are still supposed to go through the police. All other bylaw calls are come to come into our main number. So now we fast forward to September 2009 when we transitioned to the 24/7 call center, or the combination of the call center and the dispatch unit. So now all of our calls since that time are handled 24/7 by a live person. What we expected and what we're seeing is that live person 24/7 answering the call is starting to set a different expectation that if I'm getting a live person on the phone, I'm going to get a live person to come out and service our call, or I'm going to get, hopefully you'll always get a live person, I apologize. You're going to get a more immediate response.
Yeah.
As opposed to saying, I've left a message and it's Friday and somebody's going to show up on Monday morning. So it's changed expectations. We anticipated that was going to happen, and we're seeing it now.
Okay, I guess I'm a little out of date there. My other question, well, not really a question, but in support of what Councillor Glenn Graham is, I really appreciate and support you in your request here, because I've had calls many times, people in my ward using your service. But I also was disappointed in seeing that $40,000 figure in there. I too would have thought that would be higher. And I wondered why, I think later in our issue papers, you're suggesting with property standards, if you have to go back because people are not compliant, then you're suggesting that we levy a charge against those people. If you call back to someone with a out-of-control fire, like you leave, you don't find them, and then you have to go back because the fire's still going, I don't see why you wouldn't levy a charge on that for that callback. Not a fine, but a charge for going.
So a charge back or a fee. Yeah. I mean, when I think of charge, the term charge to me means court action. So you're talking about levying an additional fee. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think that's something that municipal enforcement groups across the province are looking at. Some municipalities are being a bit more energetic in terms of the types of fees they're charging for inspections. This is fundamentally, this is a new concept for bylaw enforcement in the city of Kitchener, and I think that there's an opportunity to see how this works and see how successful it is as a compliance tool, and see where it goes. So I'm certainly not saying that this is the only avenue for fees for inspections for non-compliance. It really is just sort of our first foot in the water, so to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, Shane, I was just wondering what the effects would be. You've outlined a number of different areas that 2 new FTEs would help with. What would be the effect if you only got 1 through this budget and 1 potentially next year or later in different budgets?
If we only, through you, Mr. Chairman, if we only received 1, I do believe that we would still be able to stretch the schedule to be entirely 24/7, and it mentions it in the paper, but it's worth repeating that currently now we are not a full 24/7. So 1 staff member would allow us to fill that schedule, but what would happen is we wouldn't have nearly what we would hope for in terms of an overlap of 2 officers on during peak periods of time. So in some cases, you'd be looking at a busy Friday night or Saturday night with just 1 officer on. That's the most notable, and some of the other impacts would not be met to the degree that it would with 2. But at bare minimum, I believe we could stretch the schedule to a full 24/7.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Zaire.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it was on by accident. The question I had was in this debate that, Shane, you've been talking about, where's that balance? Can you tell me in the strategic plan or business plan or whatever document it is within enforcement, what talks about the goals of your division and sort of the mission? Do you have one?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I have one in my head. If council will remember the service level review or strategic session that we did in August, one of the things that we talked about was going through the exercise of identifying a mission statement or vision for the enforcement division. we've made some progress on it, but it's not, and I do believe I mentioned at that session that I would bring something back to council. As part of our 2014 business plan, what we're looking to do is develop a form of neighborhood strategy in terms of looking at different tools to gain compliance. I can tell council that if I were to draft a vision for the division right now, it would be achieving compliance through education, prevention, and enforcement being the third piece of it. That's really what we're looking at as a focus.
Okay, I think that's important. I was basically wondering where that was at, because I think that starts to speak to this dilemma, and it's being talked about by other members of council, about how much is cost recovery? Is it seen as a service to the community for to get peace in the land, or is it a heavier fist and trying to achieve more cost recovery? And it's a valid argument. It's a valid debate, rather. And I don't know where that is. Obviously, it has to be some balance. But if, as you work through that, if it is in your mission statement, then and you get a concurrence from us on that, then that will dictate the financial capacity or the financial results that come out of it.
Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you would allow me, I don't know if that's what you're doing already, I'll ask questions from both the initiatives for income generating and, of course, the ask from bylaw for the additional allocation for monies as well. So there's two components.
You're going to refer back to the odd parking. Is that the one you're referring to?
Sorry?
Which page are you referring to?
I'm speaking to, there's two sections, right? 87 and then 97, or 95, sorry. Not 95.
I would prefer we're going to get to the
96, it's actually 96, increased recovery for bylaw enforcement.
Okay. You can
Should I just focus on 87, or can I ask questions from both? That's what I was asking. Or just wait?
I'd prefer that you actually wait.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay. Just wanted to ask permission first.
Sure.
As to what's in the issue paper here for improving citywide bylaw enforcement, increasing to a 24/7 enforcement schedule, do we have an opportunity? I'm thinking in my mind we do. I just want a confirmation from you as well. Helps to assess that in our mind. Obviously, if you have 24-hour enforcement, that there would be some cost recovery as well, whereas there's parking enforcement or such that doesn't get the same type of, critical look in certain hours as it would be if you have 24 hours enforcement schedule. Correct?
Yes, through Mr. Chairman, if I understand the question correctly, yes, we do. There will be enforcement revenue that will be garnered by the staff. We've estimated at about $40,000, which is the parking piece of it. These officers primarily are going to focus on neighborhood issues such as backyard fires and noise and that sort of stuff, which sometimes we do get some revenue back for those types of fines, but it's not like the 100% recovery we get for parking fines. Right. They will be doing a little bit of parking enforcement, and that's part of their duties, but it's not the bulk of their duties, and that's why the $40,000 is estimated the way it is. But it also will allow us to be on the street during times where there's now a void, and the types of issues, for example, types of parking issues that we might experience during those times has been calculated as part of that 40,000.
Okay, so is it fair to say if we negate the chronic deficit out of question right now, per se, and we just focus on what is being proposed in the issue paper of increased budget impact of 180,000 because the additional FTEs, and 40,000 would be cost recovery. So the net impact is actually, 140, not 180.
To you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that would be fair to say if we set aside the challenge that we're having with the with the parking fine deficit that we've experienced since 2010.
Okay, and Councillor Galway-Seelock already touched on the other component. What I was going to ask was if you were to do, one instead of the 2 FTs, would we be able to still generate the same type of cost recovery of 40,000 with 1 additional FT instead of 2?
To me, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't want to. That 40,000 was based on what we think the average number of parking tickets issued by one officer, then times 2, knowing that officer is only spending a certain small portion of their time responding to those complaints. So I wouldn't feel comfortable.
So it'd be difficult to say what that reduction would be for the cost recovery. Yes. Okay.
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe Mr. Turner just clarified it, but I want to be very clear that if you just go with 1 addition, you can expect 20,000 in revenue.
Okay. That's easy enough, math. All right, thank you.
Good try, though, Councillor Singh. Councillor Verbenovich. Oh, Councillor Verbenovich is not here either. I have no questions on this item, so we'll move along. Thank you, Mr. Turner. Okay, we'll move on to page 088, and this is pardon me. Sorry, that's 089, and that's the technology through efficiency through mobile technology. Any questions on page 089? No questions on the mobile tech? Okay. I just have one question. Sorry. Yeah, I noticed this, again, this is wide-reaching, but I noticed that you do mention if this goes through, there'll be efficiencies in bylaw enforcement in addition to a number of other areas. Would it be possible to make some estimation on, this is about efficiency, would it be possible to make some guess, some estimate on the savings that we could possibly realize in terms of this sort of piece with bylaw enforcement or saved staff time? Because I think that would be valuable as well to see what it would potentially save us down the road as well as just the impact.
In order to provide a estimate, we'd have to really look at every potential initiative that will benefit from mobile. If you recall, at the November 25th meeting, we looked at a few case studies to try and get an overview of each one. I think as we moved towards each one of these initiatives being realized, one of the things that we had suggested at the November 25th meeting is that we would provide a good solid business case and look for ways to track the efficiencies that we're gaining through these. Trying to do that too far in advance for a wide number of them would be quite difficult. In terms of a specific area, we could do our best. I'm not sure how much information you would be looking for and the level of detail. It would really be something that would come through as part of a project plan. Perhaps you can provide a little more clarity on the detail.
Typically when we're looking, I see there are some questions popping up here as well. When we're looking at efficiency, that there should be some sort of balancing in terms of if we're going to be able to service more people with service more complaints, for example, let's use bylaw, with the same number of staff, and there should be a cost savings now or projected into the future. And I think that when we only have a budget impact number here, I think it's not clear. I hear what you're saying in terms of you won't really know until it's approved and you get into the process, but I'll hold on to my thought and I'll move to the other members of council. Councillor Gazzola?
No, I had that same question, and I'd asked it one other time. Our technology keeps improving, and rightfully so, and normally when that happens, I expect that there should be the other side of the story. Our technology improves, we should be requiring less staff to do things that we can do much quicker and faster, and that's why I'm wondering what is the other side of the story. It seems to be a one-way street where we keep hiring more staff, but what are our savings? Or why would we go in this direction if in the long run there is no benefit to us? Is it all, it sounds like, if that's the way, it sounds like it's would be something that's nice to have, but do we really need it? I mean, when we spend dollars in one way, there should be dollars coming back in another way, or cost avoidance or something.
Mr. Murray?
Through you, Mr. Chair. There certainly is the potential to have operational efficiencies, and that was the examples that we brought forward did show that there were significant savings in those areas where, I'll use the building inspection example where we had estimated, I think, a savings of, just from memory, 2.3 to 2.7 FTEs per year that we've actually been able to avoid having to hire, leveraging those that technology. So there are definitely savings in these areas. Those are within the areas using the technology. The other side of this, and if you recall from the presentation and from the strat plan, there was the as we improve our services and have more technology, there is expected to be an increased cost in resourcing within the IT area to be able to deliver on that. There's still always the requirement to have a large number of systems and manage those systems in the back. And as technology grows throughout the industry, all industries, there is a higher cost in that area, and that's the reason for the requirement for the extra FTEs in IT in this case.
Mr. May to add?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I could just add and remind Council of the presentation you received recently on the customer service strategy. And the reality is, if you may not be able to recall a visual that was up on the screen that showed the vision for improved customer service at the city, and it had a number of major components, one of which was a CRM system, which we've discussed and we'll come back to you next year. But the mobile computing strategy was an absolutely integral component to that overall vision for a seamless customer service experience. And so, in addition to some potential efficiencies, this is a key component if we want to achieve a better level of customer service for our citizens.
Councillor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that explanation, Mr. May. I guess my question to you, Mr. Murray, is if we were to only consider one of those two FTEs, what would the impact be? Like, what wouldn't get done that right now would get done under the proposal?
Through you, Mr. Chair, again at the November 25th meeting, we had talked about the mobile strategy. That was a fairly comprehensive look at what needs to be done, and the requirement for those two FTEs is based on that body of work that is envisioned, both to move it forward and also sustain it as we increase mobile technology use throughout the organization. So it definitely would slow down on what we are able to deliver. I think the other side of that needs to be considered as well, though, and when you look at those operational efficiencies that we're envisioning, there is a payback that will occur with these things, and we're committed to be able to demonstrate that to Council by bringing back information on what those initiatives have been able to do. From the point of view of an investment of $1 per household to be able to deliver on this, strongly believe that the operational efficiencies that we'll achieve will pay that off.
But at this point, we're not able to quantify that, correct? From what I understand from your earlier responses?
I can't quantify it in terms of all of the initiatives. As I mentioned in the November 25th meeting, we had over 40 different areas that we were looking at applying mobile technology use even within just INS division. There's a large number of them, and there's a fairly significant amount of work to be able to do each one of those. However, even just the one future initiative that was we spoke about on that in that meeting, there was, I believe, with the utilities case study, we were looking at up to $213,000 to $231,000 that would be saved annually by mobilizing those particular staff. And that's just one example. So again, we've got a large number of examples where mobile is something that will benefit the city. And, you know, to be able to quantify all of them at this point is, we wouldn't be able to do it justice. That's why we chose a couple examples that were current that we could get the information on and be able to demonstrate that value to council.
Okay, no, and I appreciate that. And some of this, you know, comes to realization as you point out after the fact, because it's difficult to quantify it ahead of time. I guess what would be helpful, Mr. Chair, for Budget Day is in terms of sort of that list of services that mobile computing would tackle, would to maybe just have that list divided into two in terms of what could be achieved with one and what could be achieved with two, so that we have that as additional information in making the decision on final Budget Day.
Very good.
Is that doable?
Yeah, if I could speak to that through you, Mr. Chair. The work that we're looking at doing is really being able to provide the service within IT. So it'll affect our ability to be able to support mobile as well as what we would like to be able to do. I don't think it'll affect operationally what we can and can't do in terms of projects. It's going to affect our ability to deliver mobile as a whole. So I'm not sure I could break it out in terms of what one would accomplish and what two would. It would be the speed of the delivery over time. And again, without those projects scoped, I don't think we'd be able to give you a valid representation of the division of that, whether it be one staff or two staff.
Okay, well, I guess I'll ask if you can provide the best information you can, because I would expect that this is going to be a source of discussion on final Budget Day, so as much information as you can provide reasonably would be helpful.
Mr. Chapman?
And so what I'd suggest we'll try and provide is, as you've indicated, that list of services, what we believe the impact is of deploying mobile in those cases, and what we think may be delivered with 2 FTEs versus 1 FTE. It may be somewhat crude, but I think, if I understand correctly, that's what you're looking for, and we'll endeavor to do the best we can.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, so that we can make the case either for you know, one or two, I think it'd be helpful to have that information for the discussion that I anticipate will ensue.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Some of my questions are a little bit off of Barry Vanovich's. In what, these two new positions, what in particular would they be doing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's the two positions have been put forward. One with the intent that they would really be looking after the back-end systems that will support mobile computing. So these would be the management systems, the delivery of applications to mobile devices, and ensuring that all of the security networking, you know, is intact, and that we're able to meet mobile security policies that we set. The other position is really around the front-end device support. So, and not that this person would be doing all of the support of the devices. The intent is that that would become a regular service offered through the help desk, the same way that desktop computers would. But we need somebody who is up to speed on these new devices and can really spend the time figuring out the best way to deploy them that is sustainable and that we can manage them in our environment. Currently, even using BlackBerries as an example, quite often a brand new BlackBerry that comes in and we're expected to deploy to staff, we haven't had a chance to even work with it. And we need somebody who can be at that level of awareness with those devices to be able to understand how we can best put them into play, both from mobile devices, laptop computers, all of those areas, and be able to set up programs and the support procedures that other staff will use to be able to support those organization-wide.
Okay, and can you refresh my memory? What type of mobile devices are we talking about here again?
This would encompass laptop computers, tablet devices that, as we know, mobile is a continually evolving area. So we're envisioning the potential to be able to support the iPhones and iPad devices, Android devices, whatever fits the business need that is out there. A large part of this, as I'd mentioned at the November 25th meeting, is really about getting even our laptop management up to speed. Whereas right now we're not managing those devices to the degree that I would like to see. I think it's safe to say council's probably experienced that as well, trying to get their own devices connected, where we only have a few people who are comfortable getting those configured, and we need to build that out and make sure that our service that we're providing to our customers is consistent, and that all staff are able to provide that service when you call.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marino, for the questions. On page 092, infrastructure data management. Questions? Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand where we're going with this. What we're going to accomplish with it. I know that a few years ago, when your position was established, the idea of it was that there would be no more overruns on budget amount, on capital budget projects and whatnot. And has that happened, or because like I asked, if this were in place now, would we'd had better estimates for the cost of our washrooms in Victoria Park?
The short answer through Chair Davey is no. This does not have anything to do with providing cost estimates. This has to do with the very first step in managing assets, and that is entering data related to assets.
I don't understand. So what are we not doing that now? Like there was something also about entering time and stuff.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit. At the Kitchen Operations Center, there are admin support staff. There are 8 full-time admin support staff and 2 full-time temporary. The 2 full-time temporary are the ones that we're talking about. We're talking about one of those at this point. Those staff support the administrative needs of facilities management, operations, and utilities. And what they do is they develop through CityWorks, they develop the work orders to make sure that all of the service requests that come in are looked after. The full-time temporary positions are exactly that. They are fully occupied in doing work. In these 2 particularly are entering staff time entry, as well as some of their time is on asset data entry. And what that means is that they're entering data on asset condition, location, very, very minimal work, and not addressing all of the assets that need to be addressed. The positions that we have, the one that we're asking for 2014, is currently funded through the CityWorks capital account, which is going to stop. And in order to continue funding that full-time position, We are going to be funding it from enterprise as well as from the tax-supported operations. It's a need. It's not a want. It is a need.
Well, you've lost me. I don't understand. Are we doing that now with full-time temps?
We
you
are
want to
doing.
make this position full-time permanent? Is that what you're trying to do?
We are changing full-time temporary into full-time permanent.
So, what is this additional cost for then? And I still haven't heard any justification as to why that should happen.
The additional cost is simply because the funding from the CityWorks capital account is stopping. It's not what that capital account was intended to do. It's an operations matter. And the cost of this full-time temporary being changed to full-time permanent is going to be funded approximately 50-50 from enterprise and from tax-supported operations.
Well, how did it ever get, this City Works is in place and it's ongoing. How is it that it was in a capital position and now, how did that happen? How many other incidences are there of this same sort of thing?
Ms. Houston?
Perhaps I can provide a little bit of more background on this. These two positions were added about 3 years ago as we were starting the asset management program. In particular, one of the areas was the sidewalk program, keeping better records of what our maintenance was and that kind of thing. That was one of the first opportunities where we had to record additional information in order to be able to defend liability claims and also to have better information for when we needed to replace or repair our sidewalks. So we did that on a temporary basis to start because we wanted to see what the ongoing need was and to see how things would continue to operate. We also have been looking at mobile technology for a number of years already and had thought that mobile technology would actually be in place much sooner than it has. So you'll see in the issue paper where we talk about as we introduce mobile technology, there'll be less data entry for these staff to do, but there's a lot more data entry that has to be captured in terms of asset maintenance and condition. And we figure those two things are going to balance each other off and that the existing staff level, including these two temps, will be required on an ongoing basis.
Again, I'm lost because we're hiring more and more staff. Again, we have the one side of it that it's going to cost us more money. I never see the other side of it that because of what we're doing, it should cost us less in certain areas. So.
Well, I think the key here is that where it will cost you less is it'll provide you more information to make informed capital decisions on capital replacement in the long term, which Mr. Gross has indicated when he did his asset management presentation.
I guess I'm not seeing the benefits of that in the past and wonder why I would want to support this in the future.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. I sort of had a similar line of questioning because I think that I'm a little bit concerned with what I'm hearing is that this data entry position is was only temporary, and my understanding is that there's a gapping right now of a manager in part of that area. So why are we not looking at possibly combining these positions and not filling that manager position? I mean, there's an opportunity here that we can maybe downgrade a position, reevaluate a position, and there's that funding for that particular. I mean, you already have an administrative coordinator. I mean, I looked at the chart. There's quite a number of staff in that area. Why are we not looking first at efficiencies and how to get staff to reevaluate positions and possibly do this work first before we start hiring people.
Mr. Gross.
Through the chair, there is no efficiency to begin to try to combine a manager position with a support staff position. A manager position is required to manage that group. The position that we're talking about is fully occupied. It's fully occupied with developing work orders through CityWorks, through time entry data, as well as through entering some asset data information. It's not like this was just recently hired. This position is fully occupied and has been for the last 2 or 3 years. It's a matter of that this position needs to be made permanent, also from a union point of view.
Oh, so that sheds a different light on it. I mean, there's a difference between saying that this position is needed because we need to do the work, and then when you say it's needed to be made full-time permanent because of union, to me that's two different situations. Why can't not continue on with a contract position?
The simple reason is because the union would not allow that to happen.
So that sheds a different light on it.
Councillor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much, and Mr. Gross, thanks for your answers so far. It included some of the questions that I had, but I guess I want to get to the root of this. And the root of this data, as I understand it, is to provide the information necessary for an asset management plan for the City of Kitchener. Is that correct?
Yes, there are numerous asset management plans, not just one. Each asset management plan relates to very specific asset areas, of which there are 12.
Okay. And is it correct? It's also my understanding that the federal government, in announcing the 10-year renewal of the gas tax funding, in other words, the $2 billion that's going to be spread out on a population basis, increased by inflation, and the province have both indicated that in order to be able to get that funding in the future, municipalities will be required to have asset management plans as part of that, as one of the requirements of getting that funding. Is that correct?
I'm not aware it's a requirement of the gas tax. That may be something new. I am aware that it is a matter for any funding that may come from the province or the feds.
Okay. Well, then that is the funding I'm talking about.
The answer is yes, then.
Yeah. And I mean, I knew the answer to that, but I wanted to get it as part of the public record. Because I guess where I'm going with my questions then is, this isn't a nice to have. This is going to be a need to have if we want to have the information that's necessary in order to be able to access that funding, which, if I can remember correctly, and Mr. Chapman can help me here, but I think up till now has meant about $6 million a year to the City of Kitchener. So my question, Mr. Gross, is this isn't a nice-to-have position. This is a need-to-have in order to have the information necessary to access those funds?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ineski.
Back a couple of, I guess, committee meetings ago, back, I guess, here in November or October, I asked a question of, I'm not sure whether it was of you or Cynthia Fletcher, in regard to an issue, and I can't remember exactly, but it had to do with asset management, and that I thought at that time you were the staff person that was managing this as a director, and you were the only one, and then staff had done some juggling, and all of a sudden there was about a dozen or so, 15 people that were involved in asset management. And I'm confused as to whether any of these two are part of that 15, or is this not, or could you help me out and understand how that relates to this? Do you know what I'm getting at?
Yes, I can help through the chair. In November, I became the proud owner of another group of staff located at the COF. The manager, which we're presently hiring, will be reporting to me. And under that manager, there is this group of administrative support people, as well as the CityWorks specialists. So the group that I represent now is approximately 23.
Okay, then, but you just mentioned here earlier that you had already have a staff of 8 full-time in operations, and now there's 23. I am more lost.
Okay. The staff that I have, there are two groups. One group is the asset planning group. They are located on the 9th floor at City Hall. They were formerly with the engineering department, but because of the nature of their work, they went over into the asset management division, which is essentially what they do. They plan out the assets. In November, I was asked to take on the business systems and administrative support group, which is located at the Kitchener Operations Center. And that is the group that has two parts to it. One part, they are the CityWorks specialists that deal with CityWorks, which is the city's work order software program. And the other side of that is the administrative support function. And that is the function that supports all of the administrative work required by facilities management, operations, and utilities. And that administrative support group consists of 8 support staff, as well as the 2 full-time temporary staff as a core group that does all the admin work for those 3 divisions that I mentioned.
Okay. I'm seeing the picture. Could we, through you or for whoever, get a breakdown of a hierarchy of that chart to show us how that all fits in, since there's been this reorganization and I'm not sure who's on first and who's on second and all that?
Mr. Chapman?
Through Mr. Chair, all of the city's org charts for all of our divisions and all of our staff are available on the intranet. So the org chart for this division can be found there on the city's intranet page.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just have one question following up from, I guess, the revelation from Councillor Verbanovich. If this position is an absolute requirement, as it sounds like it is, for our funding, why is it even for provincial funding, or federal funding, sorry, why is it even before us as an option? Why isn't it just built into the budget? I'm confused on that point.
Through the chair, it's my understanding that any request to create an FTE requires council approval.
Okay. Well, if it is, in fact, if the asset management plan cannot be completed if we don't approve this, and there's funding tied to it, I would suggest that in the future that information needs to be included in the report because it's vital information. So I think we need to see that piece coming back to council for final budget day. There are no further questions. We will move on to, thank you, Mr. Gross. We'll move on to item 093, the proactive street tree maintenance. Councillor Ioannidis, yes.
This is similar to along the lines what you just mentioned. I see this more as a necessary service. So I'm just wondering, well, why is this not built into the current budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll address that. The reason these aren't included in the budget is the guideline set by council was fairly aggressive, 1.25%, and there's not room within that to add new staff and maintain existing services. So any new staff request is coming forward as a strategic initiative, as an ad.
Well, okay, this is asking for 2 FTEs. That's, yeah, okay, see that. In the past, how were we managing this in the past?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Presently, we have 11 foresters total. And as the issue paper says, we have 60,000 trees, so it becomes a priority what happens. So as we deal with EAB, we deal with windstorms, that becomes the priority. So what the lesser priority, street raising, is the first thing that falls off. We've started into structural pruning, as the issue paper says. That is the way to go moving forward, being proactive. And as we deal with stumps, I'm sure many councillors have received calls that the trees come down, and again, the main thing is to get the tree and the stem down, and then we come back to do the stumps when we can, as quickly as we can. So at this point, we try to fit it in as best we can and deal with the priorities in the immediate first. So having 2 additional FTEs and a temporary labor, we'll be able to prioritize and stay on this work so that it's getting done.
Okay, thank you for that. So my question is, do we not put ourselves at litigation risk by not doing these things proactively? Because if you're having residents who are walking along under the sidewalks and then they accidentally hit a branch, and then are we not legally liable?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess ultimately yes, and that's what we would react to. So as we get those calls where branches are overhanging walkways, most people are adjusting to them, but we get the calls and the complaints and try to address them as quickly as possible. It's the branches overhanging the roads where we've got garbage trucks, we've got buses that are dinging off them. We've identified the priorities, the roads that we should be going to. It's a matter of just fitting them in. And right now, with 11 staff, it gets to be very difficult to do.
Okay. I guess my next question is there any way that we could maybe possibly educate the public on these things, and if they can do these on their own rather than having staff do these?
Through you, Mr. Chair, presently we have a bylaw that does not allow the residents to prune the trees. We have in the past had problems where we've allowed this, that it's the excessive pruning to a detriment, which causes other issues. Okay. So it's tough to do, especially at this. There's a skill set to be able to prune properly, and that's where the second item where we identify the structural pruning. We have foresters, we have gardeners and horticulturalists. We've since had them train in the structural pruning component. There is a skill set there that most residents can't do.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Helman.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I want to know what happens if this isn't approved by council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it would be status quo where we are now. It'll be a reactionary as opposed to being proactive. The biggest item in dealing with structural pruning is probably something we should have started 30 years ago. What it does do is it trains the tree, it eliminates those double leaders, and what we saw this July windstorm is those old trees that have the double leaders, and ultimately there's a crotch that's created that becomes weakened and typically is the first thing to start to rot. That when we do get the windstorm, those are the trees that are coming down. So from a structural pruning perspective, it should be a priority. What it will do is strengthen the tree to eliminate those long-term problems.
I appreciate that, and I also I know you want to do the best job possible, but I'm just going to ask you: we're facing a real dilemma right now with having to replace the ash trees. Now, do you think this is an appropriate time to bring on this program when we're struggling with that other program.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this certainly becomes an aid to dealing with the ash trees. Right now, we're approaching dealing with EAB and removal of trees. Last year in Ward 4, this winter in Ward 6, is that we are removing the heads, we're removing the stems. It's now trying to get to the stumping. And once the stumping is done, then we can actually start to plan the replanting component. So it's one of those steps in trying to get the opportunity to replant. So it's one of those items that would certainly assist in getting the stumps out more efficiently and quickly, that we can go to the next step. So it would certainly work alongside the whole dealing with EAB.
Can I make a little comment here? I haven't made any comments.
Sure, yeah.
No, I get concerned because we try to do too many things at once, and it's difficult to have enough money to do everything you'd like to do. It would be nice to do. I know the issue right now is with the emerald ash borer, we have to get the trees down. That if there's a safety issue, we have to remove them. But the fact that there are stumps there, we can live with that. I know it would be a lot nicer not to have to live with them. It would be nice to, I know that when I moved to where I am, for the first 10, 12 years, I had to go to other parts of the city to see a tree. But we live with that. And then the sun's coming up and I'm still here. I'm just saying that what we're trying to do is not a bad thing, but we can't do everything. There's just not enough funds to do everything that would be nice to do and like to do. So I can appreciate where staff are coming from, and again, if you're not financially challenged, it's nice to be able to do a lot of things and be proactive. But we are somewhat financially challenged, and especially when we look forward to the next 2 or 3 years, with a lot of people in our community are going to be struggling without jobs. We have to sort of set aside the things that would be nice to do.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. One of the issues that I've seen over and over again is that we come in and do some of this street raising, and then we get a flurry of complaints and concerns from residents because the trees have been cut so dramatically that some of them look absolutely horrendous. What I'm not understanding is there's really very little impact on a tree branch hitting a bus or a garbage truck, is there? I mean, nobody's getting hurt by that, is there? Are we full with litigation from garbage truck workers and from residents on buses because they're getting hit in the face with a tree branch?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not litigation, and it's not just that. We get residents calling because it's scratching the top of vehicles. So yeah, I mean, we're certainly getting calls about it.
How many calls would we get in a year?
Oh, in a year? Oh, probably over 100.
100?
Yep.
Calls. And how many houses, how many street trees did you say we had? We have 60,000 street trees, and we get only 100 calls? That's not a very, that's a less than, I don't know, Councillor Gazzola, you're the one with the figure. What is the percentage on that? Less than 0.06? It's not very many. The other concern, and this is an ongoing concern with the EAB, is we go in and we cut and we take the major part of the tree. I still do not understand why we're not being more efficient and doing the whole job at once. Sending in another crew is another set of trucks and gas and time and labor. I mean, it's much more efficient. A tree was taken down in my neighborhood yesterday, and it was done. The whole tree was done. It was a private property. The whole thing was done. Everything was all cleaned up. Nothing was left. I don't understand why we can't do that. Help me understand this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's the priority of trying to get to the number of trees. So if I look, last year in Ward 4, there was over 600 EAB trees we're trying to get down as quickly as possible. The timing is, it's another set of equipment. I mean, we certainly can have equipment sitting on site waiting, but it's a matter of getting all the locates in order and dealing. I mean, we just exchanged email with regards to Pioneer Drive. It's a matter of approaching it in one block at a time. You need locates for the stumping. Again, it's the priority trying to get the stem and the main tree down, and then come back, remove the stump, remove the debris, fill it with topsoil, throw some seed down is how typically we leave them until we get a planting plan together and go back to replant. So it's a matter of trying to make the best use of the staff. The highest priority is really, depending on the size of the tree, it could be cutting it off as you're there. It could be a matter of climbing or having bigger equipment there. So it's trying to plan all the equipment, using the right equipment, the right number of staff to go in there and get out.
And I don't disagree with that, but I've watched the trees coming down in my ward because I was the first one, and I watched it, and there were groups of staff that went in and worked for a couple hours, and then they were gone for a couple hours, and they came back and worked for a couple of hours. It's not efficient. Like send in a group and get a block done, and then, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm belaboring the point, but it just, from a public perspective and from a financial perspective and an efficiency perspective, I don't get it. I agree with Councillor Gazzola. Really, we need to be focusing on the EAB and dealing with that. And I think that this is definitely a nice to have. You've just admitted we've had 100 calls out of our 60,000 trees, out of the number of residences that we've had. I don't think this is a serious issue, and I think that this can hold off until we deal with our EAB first of all.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and allow me to make a comment as well, along with my question. Sure. Start off with a comment first, actually. I can say with a lot of confidence that when we receive calls from residents that are annoyed by these very same things, I doubt it very much a response to them is, well, suck it up. Fact of the matter is,
please continue, Councillor Singh.
Okay. I thought somebody else was rebutting to what I was saying, so I was giving a moment to see if they wanted to continue. Fact of the matter is, these things are an issue citywide. They do cause a level of annoyance, level of discomfort to the residents, where they expect a certain return on their tax dollars, and seeing that visible sign of a tree cut on their boulevard and that stump sitting there for sometimes months at a time can be aggravating. So I can understand why the request is here, and a request for a priority for something that's a deficiency within the corporation needs to be notified. Us as the who have the fiduciary responsibility to allocate the necessary funding to departments. So I can't blame you for asking for this, but I do acknowledge that obviously the demands of your department alone are quite extensive, and EAB is one of them. That's where I guess the paramount priority needs to be set for now anyways. But that's not to say that we can't continue on looking at some of the things that are outlined in the issue paper. So looking at some other alternatives, apart from hiring more people and prioritizing more dollars to it. The trees that are on actual boulevards, those boulevards are city property, correct?
Correct.
There's a certain, under bylaws, there's certain property standards that have to be maintained on that boulevard by the owner, correct?
Correct.
Can't we pass on that responsibility for the tree maintenance to the owner as well? And I'm referring more specific to overhanging branches and such. That's one of the things that have been outlined in this report. So,
through you, Mr. Chair, I think ultimately there's a need to be able to do it properly. And I know most people believe they can prune properly. Certainly an opportunity to do more harm to a tree if it's not done properly. Could we offer training courses? There's options there. But the tree is ultimately owned by the city, and if something happens and that tree dies, and there's a whole bunch of risk issues to deal with it. So is there opportunity to look at what might or what can or can't be done? We certainly can look at that.
Okay, all right. And you refer to, courses, and I'm sure that content can easily be available online where residents can go online and see the proper method of, pruning the trees or the appropriate maintenance of the tree as well. So,
Mr. Whitmer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just wanted to add that trees are one of the, as Mr. Gross has indicated, one of the 12 assets that we have. And it's actually the only asset that actually increases in value as opposed to decreases in value, and it becomes more of a liability. So that is one of the reasons why we want to make the investment that we do into getting this right for the benefit of the tree and the residents that are immediately adjacent to it, because of all the benefits that have been explained through Mr. Schmidt's presentation on a sustainable urban forest. It really is important for us to have good trees that are healthy, that aren't creating a risk to our constituents. And this is one of the things that we were identifying as a risk that we have, that we are trying to mitigate. Although the calls may not be, they may not be calling a lot, there are complaints that come in that we're dealing with, and one complaint that comes in is generally representative of at least 10 others who have the same view, that it isn't necessarily communicated. So there's a variety of different things that we're trying to do with as well.
I understand that, and I don't think there's one point that you made that I can argue against that. I'm just trying to, gauge the responsibility that's on this seat, is that our same residents that come back to us and say, keep our taxes at or below inflation. We continue to hear that over and over again. And at the same time, we have a responsibility to maintain and further invest into the assets that we do have. And that's where we need to look at partnership relationship where we can pass on some responsibilities to the same asset. The same resident, same owner, that tree is their asset as well as taxpayer, as a resident in the city. So if we can somehow cultivate and encourage that type of relationship where they accept that responsibility of ongoing maintenance and the ownership of that tree back to the resident, that's perhaps some consideration that can be given to. And that's not something I have to, you have to admit to, or I have to agree that, one is wrong while the other is right. But I'm just saying that's perhaps consideration that can be looked at a later point as well. So
I think Mr. Hummel indicated he would.
Good.
Okay. Councillor Rabinovich?
Thanks very much. And I think a lot of what I wanted to say and what I wanted to ask has already been said. But in the end, if it comes down to us sort of choosing between additional dollars potentially for EAB versus additional dollars for proactive tree maintenance of the infrastructure that, or the tree infrastructure that we have, or the tree asset that we have, in your opinion, in your professional opinion, which would be the greater priority right now? Obviously, I mean, the removal of the EAB is looked after. It's the replacement that's the issue. So if our focus was either replacement or the street tree maintenance, which is more important if we only have dollars for one? And if you don't want to answer that now and want to talk to the rest of the forestry team and get back to me, that's fine too.
Well, I think at this point, through you, Mr. Chair, is that we're dealing with two very different things, my opinion right now. Dealing with the EAB is an immediate response to a bug that's killing our ash trees. From a risk and liability perspective, once an ash tree starts to decline, they go very rapidly and become a risk. Branches falling, trees breaking down. So it's something that, in previous presentation to council, is something that really needs to be dealt with sooner than later. From an operational maintenance perspective, what we're trying to do is trying to improve our street trees for the longer term. EAB is about 10% of our street trees. So we still have 90% we're trying to deal with, want to keep growing properly. As Mr. Whitmer said, maintain the asset to the best of our ability, especially the newer subdivisions, the new trees that are growing. So it's caught between which is better. They're two very different approaches. One is immediate, one is a longer term.
No, I appreciate that. But we've budgeted for the removal of the EAB. That part is dealt with. So the issue is, what we're short on is the getting rid of the tree stumps and replacing those trees. So that's the one end of it, and the other end is the need to maintain the existing asset. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is, you know, it's kind of like I need to replace my windows and I need to replace my siding and gutters, but I only have money for one. And so if I had to make that choice, in this particular instance, which would be the bigger priority from a forestry point of view?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the issue that you're speaking to, and we've talked about that, do we try to ensure the health and sustainability of the trees that we have, which is the 90% as Mr. Hummels indicated, and the answer is yes. We do know that planting new trees is a priority for the residents that the tree was removed. You know,
absolutely.
So that's where that decision is beyond staff's in the sense of where we're saying we want to protect what we have because that's the asset that we're trying to grow, and that's the tree that is actually giving us something back now. The new tree isn't going to be in a position to give us anything back from a sustainability perspective until it's about 30 years old. So in that context, we have a little bit of time, but we don't have a whole lot of time because we recognize that residents are saying, you took away something from me that was very important. I want to see that replaced as soon as possible. So that's the issue that we're dealing with.
Absolutely, and that's really what I was looking for, is that sort of frank assessment from a professional forestry point of view of what makes more sense. Then we get into the political reality of, well, if we only want to spend money on one, you know, which one is it going to be? I mean, I hear where Councillor Singh was coming from. I mean, both sets of residents would like to see both sets of issues dealt with at the same time, and that's where it falls into our laps to figure out, do we fund a little bit of each, one, the other, or both, and that'll be a topic for budget day. So thank you.
I just add one thing. The only other thing that we could really have our cake and eat it would be to have the approval from a stumping perspective as part of this process, but have every property owner that wants to have a tree donate the money so that we can use that program for the purposes of installing a new tree. That would be a virtual win-win on everybody's side.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, still three folks here in line. We are starting to get a little bit behind, so if we could, four folks in line. If we could sort of shorten up our comments and get to the point in our questions, I would appreciate it. Mayor Zaire.
Thanks very much. I was just going to ask Jim to come back and just repeat that last statement, combining the trimming, stumping, and planting a new tree. Just say that once more, please.
The request that we're having now is twofold. One is to deal with street raising. The other is to deal with stumping, so that we're ahead of the game. So that as soon as we remove it, we're able to replace the stump. So we're in a position to actually plant a new tree when the tree becomes available. We've talked about having the donation program where each property owner would make a contribution for the purchase of acquiring the tree, and then they would be getting a donation, a receipt for the purposes of that tree. That would be ideal, where we have the 4,500 trees that we're taking out replaced by the resident and taking ownership in that context. So all the trees are back in, and everything is done, and we're made whole. We don't have to worry about raising new money for the purposes of planting in the future.
Okay, and if 10 trees have gone down in a stretch, and 3 of them are willing to donate, that tree would go in quickly. The other 7 would wait in turn. Is that the kind of thing that would happen?
That's the risk of a program where not everybody wishes to participate, and it's obviously on a basis of whether or not they can afford to.
Yes, I recognize that. Yeah, so it has its pros and cons.
Yes,
but
correct.
Certainly, donating would be a good thing. It struck me, and don't have a lot of question here, but it strikes me when I'm following this conversation that in terms of the question Councillor Singh asked, would we ask people to do some of the trimming themselves? It was when I was a councillor in one of the first few years that, in fact, that did happen. We didn't ask. The the constituent just went ahead and did it. And it was on Old Chicopee Drive. And it was, what I think I've got the word still emblazoned in my mind. It was called pollarding, is that right? Pollarding the tree, which it was taken down to like hardly anything. It would grow back in 5-10 years, but it was a butcher job. And so I think there are, and I think the person may have been fined for it, I think, because it was our tree and destroying our asset. It's before we even thought of trees as an asset, probably. So I think that we have to take the longer term view here. Life doesn't stop because we have the EAB problem. And if we don't take care of the regular stock at the same time, our environmental issues get secondary and thought and short shrift because this is an environmental issue. It's not just beauty, it's not just liability, it is about our environment. So I think that we do need to get in there sooner because that is a frequent complaint, maybe not going on to being recorded as a complaint, but I hear it frequently in my office, either in emails or telephone calls or personal visits.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah. I'm just reading over this, and I know you guys know that I deal with a little bit of a different issue in the ward that I represent with regards to tree replacement. Where are we with that? Obviously, we're looking for funding for street or for raising and pruning, and where are we with the complete replacement of trees that have died once we've taken them over?
That is in our work plan for this year with funding made available. We're just trying to find the best solution to recognize that notwithstanding our desire to have medium and large stature trees, the likelihood is fairly remote given the circumstances. So, but we're prepared to say it's going to be a small stature tree because that's really all that's going to grow in that environment, and we're going to try to give it as much of a boost as we can by engaging the property owner with respect to watering it for us, and hopeful that that will give us some ability to get the trees back onto the streets where they have died. So it is a plan for this spring that we want to be able to get in. It's just a matter of dealing with the locates, dealing with the species, and identifying them all.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Just a couple of points. I think, obviously, by the length of this debate, it shows that the subject and trees are obviously one of our most precious neighbourhood resources. I wanted to point out that in my neighbourhood in Victoria Park, by law or no by law, I know that some residents, the ones that can afford it, will and have taken steps to do deep root feeding, cleaning up of trees. They hire professionals to do that usually. They don't do it themselves. So it is taking place already in certain areas from people who can afford it. I had one question. Do we have, and how many do we have of chipper trucks? You say you need more chipper trucks here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this point we have 2, and we've got a large and a small stumper that we go along with that.
Okay. And so you don't feel you can use those for this purpose?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this point they're used on a daily basis. You know, whether it's towed with a stumper or with a chipper, they're being utilized day in and day out. So we would need an additional one.
Okay, thank you very much. The only other comment I wanted to make, Mr. Chair, in relation to this and other things, I think we do well to concentrate on the dollars and the budget and not get into telling, as amateurs, the professionals how to do their jobs.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much. I will be focused to my questions. I know that we do want to grow our forest canopy, which is about 21% of the city, something like that. Can you ballpark it? Is that about right?
Correct.
And we're trying to, do we have an objective target of 25%, or do we know where we're going with that? What's our goal?
I remember. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think from our previous presentations, the goal is really to reach 40%.
Okay.
Close to that.
By 20...
I think it was 2020, if I remember correctly.
Okay, thank you. Certainly, I've seen a growing awareness and consciousness about the need for maintaining and enhancing our boulevard trees and city trees around residences, and there's no doubt that the people that I've spoken to are willing to step up and to contribute towards that, not only with the success of the watering bag program, but also, as Mr. Whitmer's alluded to contribute towards the regeneration of trees that have had some risk or have been taken down. Since today is the day where we ask for more information, I would like to see an issue paper come back about the option of that, what that would look like, and what the potential cost would be to the city, if any, in terms of labor, how we could educate people about that. It's something I've spoken about before, and I really do like the option of enabling people. I know that there's political risk that not everyone can do it, but I mean, we're trying to support those people that do want to invest in it, and it's an opportunity, it's not a requirement. So I am very much in favor of hearing more about that. Is it possible to bring back an issue paper for that before Budget Day?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've had some initial discussions internally. I think I've spoken to it before at Capital about how that program is working. We've been working with finance to look at the details for that. So we'll pull together whatever we can so that you have the detail for that. It's just a matter of how it's administered.
Right. You raise a good point. I guess it's both capital and operating, correct? So thank you very much for that. I look forward to that.
Okay, Councillors Gazzola and Singh have promised me they'll be very brief. Councillor Gazzola first.
I'll be very brief. As part of my questioning, and I just wanted to follow up last week where we talked about our ability to issue income tax receipts for donations to the city, which ties into this issue of and it's been brought up, I won't say any more about it, but about people being able to go and get a tree replacement immediately, and they're able to donate to the city. So I think it's an area we need to follow up on. There's been a fair amount said about it. I won't say any more.
Very good. Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to ask a very brief question. This is something I missed earlier. You're asking for 2 full-time FTEs and temporary staff as well. Could this be done on a seasonal? It's a matter of looking at affordability, what we can possibly do to get it started versus not having anything started at all because of affordability restrictions. Could it be a seasonal work?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the short answer is yes. To be able to have 3 seasonal staff out doing the work for 8 to 10 months is certainly better than not having the staff out there doing it.
Could an issue paper be brought for Budget Day speaking to that effect?
Through you, Mr. Chair, basically outlining the difference in cost. And
correct.
Certainly could.
Right. Okay.
I just had 2 quick questions. First one is, it's not entirely clear on the street. If a citizen wants to do the street raising, trimming of the tree themselves, is that a permitted practice? Or can they get fined? Do they go to tree jail?
We have a policy currently which prohibits it, so we would have to change that policy to allow them to do that on our behalf.
Okay.
And from our perspective, we're a little reticent to go down that path, but at least you know where I stand on it.
I won't ask any more about it. And I guess my other question, which might come out of actually Councillor Singh's request for the seasonality, is if this is not approved, I noticed there's $80,000 already in the growth allocations. What would that go to?
Chronic deficit.
Chronic deficit. It's a good answer. Okay. Okay. Actually, that's probably an appropriate answer. No further questions, gentlemen. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us back to Mr. Haggie. Alternative revenues.
Yeah, so the next section deals with alternative revenues. There are a series of issue papers about each of those. Just to remind Council requested for alternative revenue options to be brought back, the total 0.25%. Staff have identified 7 options, and Council's already dealt with one, the user fee item. So that one's already been passed and essentially is off the table, but there are 6 items that still remain. Of those 6 items, they total a decrease in the net levy of 0.15%, which would essentially bring the tax rate increase down to 1% if all of them were approved. The slide up here summarizes just what those items are, what the net levy impact is in terms of dollars and percentage, and what that would mean to the average resident. All the detailed issue papers are provided in the package. They begin on page 095, and again, staff are here to address any questions that council might have.
Okay, very good. So we're starting on page 095, and I just want to caution council again, we're behind time in this. The budget impact here is $5,000, so if you can keep your comments at appropriate length, I would appreciate it. Councillor Gazzola.
No, I'm just curious as to why this hasn't been the case in the past, that we haven't charged for things that, and is perhaps the figure even bigger?
I think Councillor Gazzola is implying it was rhetorical. Councillor Ioannidis, you might want to stay, Mr. Young, though.
Oh, no, sorry, this is for...
Okay, Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, to Jeff. Jeff, from what I see happen, particularly in Victoria Park, the centre of the universe, I'm an amateur, as I said, but I would guess that the amount of damage that is done by certain events would be far more than $5,000, that we could make more than $5,000 fixing up the kind of damage that I do see. I just wanted to ask you about that.
Through the chair, currently we do recover a lot of the costs of the events that take place right now. What we're looking at is trying to get to a place where we're recovering the actual cost of the event. So each year we look and see if we charge a group, say $500, and we come back next year and we realize that it was actually $700, we go back to that group with a better estimate for the current year for their upcoming event. And that's why the figures are where they're at.
And with something like Ribfest, for example, profit-making venture, the amount of damage that is caused, do they pay for that?
They do. We went with the Victoria Park Working Group a few years back. They had raised a number of concerns. The owner of that particular festival over the years has addressed those concerns. In conversations with individuals in the working group to their satisfaction, we continue to charge back to that event organizer, to the point I know in past years the grease drums that were left on site was probably the last of the big issues. So what we implemented this year was a charge of a few $100s per day that they were not removed. It took him an extra day this year, and he was billed accordingly.
Right. In the marathon, the run that took place that ended around the park, the powder paint that was thrown everywhere, who paid for that cleanup?
They did. Actually, we settled up with them today. They had provided a deposit of $15,000 in advance of the event. The total cost came in at just under $16,000. We communicated with the event organizers today, and they are sending payment within the next few days.
That's great. Thanks.
Mayor Zaire.
Very briefly, I think we need to differentiate between not-for-profits and those that are there for profit, and in relationship, and those that are for profit should pay full cost. In terms of the not-for-profits, I would just caution us, and I'm not sure, since it is a very small figure that we're talking about here, to not cut off our nose to spite our face, because there is value in these events for us as a whole. We encourage them to be here. So just keep that in mind.
It is a small number, and I don't expect you to know offhand, Mr. Young, but if we were to differentiate that at final budget time, do you have an idea how that figure might change if we differentiated between profit and non-profit?
It's going to be very close. Like I said, we're recovering pretty close to actual costs. We go back year after year to see where the gaps may be and make those adjustments, but it's not going to be a huge variance either way.
Okay, very good. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to page 096, and this is the increased cost recovery for bylaw enforcement operating. And I expect a few questions. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah. I don't understand if we're having such a problem with the Ranger games, why we're not issuing tickets and why we're not. People are infringing. Are we finding them now, or are we leaving it go?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, actually, we are issuing tickets. The average, I would say, is probably about 30, 35 a night that we're issuing, but what's required to do that is to bring on extra staff. We add an extra shift on Rangers games, but we also divert the existing officers that are on the street, and there's one parking officer and one noise officer on typically, and I'll use a Friday night as an example because that's very common. During the early evening of a Friday night, we have one parking officer and one noise officer on. And so what we've been doing is diverting them to the Rangers games, and also bringing on an extra shift, like a 4-hour shift to cover this sort of stuff. So it allows us to make our commitment to the community, and that commitment was part of the presentations that was made to the neighborhoods surrounding the Odd back when the Odd expansion took place, and there was concerns around parking out in the neighborhoods and that sort of stuff. So tickets are being issued, but the impact on the rest of the city is that we're having to divert resources to the Odd as well as bring in the extra shifts. And I will note that Kim Kugler is here as well with respect to the actual dollars being diverted.
So you're looking for more staff here then? Is that what you're looking for?
More staff?
No, through you, Mr. Chairman, we're not looking for more staff. What we're talking about is a chargeback for the cost of the staff that we're using now.
But aren't you collecting for the charge? Aren't you collecting through the fines for what for that cost that we're incurring?
But the challenge with that, of course, is that there's no guarantee that fines are going to be able to cover those costs. But it also means that we're not being able to address the issues in the other areas of the city in the event that we had to bring in another staff member to cover those particular areas. At this point, we're trying to plug along, but what it is basically it's a situation where we're having to concentrate efforts in one particular area, and this is an approach that we're taking that focuses on the ability to charge back for particular types of services.
I guess if I were on the other side, I'd say, well, I'll give you $25,000 less what fines you collect in that area. Fine. Another question on the next part of it, and I agree that you should be doing this when there's follow-ups. Did I read that we have the ability to add that to the taxes?
To you, Mr. Chairman, yes, I believe we do, but it will require some amendments to our bylaws to add that authority. But that's, those are typical bylaw amendments that I don't see a challenge with.
So it's pretty straightforward, then. There's no. Okay, I had another question here. No, it's to do with Molson's. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you. So I had a similar question as Councillor Gazzola as to the Kitchener Rangers game for additional recovery for parking enforcement. So I might say from your response to the Councillor's questions, I understand that the additional staffing cost and the revenue that will come from it will cross each other out then. So really there's no net benefit, or did I miss something in translation there?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, through you, I'm not entirely sure that I heard.
From what I heard, the way I understood it was that obviously additional staff resource is going to be required to enforce in that area, or we take away from enforcement throughout the city. And if we are going to focus on that and not affect the other parts of the city, additional staffing hours may be required, in which case there's going to be costs that are going to come from that as well. So the revenues we will generate may be kind of crossed out by the additional cost by further staff hours that may be required for enforcement in that area.
I think Mr. May has an explanation.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I can try to clarify. This proposal is not to bring on any additional staff.
It's to do with...
It's simply a question of where the funding for those staff hours is coming from. So if council approves this, we'll reduce our salaries line in bylaw by $25,000 because we'll now have the $25,000 recovery from the paid parking to pay for those hours. So as a result, you get a benefit to the tax base of $25,000.
Okay, all right. And my leading question to that was going to be if, to the earlier topic that you came forward, Mr. Turner, of finding some additional staff people so we have further enforcement of our bylaws. Would that benefit us where we would have then additional, staff resources to be able to do this type of enforcement and then still not affect enforcement citywide as well?
I think the resources, the staff isn't going to be allocated any different way. They're simply moving the money from one location to another. And the recommendation is that, the suggestions are either we take the money from the parking to the tax levy, or alternatively we could put it towards the bylaw deficit, but there's no staff implications. There's no staff less or more in terms of usage. They're going to be doing the same work.
I maybe heard something different. I was hearing from Mr. Turner saying that if obviously attention needs to be given to this area, that's going to be taken away from enforcement on other parts of the city. I may have misunderstood that.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, I think I did allude to that. In the event that we had a challenge where, and we're not at that point yet, so perhaps I did leave the wrong impression, and I apologize. We're not at that stage yet where we would have to bring somebody in to service the other area of the city. What happens at this point, though, is there's nobody out there in that area during the the period of the Rangers games. If that becomes an issue, then with a little bit of cost recovery, we've got a bit more flexibility that way.
Okay, all right. And I was just in my own mind trying to build that rationale of why it's important to take on additional FTEs in bylaw to the earlier discussion that we were talking about. Okay. The other was for cost recovery for recurrences or compliance, lack of compliance, or follow-ups. This is something comparable to other municipalities in the region, or are they doing the same?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there's several municipalities throughout Ontario that have varying degrees of fees for inspections. On one end of the scale, municipalities, and I'll get to the region, the local municipalities in a moment, but in some areas of the province, municipalities only charge in a situation where they've had to go back repeated times and the property owner still hasn't complied with the deadline given. Other municipalities are charging for virtually every type of fee or every type of work that they do in bylaw enforcement, which I think is not appropriate. So we're looking for somewhere in the middle. This is, as I mentioned earlier today, this is really the first step in this type of compliance tool.
So we would be in the middle of that group then, with this type of approach.
Yes, I think what we need to do is we need to be able to implement something to start that's very justifiable, and I think having to go back to a property several times after they've already been given their deadline, I think is justifiable.
Okay, and the paper states that obviously if they don't pay or they don't follow enforcement, then the cost could be put onto the tax roll as well. What if it's not the actual owner of the property that's the instigator of whatever the issue is, say it's a tenant or whatever the case may be? Would that still go on the tax roll then, or?
That's something that we'll have to contemplate through a bylaw change. If we, and again, that type of a scenario has not been completely thought out yet. I mean, we haven't got to the point of amending the bylaws in this regard yet, and that's going to be subject to council's approval. But I do believe we would have the flexibility to say yes or no, it is appropriate or not appropriate to apply the fee to the property owner's taxes if the property owner is not the issue. And that is the case from time to time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Through you, Chair Davey. My question is about the odd parking. And I see here that the parking fees they're reserved to put into future investments into transportation and parking initiatives. I could have swore it was designed to put for capital improvements for like a future odd. Am I mistaken?
Through you, Chair Davey, the funds were actually set aside to deal with parking and transportation strategies related to the improvements of the odd current. And so it was to help fund communication strategies. It was to help build up a reserve for a future parking if we were going to pave some additional spots on that site. And it was to help with any of the shortfalls with shuttles, as well as the bylaw or any other implementation that we needed to do.
Okay. All right, that's kind of slipped me. I thought it was to pay for other things. But anyways, so my question is, can we not just simply invoice the Rangers? Because it's their event. They're the ones that are causing this traffic problem. Can we not just have them invoice them to pay for this extra officer?
Through you, Chair Davey. When all of the addition came forward and the investment into the odd, it was a partnership that was brought forward, and there were revenue streams that were put towards the paying off the debenture from both sides, from the city's contribution as well as the Rangers' contribution. Transportation strategy, as far as and if you recall from the presentation, the parking on that site meets the requirements by the municipality. But as being good corporate citizens, the Rangers agreed to work through some transportation strategies with the city. So to send them the bill now after they've made the investment in the odd probably wouldn't be well received, and I think it would be against the agreement that we went forward with.
And my other question, and maybe this is not related, are we going to be getting a follow-up report on the paid parking for the odd? Because I could have sworn we were going to get a follow-up report after 1 year.
We will bring forward a follow-up report. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Zaire?
Thank you. My question as well, in terms of, is there any sense of what the revenue is from that paid parking on an annual basis, to put the $25,000 into perspective?
Sure. So currently, due to the need to install hardware and some capital investments as far as the actual electronic arms, the increase in some of the parking staff, there are some expenses, and then there are some revenues. So what our intention is to set it up as a reserve, similar to our capital reserve that we have on tickets, where there's $1 to $1.50, depending on the event, that goes into a reserve to help fund our capital programs. We're in the process of moving forward to setting up the same with parking. So currently, last year's revenue for parking and the expenses related to parking, there would be about approximately about a $10,000 surplus, but there still are some costs to go through there. I would say that the position at the end of 2014 will be in a positive, even if we put this charge that we're recommending for bylaw in there. We'll start to see a positive, and then what the intention would be is to have that billed as a reserve, and it would be reported in the budget call as one of the additional reserves under the odd and arenas.
Okay, and if we don't do, rather, if we do this, clearly then the other improvements will have to come out of some other source. So is this not shifting, and normally that would be capital from current. So something else doesn't get done, or there's an increase in from the taxation. So would this not end up essentially, it's in the long run, ends up being a wash? Yeah, you can put it in now, but we're not going to be better off in 5 or 10 or 20 years from now. That's a question. I mean, I'm trying to understand what the net effect of this is, not the short term, but effectively the long term. I don't see any benefit in this.
So through you, sorry.
Mr. May, do you want to?
Sure, I'll attempt to respond, and then Ms. Kugler can add to it. We will certainly bring back a one-year report on the paid parking experience that'll have some detailed information in terms of the revenue generated. It's my understanding that even after the $25,000, there's a substantial amount of revenue that can go into that reserve and build up over time. You're absolutely correct that allocating it to this will mean that it will not be available for other forms of transportation needs at the odd. But I think there's a question outstanding around the future of the auditorium and what kinds of large-scale investments we would want to be making into the existing facility until we've made those long-term decisions.
Okay, just a quick comment. Notwithstanding that, I agree that we could not, from a contractual standpoint, be charging the rangers. I think to be switching this around at this point in time, even though it is our revenues, the city's revenues, that it would be in bad faith with the kind of understanding that we had with the rangers. It was to deal with parking and other things in the at the auditorium.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, actually, most of my questions have been asked, but I just wanted to ask Shane or Kim, whoever wants to answer it, what happens on non-Ranger game days when we have sellouts in the facility? Do we still have bylaw go out and do the same enforcement? Say there's a concert that sells out or something. Do we still experience some of the same difficulties with parking? And if so, how do we approach that from a bylaw perspective?
Through you, Chair Davey. So traditionally on non-Ranger event nights, we don't see the same impact, and largely because when a concert comes in, a large number of the seats are taken out because of the stage production area, so the seating capacity alters. So when we get to a full sellout, we usually still have space within the site, so we don't have the same impacts on the neighborhood. And we also see that the people travel together because they're coming in larger groups, and so they are not coming as single people in a car. They tend to come as a group because it's a whole night experience where they're doing dinner before and they're also then taking in the event.
So maybe my example of a concert wasn't a good one. Say you're hosting a Memorial Cup or you're hosting a World Hockey Championship where you're not removing some of those seats. Would we then imply or have bylaw out to enforce there as well?
So through you, Chair Davey, we have had those experiences. So when we had the Memorial Cup here in 2008, we actually set up a whole parking and transportation strategy, and bylaw was included in that, and there were costs and pieces that were charged back to the event.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. I wasn't going to address the parking, the ranger thing, but in listening to what's going around, I think this is a good revenue stream. I've been hearing from a number of residents actually through cycling and the fact that I have a son who lives in the area, that people are parking further and further and further away, not minding the walking so that they can avoid it. So they're actually impacting further streets now. And, I think that we are getting some revenue. I think it's good that we're getting that revenue. Matter of fact, I've been hearing from some people that we should have more paid parking there, and I don't know whether we want to go down that road. But I think this is a good opportunity to do something with revenue that maybe we weren't expecting quite as well. The other question I had, and certainly support the idea of property standard violations. I know from conversations I've had with Gloria and Mr. Turner that we do have bylaw officers going out again and again and again. And you know what? If the owner isn't the problem, but the tenants are the problem, well, then the owner needs to get on top of the tenants. So I'm glad to see this. I think this is one good way of making sure that there's some compliance with our property standards.
Okay. There are no further questions. Thank you. Okay. We're on to the increased advertising revenue through sponsorship strategy on page 098. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I was wondering if staff was just a little light with their figure. So I want to refer back to Monday. We awarded Molson's the agreement. We're going to get $560,000 over the next 5 years. The previous 5 years we got $397,000. That's a difference of $162,000. Divided by 5 is $33,000 a year. So already we've got 33 of the 45.
I'm guessing that's already included, but Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're absolutely correct. The adjustment to the Molson's agreement is already included in the base budget, and the additional revenues helps account for a reduction in some of the sales we're seeing in some of the other non-alcoholic beverages at our facilities. I'd also say that that's very, it's semantics, but it's important language for us to start to use going forward. That is a sponsorship. The issue paper before you is about advertising. Two very different things, and we'll need to start to make that distinction over time.
Councillor Gazzola, good? Okay. Okay, no further questions on that. Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll move on to page 0100, and it's the mobile catering license fees. And again, this is a $5,000 item, so... Mr. Chapman, okay, and we're responding, Councillor Ioannidis.
Again, you did mention this is a $5,000 item, but I've heard from many of the food truck vendors over the last few months they have a lot of concerns. So is this a $550 a yearly fee, or is this per event?
Mr. Chapman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this would be an annual license fee.
Okay. All right, that's great. Thanks. That's all I wanted to hear, because that's reasonable.
Okay. Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much. And it's more of a comment that there's two sides to this story. And of course, we want a level playing field for those restaurants that are brick and mortar that have invested in the downtown and who look to these as somewhat poaching without paying their fair share. So I think this is an important step in that direction, that we are taking this matter seriously to ensure that while we welcome this diversity of food offerings, that it does pay its fair share and that it is a fair amount. We do appreciate the vitality it brings to the core, but I think that this is an appropriate level and it will support it.
Okay, no further questions on that. We've dealt with 0101 already. And 0102, cost recovery for engineering. Questions, Councillor Gazzola?
No, I'm a little confused here as to where we go on these things, because what are we? Are these projects strictly related to a new development?
Through the chair, yes.
So, I guess I could ask, well, why haven't we been charging for this in the past, if it's a legitimate thing that should be coming to us?
Yes, through the chair, these are currently services that engineering staff provide to facilitate the development process, which we are not recovering costs for.
But if we're entitled to them, why have we not been doing that?
Through the chair, I do not believe this has been examined. Through the budget process this year, staff were requested to look for alternative revenue sources, and through examining the services being provided, it became apparent that these are services being provided that aren't being accounted for in our cost structure.
Are there other ones out there that we've been missing?
These are the ones that we came up with through the exercise that we went through this year.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Good. I think this is a good first start. I think there's a lot of work that our staff does that we don't get any cost recovery from, and I would sort of challenge planning and engineering maybe to look further into things that we do for development and maybe sometimes for some of the general public that takes a lot of staff time, that maybe we should be looking at some kind of a general fee. It doesn't have to be, I mean, you know, there's some high ones here that's $475, $500. That may be high for a private resident, but for the development industry, it's peanuts. So I'm glad to see that you guys went through this. I think this is a really good exercise, and I strongly support it.
Councillor Rabinovich?
Thanks. Just with respect to these new cost recoveries for engineering, How do they compare to similar fees in other cities?
Through the chair, I do not have that information in front of me right now.
Okay, that would be information I'd like to see particularly in the region, how those fees compare, or if they exist at all, because I think that's important when we try to stay competitive within the region. And if I'm clear on, particularly on the driveway ramp widening, what does, right now there's a zero fee towards that?
That is correct.
Okay. And if these were implemented, when would they kick in?
If these were implemented, they would kick in once a budget is approved for 2014.
So the next day?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I'll look for that additional information then on the other cities for final budget day.
Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, through you, Chair Davey, with the driveway ramp widening at $150, isn't that excessive? Considering I just had a friend of mine just do his for $200. Like, you're going to charge him a building permit, a fee of $150 just to do it? It seems awfully high to me.
Through the chair, when we receive requests for driveway ramp widening, we need to look at traffic standards, where the driveway is located relative to intersections. We need to look at where utilities are located, and we need to look at zoning bylaws to see whether or not we're maintaining appropriate setbacks and impervious area coverage on those properties. And so there are several steps that need to be done, and several staff have to look at that to ensure that we are meeting all our existing standards. So it does take some time to ensure that we are maintaining our existing standards.
So you're saying we need several inspections for a curb cut?
Through the chair, not necessarily inspections. It's more of a plan review, more of a desktop exercise.
Okay, well, I still think it's pretty excessive. My other question was looking at, where did I read this, where from engineering, that you want to charge a $450 to go to building. What does that entail? Because to me, all it is here are the plans. Why are we charging $450 just to go to one department?
Can you clarify which one you're looking at?
Okay, engineering is proposing an application of $475 per application. Let's see, site plan buildings.
On-site plumbing applications?
Okay, where did I read this? Or was that on the other one? Sorry, that's on the other one. That's on the other.
Any further questions, Councillor Hernandez?
Let me get back to you on that one.
Sure. Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, just quickly on the driveway ramp widenings. People already do this without permission. Is that where we will turn around and still charge them $150? Or I'm just wondering if this is going to promote people going about doing it without permission as opposed to getting the proper permission to do it.
Through the chair, I don't think the intention is to use this as a penalty for people that do this without permission. This is to ensure that when it is requested and that it's done correctly and it's done within our existing standards. I think if someone was to complete something like this without our permission and they have done it incorrectly without a review, then there may be impacts to bylaw and enforcement with respect to property standards and whether or not they're being followed. So that would fall outside of engineering's purview.
I think I'd like to have a little bit more information on this one specifically, because I do have concerns with it, and it doesn't need to happen today, but for final budget day, I have concerns just because I see people then just going about doing it, as opposed to, even if they come to you and ask, and then they find out it's $150, they're just going to turn around and get their information in, and they're just going to do it. So I'd like to have a little bit more information on what the ramifications would be if they do it on their own, versus paying this fee, and what other bylaws or rules are in place to help protect the city from people doing this independently. Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis?
Okay, yeah, back to my question. So we're looking at circulating engineering plans from building, and we're going to charge $475 per application. Can you elaborate what that is?
Through the chair, my understanding is this would apply to service connections to private properties that are outside of the development process. So they're outside of a site plan approval. And when servicing is completed for those, engineering would be reviewing the portion of sewer lateral that's within the right-of-way to make sure that it's meeting the regional standards and our own city design standards, as well as inspecting that to ensure that once it's completed and restored, that it meets our standards.
And through the chair, in addition to that, the building department looks after the building code compliance for the plumbing work on the private property. Engineering has different sets of standards and regulations, so they enforce those requirements as well on the private property. So this is a cost recovery for engineering for the work that they're doing on the private property. They're validating sanitary flows, which the building code doesn't regulate. So there's some things that the engineering staff do on the private property. They're looking to recover some of these costs where projects don't go through site plan approval.
Okay, so is this another one of the aspects that Councillor Urbanovich is asking to see what other municipalities are doing in this perspective?
It could be, yes.
Okay, I would like to see that in there. Probably for the whole thing.
Right, that's Councillor Ivanovich's intention is for all of them.
Okay.
Very good. The only question is, and it seems to be clear, but all of the fees imposed, it looks like they're rounded figures, but it is cost recovery. So most of the prices you came up with here are simply the cost that we anticipate it takes staff to perform the work.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. And we'll move on to the final page, 0104. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, nothing to do with that one, but yes, we did deal with the fees on 101, but I had some quick comments on the leisure access program, which I don't think was brought up.
Oh, yes,
Can
you could
I
ask.
make that comment?
Actually, hold on to that 1 second. I'll go back to
Sure.
it. But
Thank you.
I just want to clear this first. Are there any questions on this item? This is the subsequent subdivision review fees. I'm not seeing any. Councillor Ioannidis.
Has this been reviewed with the Home Builders Association?
Through the chair, yes, this has been brought forward to the development industry, and they support it.
And they support it? Okay, thank you.
You support it, okay. Hey, no further questions on that. We'll go back for Councillor Etherington to page 101, the increased user fees. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just very quickly, not the fees, but I'm concerned about the leisure access program that helps low-income families. We subsidize them to use our programs. And last year, that particular program went $30,000 over budget, roughly. We're consistently over budget on that. I know we seem to find the money from somewhere, but the suggestion here that we add $10,000 to cope with that $30,000 reduction, in my opinion, is not enough. So I just wanted to say that when we get to that point, I'll be recommending that we increase that $10,000, particularly at a time when the groups, charitable groups like Jumpstart, Canadian Tire, is drastically cutting back on support for municipal subsidy programs. So we're going to be paying more in order to keep that program going for several thousand, I think it's more than 3,000 actually, children, seniors and adults. So I just really wanted to put that out there because I don't think the 10,000 is going to be enough.
I recall that, well, two things. First of all, I don't my understanding is we don't ever turn anyone away, whether we're in deficit or not. And I thought Mr. May had indicated that the $10,000 actually was enough to get it out of deficit, but Mr. May, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, to clarify, the $10,000 would be the first year of a multi-year increase. So it would not get us out of deficit, but we anticipate that over the next 2 or 3 years, we would add another $10,000 each year to get us to the appropriate level of funding. We have identified a number of capital closeouts that could be used so that should next year the requirement go beyond the additional 10,000, we would dedicate those funds. So I think you're correct. We don't turn folks away, and we would find the funding in a variety of sources to fund this program. We have a plan in place to ramp it up to a sustainable level over multiple years.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions on this item? On this item, Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I didn't realize, I thought it was at the end, so I just want to, the difference between the 115 that's mentioned and the 80 is what?
Answer that, Mr. Haggie.
Through the chair, that's instead of increasing all user fees by 3%, council chose to increase recreation fees by 2.5% instead.
That's what I thought. Okay, I wonder, is it possible? Two of the major areas are minor hockey and soccer. Is it possible to find out what has happened to their fees? What is happening to their own fees?
Oh, you mean what they're charging to their customers?
Yes, yeah. We don't need it today. When you come back.
Okay, we can note that as a follow-up item.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, no further questions on that. Councillor Singh, you had a question on something else before we move on?
She had an issue paper I wanted. Are we still speaking to the alternative revenue proposals, or are we done with that?
We were about to move on to enterprises, but if you had a question with alternative revenue.
So yes, I do. Quickly, just explaining where I'm going with this. Originally, when we looked at the budget, back in, I think it was in August, we were dealing with a lot of uncertainties, not knowing where inflation would be, and at the same time, uncertain where our impact assessment role, where that would come in at as well. So that's why I think we set a pretty optimistic goal at 1.25, along with my motion, which had asked for additional 0.25 of recommendations. And a lot of the recommendations that are before us, I think, are drive through efficiencies and cost recovery, which is really excellent. So where I'm going with this is I would like to see an issue paper come back through our economic development with a proposal of not including the user fees component of the suggestions that are before us out of these items. If allocation could be given to an economic development strategy. So I'll leave it to them to see how they could do with that.
Okay. Could you restate I'm not entirely clear on what the report would contain. An economic development strategy for what and with what budgeting?
I guess, allocating a fund that or a reserve that could be funded through some of the, I guess, cost recoveries or efficiencies that are before us in these proposals. Yeah, to fund some sort of reserve specific to an economic development strategy.
Okay.
It's very difficult to say, I want to fund a certain amount. I'm trying to be specific to just the proposals that are before us, are the alternatives, nothing outside that. So negating the user fees, if we were to approve any of these, what could be built into an economic development reserve fund that could be used for various initiatives?
Okay, Mr. Chapman, do you want to comment on
this?
It's
a little vague, I know, but it came to my mind last minute.
So to confirm I understand the request, you're saying what would the impact be? Let's say there's 0.15% remaining of reduction here. Instead of applying that to levy reduction, if that was earmarked for an economic development reserve, what would economic development outline as their priorities and uses of those funds?
Correct.
So we're in committee's hands on that. If there's a request for that, we can bring that issue paper forward.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola, comment?
It's an issue paper.
I'm not going to I wasn't going to comment on that because you're just asking for another reserve to be set up instead of taking.
I'm not asking for a reserve, Councillor Gazzola. I was asking for, I think Mr. Chapman clarified a little bit better to the point that I was getting at. I wanted to see what economic development, what type of priorities they could accomplish with some prioritization from some of these suggestions, if we were to pass some of them.
Instead of passing it through the tax.
Instead of through the tax base, yes. As an issue paper.
That's fine. The question I really had, when you talk about user fees, are you also talking about the AR05 ones in the very bottom?
No, I'm not talking about the user fees.
Those are done, right?
That's right.
Yeah, what user fees are done?
Minus the user fees.
Yeah, those can't be changed at all?
They can be changed, but it causes all sorts of issues because they're already going to change it once for January, and if we change it again for final budget day, then we have to have a second increase some months later, and we don't get all of the cost. Basically, I would say no.
No, I thought he was referring to that. So.
Right. Yes, no. Mr. Chapman.
And just to clarify, the motions that have been passed for user fees are final. They're not subject to final budget deliberations. So I would suggest that we're moving ahead to implement those, make the bylaw changes, and any change at this point would require reconsideration by this council.
Oh, okay. Better yet. Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that we need to request a vote on that issue paper, and I know we don't usually, but I think it's totally contrary to what we asked for with regards to the savings for the tax levy and the reductions that we asked for. And so we have strategic initiatives that are outlined in our budget submission that aren't funded, that are priorities for the city. And so to come up with either a new reserve fund or something specific to economic development, I think goes in contrary to what our strategic plan, what staff have done, and what work they've done. And so I think it kind of defeats the purpose of us coming forward with asking for alternative revenues and cuts in certain areas to try and decrease the tax levy. And now we're going to look at potentially spending or using that money to promote a reserve fund. So I would request, Mr. Chair, that we have a vote to see if that issue paper and the resources that staff would have to put towards that be included in final budget day.
Yes, we'll be voting on all of this at the end. So I just suggest, in the interest of time, why don't we just hold off on that piece and vote on it separately at the end. Okay. Okay, with that, we'll move on to enterprise.
Before we talk about any single enterprise on its own, I thought it would just be worthwhile to provide some context for enterprises as a whole with regard to whether they're in surplus or deficit and what their ability is to pay a dividend to the city, as that's been a consideration of council in the past. So looking at enterprises and what their planned position is, 3 of the city's 7 enterprises are planned to be in deficit at the end of 2014. So that's golf, parking, and stormwater. Those three different enterprises have plans to get them out of deficit and return to a positive position over, in some cases, over a number of years. And it's important that council affirms this plan and returns all of the enterprises to a positive position, making sure that all of those enterprises are viable in the long term. With regard to whether an enterprise can or cannot pay a dividend to the city, there are 3 enterprises that can and in fact do pay a dividend to the city. So those are gas, golf, and parking, whereas the other enterprises are prohibited by legislation from paying a dividend to the city. So that's not even an option for those different enterprises. The first enterprise that we'll look at in some detail is the golf enterprise. And in 2013, it's expected that the golf enterprise will be at a break-even position. And this is good news, again, for that enterprise, especially considering that the golf course is opened a little bit later than was planned. Golf is expected to remain in a deficit position for all years of the forecast, but then whittle away that deficit once some of its debt commitments are paid off. But that falls outside of the 5-year window. As noted before, golf does, in fact, pay a dividend to the city, and the amount of that dividend is to approximate the property taxes as well as income taxes of the golf enterprise. That amount can be decreased as the revenues we're having a difficult time sustaining that enterprise since it's in deficit, but they cannot be increased as there's no new revenue to pay an additional dividend to the city. Looking to the numbers for the golf enterprise, there's really no significant change between the 2013 budget and 2014 budget. And if you look halfway down the slide for the line that says excess deficit or revenue over expenses, that's essentially the position of the golf enterprise after it pays its dividend to the city. You can see it was budgeted to have a break-even position in 2013. We're planning for actuals to be around that as well. And for 2014, it's planned to be at a break-even position in 2014. But then if you look down at the stabilization reserve fund at the bottom, you can see that it is in a deficit position. And as I mentioned earlier, that will begin to be whittled away as the debt costs related to the golf expansion begin to come off in, I believe it's 2020. So that concludes comments about golf. Ms. Kugler is here to answer any more detailed questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haggie. Councillor Gazzola.
We used to get figures for both Dune and Rockaway. Have they disappeared?
Through you, Chair Davey, we used to break them out by Dune and Rockaway because we set up very separate operations. To create some of the efficiencies when we streamlined and cut $750,000 from the budget, we brought everything under one so that our administration costs, our insurance, everything are centralized, and that the efficiencies of the resources of having people shared over 2 locations and commuting back and forth, that's where we're really representing as Kitchener Golf, and that's how we market ourselves, that's how we are actually budgeting. When people call into the golf course and their memberships are transferable at both golf courses, and also when one course is full, then they can transfer and play the other. So from any of the strategies and from any of our ability to track expenses, it's really one unit.
You just said you cut $750,000?
Yeah.
I missed that. When did that happen?
2000 and at the end of 2009, 2010.
You cut
$750,000 out of the...
How? How did you do that?
We removed the manager from the golf unit and had golf report directly to the director. We eliminated our food and beverage component and contracted out the services. We eliminated our 2 administrative positions and a number of other additional cuts in addition to that.
I'm getting old. My memory's just dying. I can't remember 750,000 cuts. Just on that sheet there, why I was looking at the 2642 revenue in 2014. There doesn't seem to be a 3% increase applied there. Are the golfers getting any increase, or was that covered in our other fees? Or
through you, Chair Davey, there are fees that are showing there, and there is an increase in the fees. But what we are finding is that people are taking more advantage of the specials, so that our fees are increasing for a green fee round, but we're also trying to have a strategy around the less desirable times, and so some of that play that's sustaining our rounds, the amount of revenue we're making on those times is a little less.
So bottom line, our fees are only going up 1%.
Sorry,
our fees are only going up 1%.
If our fees are actually going up higher in some of the areas, and there are some fees like our driving range and our actual pitch and putt where the fees are staying the same. Our memberships have gone up 3%, and so we are increasing those fees.
Okay, final question. A couple of years ago, we transferred $1 million over to the golf courses. What has happened? I haven't, as a result of that.
Through you, Chair Davey, the major impact of that $1 million transfer was that in our stabilization in our deficit that we're carrying. It's decreased that so that our amount of interest payable is less, so it's helping us on our operating side.
And that's what I thought it was. It was just changing what you owe the bankers.
Correct.
Yeah, and the bankers weren't really pushing you, were they? So we took $1 million and went boof. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. Kim, I know that there's been conversation before, and I don't know if it's been explored all that much further with regards to leasing one or the land of one or the other golf courses. I'm thinking really specifically Dune because I think a lot of people see Rockaway as more of a heritage and has history. Have we done any further investigation on the viability of that?
We did. We actually brought in the outside consultants, the National Golf Foundation group that came in and did a full review of the current golf unit, and they looked at options of leasing, sale, continuing in the relationship that we had, or making the alterations. And the recommendations that from a revenue stream, we're not going to improve from any of those other operating models.
Was that in this term of council? Am I thinking that I should have remembered that?
Actually, yes, it was.
Okay. I apologize then. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you. We'll move on to building enterprise.
Regarding the building enterprise, building activity has been down in 2013, which Council's aware of through the variance reporting cycle. So that's resulted in reduced revenues. Expenses have also been reduced somewhat as building management has been good stewards of their financial resources and has held positions vacant in order to reduce expenses. It's expected that 2013 will end in a deficit, but as Council is aware, there is a stabilization reserve that's in place solely for this purpose, that if the building enterprise has down years, that stabilization reserve fund is there to pick up that deficit. And as mentioned earlier, the dividend is not allowed to be paid from building to the tax base. There's a cost recovery portion, so the city is allowed to charge its costs to building, but building cannot turn around and pay additional funds to the city in a dividend. Looking at the figures, again, I'll draw your attention down to about the midpoint, excess of revenue over expenses line on the chart. And you'll note for 2013 to 2016, the building enterprise is planned to be in a deficit position. But as I mentioned, there is a stabilization reserve in place solely for this reason to pay off any deficits that are experienced within the building enterprise. Over time, the building stabilization reserve fund is reduced, but it's not, it never goes into a deficit position itself. And the value of having this kind of reserve fund is that the city doesn't have to make knee-jerk reactions in either increasing rates and increasing in order to increase revenues, or making knee-jerk reactions about cutting expenses and taking away staff and other expenses. Those conclude the comments about the building enterprise, and again, Mr. Sealing is here to answer any more detailed questions.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Just one simple question. Looking at that statement right there, we can see we've got a whole pile of brackets in the bottom line. Right? We're right in the middle of the bad years. Right?
through the chair, 2013 has proven to be our first, the first 11 and a half months have shown that we're in an economic downturn.
And it's going to continue for a couple of years.
The building enterprise is predicting it's going to continue for a few years, yes.
And then it's going to turn around.
Absolutely.
Bottom line, my question is, do we really need a $4 million reserve?
So through the chair, this is the first, so just to back up for council's benefit, the legislation changed in 2006 where Bill 124 allowed municipalities to operate as enterprises and the establishment of reserves. It's to create sustainability, to bridge economic downturns. And since implementation of the building enterprise, we are now in our economic downturn. The enterprise has not gone through a full economic downturn, so I think it's too early and premature to state that $4 million reserve is too high. I can tell you that other large municipalities throughout the province range from 100% of 1 year's operating costs to the high of 300%. So we're certainly below average. I think we're the 10th largest municipality in Ontario. And I think the building enterprise has done extremely well in being fiscally responsible so that we still have $4 million in the reserve.
I guess, did you answer my question? That we need $4 million all the way along the line?
I tried to explain that we have not gone through a full economic downturn since implementation of the enterprise. And after we go through, I'd be more than happy to review at that time.
But your predictions here are very clear and very, and they're showing what's going to happen. Yeah. And I don't think you're going to be too far off. So I have a lot of faith in your figures here. It's okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Mike, do we ever sort of have an understanding, and maybe you do within your department, the difference between like new housing starts, building permits for decks and renovations and fences? We don't need permits for fences now. And the other areas, do we break that out, or do you have an understanding of where that is?
Through the chair, as being good stewards, we certainly track all those sorts of things. So I can tell you that right now our new single detached dwellings compared to our 5-year average, we're down 46% year to date. Okay. I can tell you that our renovations, home improvements, because at the last variance report, Councillor Fernandez, you were asking about renovations. Renovations are in line with 2012 numbers year to date for 2013. We traditionally see our home renovations and small additions go up when we hit economic downturns.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I expected. If people say, you know what, instead of buying a brand new house and going through all the additional moving costs, I can do a renovation for a lot less.
Correct.
Right, okay. And I guess this goes back to my comments earlier this morning about and where Mr. Chapman identified that growth does not pay for growth. It's the concern I guess I continue to have is if this trend continues, will the DC bylaw change it? That's why I kind of wondered why you started to in 2017, because it'll take a couple of years for that DC bylaw to sort of take effect and ripple out. Is that why you see it starting to revenue to increase, or do you see that it's more something else?
So through the chair, the building enterprise is predicting that in 2015, our new single detached dwellings, semi-detached row houses are going to start coming back on board. There's a lot of that supply, existing stock on the market for sale. There's an overabundance. The market needs to correct itself. So we're predicting in 2015 and onward that our new low-rise residential is going to take off again. Kitchener is a very desirable area. Developers, builders, and homeowners, we offer first-time home buyers. We've got a lot of migrants coming to Kitchener. We've got the product and we've got the land for future development. So we're going to see a return to traditional and sustainable levels in terms of development. But we're in a little bit of a lull right now because we just finished 17 years of good construction and permanent activity.
That's not a good news story for infill development, though. If you're saying that they're going to come back online, that there's a push for that.
But see, through the chair, when I'm reporting on some of these numbers, I'm stating that these permit numbers will include infill development. The LRT is already showing that there's infill development along the rail lines. We're seeing that, and we're going to see a return to some greenfield development that we're not seeing right now.
Okay, I apologize because I thought you were only referring to single-family dwellings. I didn't realize that you were referring to all new development when you said that it was going up.
So my apologies. When we're looking at the building permit revenue line in 2015, and we're predicting $3.5 million worth of revenue. That's all types of building permit activity.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm just finding, the 46% down on single family, that's kind of what I'm seeing out in my area. So that just reconfirms it.
That's
okay,
correct.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Mr. Sealing, in regard to the downturn that we've had right now, and looks like not much better next year, you've got 2 vacant unfilled positions. What positions are they?
One of them is a municipal building official 3. They are a plan examiner that review large-scale projects. And the other one is a position that I've mentioned to council before. It's a plumbing specialist. So it's actually an inspector out on site doing plumbing.
Okay. So because of this downturn, because of the 2 vacancies, are you planning to fill these positions next year, or are you just going to hold off for a while? What's your objective?
So as part of the fiscal responsibility in 2014, that the building enterprise is not planning on filling those 2 positions. They're not in the budget.
Okay. So you'll wait till the economy improves, basically?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Actually, yeah, my question was along the same lines. Frankly, I'm a little concerned. I see that we're coming out of deficit into 2015, 2016, but there's a healthy amount of speculation, I think, in that part, especially in light of the fact that we're earlier in the day, we were told that assessment growth in general is declining. But to the 2 positions that are vacant, my understanding is it's not necessary to even inform council should you decide to fill those vacancies. There's no information. You could technically fill them without otherwise notifying us. Is that correct?
So through the chair, correct.
Okay. And because the deficit is so huge, I want to I guess ask in a broad sense that you've done everything possible, like you're looking at offering the sort of unpaid leave days if any staffs, because obviously I think there's some work that isn't there's staff that don't have work to do, I think, in some cases. So we're offering unpaid leave days. We're looking at if someone else retires, you might gap further positions. These are all possibilities.
So through the chair, I was negligent in advising. Over the past 17 years, we've been issuing building permits. We have a number of building permits that are still open. So although our number of issued permits are down, I think 28% year to date from last year, our staff are going out trying to close off some of these open permits. We have approximately 6,000 open permits on our books right now. So staff need to go back and knock on doors and ask to get inside people's houses, go in people's backyards to close off some of these permits. These are these are liabilities for the corporation. So we'll probably issue 2,500 permits this year. So we've got 2.5 years of activity if we were to physically close our doors. So staff are busy closing off old permits. We still continue to meet with the industry. We are open Tuesday evenings, offering services to our customers to get their permit on the spot. So we're offering a number of services. These are not proposed to be affected.
Okay. So, but I guess there's back-end revenue to closing those permits, though, but those numbers are all included here.
Correct. As soon as we issue a permit, we report on those revenue. We still have to do the inspections, and it could take 6 weeks to 4 years to finish off that permit.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
We're a little bit behind the time.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Sealing. No further questions. On to parking enterprise, Mr. Haggie.
Summarizing the parking enterprise, it's projecting to be in a deficit at the end of 2013. And this is largely due to shortfalls in this revenues for Civic District and Dukin, Ontario. And again, the Council's been aware of that through the various variance reports that have come forward. Parking is currently in a deficit position in its stabilization reserve fund, but the forecast shows that by 2018 it would return to a positive balance, although a minimal one, in year 5 of the forecast. Parking does indeed pay a dividend to the city, and that amount could be decreased as the revenues for parking haven't materialized as planned, but it should not be increased as there's no ability to pay any additional funds to the city. Again, looking at the number side of the parking enterprise, for 2014, the budget is based on 2013 actuals plus or minus items that are known. So things like rate increases have been accounted for, as well as there's some inventory changes within the parking enterprise. A good example is just next door, the Forsyth lot was in the budget in 2013. It's obviously not going to be available for parking purposes in 2014, so those revenues and expenses have been removed from the 2014 budget. If you look approximately 2/3 of the way down for the net revenue expense line, that's where you'll see the kind of the bottom line anticipated result for the parking enterprise. You'll see in the budget for 2014 that it's planned to be in deficit of almost $500,000 in 2014, but all future years are positive. And if you come down a little bit further in the slide, you'll see the stabilization reserve fund, its closing balance, is in negative for a number of years, but then again by 2018, it's in a positive of $18,000. Those conclude the overview comments. Mr. Reedman and McCormick are here to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haggie. Questions on parking. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm trying to compare to the hourly revenue. What happened how did you come up with that budget figure of for 2013 of $1 million, and now that's way off and it's never coming back? What happened?
Mr. McCormick?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're referring to 2013 budget?
Yes.
Versus 2013 projected?
And the rest are projected all the way down the road.
Part of that
you're
would
off
be...
by 300,000. You're off by over 50%. And I thought there was a reason for it this year, but there's a reason for it forever, it appears.
When we did the budgets in 2013, it was very aggressive. We had the understanding Civic District Garage would be up and running. By the way, that is open today. It finally opened. Phase 2 is open today. That was scheduled to be open July 1st. Duke and Ontario Garage, the construction from 2012 extended into 2013 up to June and July. That also had an impact on the hourly rates or the hourly income coming in.
Okay, but those are done now. So shouldn't 2014 start to creep back towards the $1,072,000 that you had budgeted for 2013?
Through the chair, Lot 8, which is now under construction, was a very was a great source of revenue for the hourly. It was a large lot. It was very close to City Hall. That has been removed out of the inventory. And so we see a drop in our hourly rates based on lot number 8.
But you knew that
and there'd be a combination of other ones as well, but that's the main factor.
But you knew that was going to happen. How much did Lot E contribute?
Ms. Houston, you wanted to add?
I think one of the other factors is in the Charles and Benton Garage. We had assumed a fair amount of hourly parking for the courthouse, which hasn't materialized. And the courthouse is in full operation now, so that's why we tempered our estimates going forward on that piece.
That's correct. Sorry, I hadn't flipped my page.
So does that mean we've got more parking than we need? Is that what that's telling us? If it's not materialized and they're full and operating, then we need to slow down in some other areas? Or?
Through the chair, we've created 2 garages over the last couple of years. We've also increased the parking in Brom Street. However, we've taken away from lot number 8. We've also lot 18, which is going to be redeveloped early next year. That was a third party that we were managing. We've lost those 143 spots, which is a good thing because we were losing money on that every year. So although we're right now in an influx, we've had some change in the inventory, and now we're going to manage that as we move forward.
Well, moving forward, I would like to see, when our bottom line is off by over 50%, it really doesn't, we should have a little more information as to where we're missing out on. So, I mean, right now we just have really one quick paragraph that doesn't really give us much information. So is it possible to get a little more details as to why the bottom line's off by 50%.
Councillor Gazzola, is it okay if that's followed up in email, or would you like to see that come back? As I'm not sure it's relevant as an issue paper, because we wouldn't be taking any action on it.
Well, I know everybody's asking for issue papers today.
I could comment now.
Sure.
There's a number of, Civic District Garage. Phase 2 didn't open up until now, and it was due on July 31st.
Well, I'd prefer if we can't have a issue paper, I'd prefer if you did send us an email with a little more, so we can just sort of sit there and take a look at it.
Okay.
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, the other question, and I'm sure I've asked this before and I forget, is this subsidies figure of $1,120,000 now going to $1,200,000. How does that work again?
Mr. Regier?
Through the chair, sorry. There's a number of items. Last year we provided a list and a detail of each of those items. It's a combination of the removal of the downtown parking meters that was done a number of years ago, together with the holiday promotions on Saturdays. I believe we've limited it to 3 Saturdays where there's free parking downtown. There's also free parking between 6 and 9 p.m. through the week. There's a WLU subsidy where there was, in order to, I guess, entice WLU to come downtown, there's subsidy for their student parking. And there's 2 hours free parking at the Market Garage, which hasn't changed.
Mr. Chapman, Dad?
I think it just goes to the comment that I made earlier that Council's previous policy position was that subsidized or free parking is an economic development incentive and therefore should be accounted for as such. The same question was asked last year. There's a detailed issue paper in last year's final budget day package. I don't think anything has changed substantially except inflation on the rates. So the issue paper from last year will provide the detail and the breakdown.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, so has that full $1.2 million being charged to economic development?
This year and in all previous years, yes.
Yeah, okay. See, without having a set of statements, it's difficult to put that together, and that's fine. I will look at that, and when we get the full statements, we can sort of pinpoint where the other where the $1.2 million is. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. I know I ask this question just about every year since I've been on. Can you tell me what percentage the Charles and Benton Street is at in terms of capacity?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, I can. It's approximately 30% monthlies, but when you add in the dailies, it's ranging between 40 and 50% throughout the year as an average.
Okay. And we lost a significant partner that was going to take up about 100-something spots once that opened. Is that correct? Or that was pre your time, Mr. McCormick?
It probably was, yes.
Yeah, okay. In some interesting discussions I had at an event in the last couple of days, the discussion around parking and Charles and Benton specifically, I'm understanding that people are parking literally, they're renting out people's driveways. They're parking in church parking lots to avoid the high cost of monthly rates. Have we ever thought about doing an incentive program to start getting people to come and use our parking facilities? And what that does is it creates sort of that need. You know what? It's much closer than walk. And I'm not averse to people walking. I think it's very good and it's very healthy and positive. And I've never been a big fan of more and more parking because I think that it's counterproductive to people walking and using transit. But we're losing out on a huge revenue factor here. 60% of that particular garage is not creating any revenue. Have we thought about doing something like that? Because sometimes once you get people in there's that incentive and that ball gets rolling and people say, you know what, $100 a month as opposed to parking and paying $90 a month, but walking in the rain and the snow and everything else is, a better deal.
Through the chair, I'm not sure we've thought of that idea specifically. I know we've talked about discounts, bulk discount parking. We're looking at other initiatives from Sorry, let me just rephrase that. So we've looked at bulk parking, and that's something that we've been talking with economic development. In fact, I believe I have a meeting with Rod Regier tomorrow, even talking about that type of stuff. It's a slippery slope because as soon as you start giving discounts or preferred rates to one group, then your standard monthly parkers who's been paying the standard rate is going to be knocking at our doors going, how come they got something and not myself? So we have to be very cautious moving down that approach, because what we've done is we've moved the market rate, say, from $150 now down to $130 if we've offered it to one group and not the other group.
And I understand that, but I think that it's sort of the analogy that I think of the gas, and I think I said this morning, and this is how I keep thinking about it, the gas bar that offers on a Monday night, for example, because believe me, I take advantage of this, gas for $1.20 a liter, and everybody else is $1.23. The volume that gas bar makes in that short period of time completely outweighs, I'm sure, the revenues that they may lose in that 3 cents differential. So I think that this is really something that we could be looking at, and maybe should be looking at, and whether that would require an issue paper. I'd be really interested to see how those incentives may fall out, how we can, I mean, even if it was something like Christmas parking or Oktoberfest parking, or, taking some special event ideas to try and get people to use that parking, not just hourly, but monthly. And a similar question, I guess, would be to the Brom Street parking. I guess that also hasn't come to fruition like we had expected. There's a transfer of people here, so I don't know if you both got the question or not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the rates for 2014 are set, but part of the 2014 work plan was to look at potentially rebalancing some of the parking structure rates, like Charles and Benton, to see if we can raise the occupancy of that structure, given that it's a little bit further away from a lot of the employment area in downtown. So we are looking at that as part of our work plan for 2014, is how to rebalance some of the parking to maximize our occupancy rates.
Okay, but given that the rates are set, I'm not saying that we change the rates for, an indefinite period, but try and incent people through a special program. I don't know, winter rate, for example, or winter special. Park in our Charles and Benton garage from December to March and get a reduced rate. Or can we not do something like that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the intent was to look at different opportunities to increase the demand at different lots. So one thing, for example, could be providing a shuttle bus to rebalance the parking network throughout downtown. That may have costs that would make it not as practical, but things like that is what we're looking at considering for 2014.
Okay, all right. I think we're on the same page. I would just hate to really lose another year of revenue at that parking garage, and I'd really like to see us be a little bit proactive. Lot 8, my understanding is the one that was right beside City Hall, right? You had said that, Mr. McCormick, you had said that the revenue or hourly was really good, but then you mentioned Lot 18. Can you just refresh my memory as to where that one is?
Yeah, Lot 18 is kitty corner to the market garage. Remember where the old Harvey's is? Or it's a Nova, it's a big shop. Yeah.
On the opposite side.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that one there we were losing about $30,000 a year, but it was there because we were assisting with the market operations on Saturdays and stuff like that. So the owner has decided to develop that site, and we'll have it until the end of this year.
Okay, all right. So then we'll lose some parking spaces, but maybe we can incent them to Charles and Benton.
That's correct.
So, and the Brom Street parking, where are we on percentage-wise capacity on that one?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Brom Street?
Brom Street. Brom Street's sitting at 31%. However, since the beginning of the year, back in December, it's gone up 26.4%. So although we're only sitting at 31, we are moving in the right direction. Also with the other garages, although the numbers don't show it, we've had including Lot 8, a 4.9% increase in parkers across the board. And if we take out lot number 8, because that is an anomaly over the last couple of months, there's been an increase of 12.6% in number of parkers. So I deduce from this that the budgets last year, very aggressive. We're now getting it back on stream, and it's going to take a little bit to continue that road.
Okay. All right. Like I said, I'll be interested to see if we can maybe do a few little, get those garages full and generate a little bit more revenue. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cork. No further questions on this item. We're on to Gasworks on page 056. Mr. Haggie. Regarding gas, the slides are split essentially into gas delivery, which is the profit-making portion of the gas enterprise, and then supply and transportation, which are the flow-through pieces. And so looking at gas delivery, it's performing better than budget for 2014, and that's largely due to lower than expected costs. For 2014, staff are proposing that there would be a shifting within the rate of delivery. So it would be a shift between the fixed costs and the variable costs, but to the average homeowner, it would have no impact. So while one rate would go up, one would go down, the average consumer of 2,100 cubic meters would see no impact on their bill. The Gas Delivery Reserve Fund is expected to be positive in all years, although some years are below the minimum target amount. And finally, gas does pay, so the gas delivery portion does pay a dividend to the city. And that dividend represents the maximum allowed under the rate-setting principles of the Ontario Energy Board. So we are taking money from the gas utility, and essentially it could not be increased, or we might be in trouble with the Ontario Energy Board. Looking to supply and transportation, again, these are set as pass-through rates. So what we pay is what the consumer would pay. And for 2014, there's an expected decrease in these rates. So the supply rate is expected to reduce by 0.5 cent, and the transportation rate is anticipated to go down by 0.5 cent as well. These would become effective July 1st, and it's important to note that while the budget assumes this, Council is not making a decision on rates until the spring. So Council will pass a budget, but then the final actual rate decision will happen in the spring and then become effective July 1st. And the stabilizations for these two components of the gas company are at their minimum levels over all years of the forecast. Looking to the figures for gas delivery, again, the profit component of the gas utility. If you look about the third or fourth line down, you'll see the gross profit percentage on gas delivery, and you'll see that it's essentially fixed at 60% across all years of the forecast, and that represents the projected amount for 2013. In the next section, the other program section, you'll notice that there's a variation in the profitability of that component. It's a bit lower in 2014, and then it increases in 2015 as there's an expected increase to rental water heater rates that would come in effect in 2015, therefore increasing revenues and increasing profitability within that portion of the gas company. Moving to the gas supply and transportation slide, the top half relates to supply, the bottom half to transportation. Again, these are the flow-through rates that customers pay for gas. And as I mentioned before, there's planned to be a decrease of 0.5 cent on each of these components, and that the stabilization reserve funds are basically at their minimum levels for all years of the forecast. That concludes the summary, and Mr. Malcolm is here to answer questions. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Haggie. Questions, Councillor Gazzola.
I was curious with going to page 58, the gross profit of 60%, yet we budgeted 54%. What is causing that differential? It's a substantial differential.
Through the chair, the drop in the expenses is from the approved rates from Union Gas. When we set the budget, Union Gas's rates were not approved by the Ontario Energy Board. They have now been approved by the Ontario Energy Board, and the rates that they were requesting from Kitchener Utilities was lower than what they asked for.
I'm sorry, could you run that past me again?
On the expense line, it's lower.
The expense line is lower, and that's what's causing the gross to go from 54% to 60%.
That's correct.
Yeah, but what is making that lower?
We buy services through Union Gas. Union Gas has to apply for those rates through the Ontario Energy Board. When we do our budgeting, the rates, we go by what they sent to the Ontario Energy Board. After the budget was submitted, the Ontario Energy Board came up with their decision on the Union Gas rates, which were lower than what they submitted.
What services do you buy from Union Gas to the tune of $13 million a year? What?
Supply, transportation, and a service charge for them to supply gas to our border.
I thought supply costs are in the supply portion.
Sorry, that should be storage, not supply.
Mr. Chapman, do you want to add?
That should be storage.
So in addition to storage, I think the other issue is that there are staff in that area, or staff in the utility that support water and gas, and a number of those staff were reassigned in 2013 to deal with main break issues and other costs charged to capital. So there was a shifting of some cost last year from operating to capital needs.
Okay, and I understand that, but I didn't understand this, all these funds that we're paying to Union Gas. What exactly are we paying to Union Gas?
Through the chair, we pay for the storage facilities at Dawn. We pay for them to transport the gas from Dawn to the city border. And we also pay a monthly fee for the services that they provide to us.
Well, what other services do they provide?
The ones that I just listed.
They hold gas in storage for us. So
we're in essence renting the storage facility from Union Gas to store the gas that we have for our system.
Well, how much of the $13 million is going to Union Gas?
I'll have to get that for you.
Okay, because I thought delivery dealt primarily with what we do ourselves, with our lines within the city. I didn't realize now that we have a lot of gas in storage and it's costing us all of these other amounts. Going down towards the bottom line under the Capital Reserve Fund, I couldn't figure out, it's $1,994,000 is going in there. Is that a good figure or a bad figure? Is that a closeout of costs or?
Mr. Chapman? That's a closeout of capital balances back to the utility, and then you can see we're forecasting to return that to the stabilization reserve in 2015. So stabilization always sort of has first claim on surplus in the gas utility. The closeouts, though, come into the capital reserve fund, but you'll note that the stabilization reserve fund balance is low, and in fact in 2015 would have become negative. So because stabilization has priority over capital reserve, those funds are being returned to the stabilization account.
Yeah, I'll have to think about that. Okay. The above the line in the stabilization reserve fund, there's $13 million going to the investment reserve. Right? Now, is that going to, how much of that goes to our tax levy and how much of it goes to capital?
In 2014, $8.6 million is being drawn from the reserve into the capital pool. The average number is about $6.4 million over the 10-year forecast. So over 10 years, it averages to about $6.4 million. So roughly half goes to capital and half goes to operating.
Okay. Going on to the supply side of it, I'm surprised we're running. I thought supply was supposed to be in and out. We don't make money on it. If we're making a little bit of money, we have to give it back. And I always thought in the past you sort of looked at 3-year groups But why are we ending up with a $3 million reserve in supply? That's got to have
Council has approved a policy that would say for all of our utilities, we should be having in reserve 10 to 15% of it's either annual revenue or annual expense.
even though this is an in and out, it's not, I thought there were all these regulations, we had to break even on these. So, we're not really breaking even, but not only were we not breaking even, we're carrying amounts forward.
Ms. Houston?
The reason we need to have a stabilization fund, and this has been in place since, maybe not always called that, but been in place since we started our supply program a number of years ago. And there's two reasons why we need that. It can be price fluctuations that we have to deal with in terms of purchases and during the year compared to when we set our rate. And the other piece is, depending on the weather, we may have too much or too little gas in our inventory at the end of the season. So those are things that we have to deal with on our seasonal stabilization fund. But you're right, in the long term, it's not cross-subsidized, and it's a nonprofit program. It doesn't go anywhere else. It's used to reset the rate and provide that stabilization and that buffer for weather.
It's supposed to come out to zero. That's why I question carrying forward with $3 million.
The other thing to keep in mind is this is a calendar year, whereas we balance at the end of a seasonal year, which is April.
Well, I'll look at it in April if there's some statements I can look at, but that's what I have to look at for now. Thank you. So, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, I know we're not deciding on the rates for the utility, for the gas utility yet, but from, I guess, ongoing discussion about comparing what we charge our users in comparison to what Union Gas does, one of the things that is repeated, the higher cost is not extra revenue to the city, it's generally because of the supply costs. So one thing that we do generate a revenue from is delivery. So come when we do discuss this in April, can we have a comparator, what our delivery component is, comparison to, say, customers in Waterloo that may be on Union Gas? Could we do that?
Through the chair, yes, we can get Union Gas's delivery component and compare it to Kitchener
So
Utilities.
please, if that could be made available at that point.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Trying to follow on the same line as what Councillor Gazzola was asking with regards to the $3 million stable, like the revenue. Ms. Houston, you're saying that we have to have that because it would depend on whether we have too much or too little in our storage. Did I understand that right?
Ms. Houston?
Sorry. I did say yes, part of it's related to volume and part of it's related to price. Because we set our price once a year, we purchase throughout the year. We have to have a buffer there in case market swings happen or usage swings happen.
Okay. Now I'm getting really confused, and this may be a bigger conversation than today. I thought we bought our gas at a fixed rate.
Part of our portfolio is at a fixed rate, that's correct.
Okay. So if we're buying at a fixed rate, and we know what so maybe a further question would be what percentage of what we buy is at a fixed rate?
The range is between 40 and 90 for the upcoming year. I think for 2014 it's at 65%.
Okay. So if it's at 65% that's fixed, that's it. Just I guess I'm a little bit not understanding the $3 million that is sitting in a reserve. I understand that yes, if we bought too little, then we may end up having to buy at a spot market rate. if we've used a lot more, right? Is that a better explanation? Is that what I should be understanding?
Right, and we only set our price once a year, so if
Right.
you have to buy more at the spot rate, it would increase our cost.
Okay. How often have we had to dip into this reserve or this revenue stream, and say in the last 5 years? How often have we had to go to that to buy additional because we haven't bought enough or we've used more?
Well, it fluctuates from year to year. We can certainly provide a history on what that balance has been in the past. I don't know it offhand.
Okay.
Mr. Chapman?
But I think it's fair to say that over time we would expect that we would have an equivalent number of years where we're over and years where we're under. And I think this is a great case study, even 2013. The budget that was approved by Council last year actually assumed that we would have profit of $1.1 million, and that's what you see in the first line. We actually have a loss of $800,000. So we've gone from profit to loss. We've gone, it's a $1.8 million swing. If we have no balance against which to stabilize that, the implication is that's all a direct impact on rates in the subsequent year. So I think Council appreciated that when setting the reserve policy and said for the utilities that are much more volatile, water, sewer, gas, maintaining a balance of 10 to 15% to buffer against this very thing is helpful, and we see it proving out in 2013.
Right, and I remember those conversations and the reserves because I've gone over them with you a bunch of times. I was just a little bit puzzled about why we're holding so much, and it makes me wonder if we're really overestimating or underestimating the amount of volume. And true enough, I guess weather would definitely play a factor into that.
And I can just, to respond to that, the industry standards would say that 10% is a reasonable number. And I think again, 2013 bears that out. We've had a $1.8 million swing. That's basically half of that minimum reserve balance. So inside 1 year, which was not a particularly bad year, conceivably we've eaten up half of that reserve position.
Okay. One further question. In the past, we've transferred some money out of a gas stabilization reserve fund to offset our tax levy. Which one of these two pools of money have we done that? Because we've now divided it out, right? Used to be all just one, and now we've sort of divided it out. Which pool did we take that money out of previously?
Through the chair, it has always been the delivery operation, which is up on the screen here.
Okay.
And Councillor Gazzola had alluded to it. It's that $13 million transfer,
right? Okay.
Which goes into the reserve and then is split half to capital and half to operating.
Right. So if the $13 million is expected to be transferred out and some of it goes to capital, is our capital budget set to that revenue stream all the time? That's expected what we're going to get, and so that our budget is set to that. So we know we're going to get $6.5 million for our capital projects. That's what we're going to spend.
Yes, it's balanced very closely, and as you recall, in the capital pool, it's basically balanced to zero, so we have fully allocated within the capital forecast all of these revenues.
Okay. Is it a percentage, or is it just that we've set 13 million as an acceptable level? Is it a percentage of our revenue?
We went through a process, and I think Mr. Grunbauer was here earlier in the year to speak to it, and we took a look at the policies that the Ontario Energy Board has set in place for the utilities that it regulates to see how it allows dividends to be paid. And basically, we went through that process ourselves to apply that model, to customize it for a municipally owned utility, and to take the maximum possible dividend that could be paid. And basically, we are at that maximum level. So while we're not bound by those regulations, our thinking is it's not in our interest to go beyond what the OEB has determined to be a fair dividend from a utility.
Okay. I guess I'm just kind of interested to know if we ever had less than that, because half of it goes to capital and half of it goes to operation. If we were to suddenly see a significant drop in that transfer, say we went to 11 million, what would be the fallout on an operation budget?
$2.6 million, or $2.2 million would be 2%. So it would be a 2% hit to the tax levy if that was a permanent reduction.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot for the explanation.
Okay, very good. No further questions, Mr. Malcolm. Thank you. So we'll move on to water and sanitary rates.
If the chair wishes, I can answer Councillor Gazzola's question about the Union Gas portion.
Please.
So the storage component is $1.3 million. The transmission portion is $10.5 million.
Okay.
And that, but the transmission, the 10.5 million is in the 13 million?
That's correct.
So we pay that to Union Gas?
That's correct.
Okay, I don't understand that, but I'll bother you at a different time.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Malcolm.
Next are water and sanitary rates. And just to reiterate a point that Mr. Chapman made earlier in the day, Kitchener has the lowest water and sewer rates of the cities within the region. For 2014, we're planned to have a combined increase of 4.3% for water and sanitary. But as you can see from the chart in the middle of the slide, the vast majority of that cost relates to the regional increase. So the region controls a large portion of the budget that we levy for water and sewer, and their rate increases far outstrip an inflationary amount. The city, on the other hand, is increasing our share of the water and sanitary costs by an inflationary amount. So you can see for water and sanitary, each of them have a city share of increase of under 1%. Looking to the water utility itself, the water utility is behind budget in 2013, and that's largely due to reduced usage and therefore reduced revenues. Water results are planned to be in deficit for every year of the forecast, but there is the Stabilization Reserve Fund, which has sufficient funding to fund all of those deficits over the forecast. And as mentioned earlier, there's no dividend that can be paid from water to the city as per legislation. In each of the remaining utilities, we've included a slide like this, which comes straight out of the asset management presentation that Mr. Gross made a few weeks ago. It shows the condition of the city's water mains based on different levels of investment. And so the condition are the dotted lines toward the top of the graph, and the investment amount are the solid lines down towards the bottom, so the blue and yellow lines. And the graphs that we'll see in all three enterprises, they all tell the same story, and essentially it's that if the city maintains a consistent investment in its utility infrastructure, it will remain in good working condition. If the city were to reduce that investment, then the condition would deteriorate as well, and costs would actually go up, as it's more costly to do that major restorative or replacement work than it is to do minor repairs. And that was the theme of the asset management presentation Mr. Gross gave a few weeks ago. Looking to the water utility, the 2014 budget is largely consistent with the 2013 budget. The only significant change is in the transfer to capital line, which is about a third of the way down the slide. And that relates to the capital budget, which was considered by Council a number of weeks ago. Overall, for 2014, there's an expected deficit of $1.8 million, but as I mentioned, there's enough funding within the Stabilization Reserve Fund to pay for that deficit, as well as all planned deficits over the forecast. That concludes the summary on the water utility, and again, Mr. Malcolm is here to answer questions about that.
Very good. Councillor Gazzola.
Is there anything we can do to reduce the increase that we're talking about passing on to our customers?
Sorry, could you repeat the last part? Is there anything we can do to reduce the increase?
That we're passing on to our customers.
That we're passing on? Mr. Chapman.
No. The region, as I understand it, has adopted their budget, and they're the lion's share of the increase. And as Ryan's indicated, I think if you reduce investment, basically that will impact the capital program and cause deterioration in asset condition.
Well, it's quite a burden on our people. Where I went back and during the term of this council, water rates have gone up 23%, sewer rates 26%. If you look at 10 years period, water rates have gone up 216% and sewer rates 324%. So those are pretty drastic figures. We can walk around with a 1% increase in taxes, but when you put all these things together, they're pretty extraordinary.
Councillor Fernandez?
Maybe more of a comment than a question. We said that we saw a reduction in the water usage. Would this be directly related to the push by the region to be more conservation? Somebody's nodding behind you, Mr. Malcolm. Conservation methods, low flow toilets, that whole program that they're pushing.
Through the chair, that's correct. Conservation methods, efficiencies within new homes, existing homes, as well as industry leaving. There were big water users, and as they leave, the consumption drops as well.
Okay, that's another component. I hadn't thought about that. Of course, the industry leaves and we see significant. So we will, as we continue to change, and once Maple Leaf Schneider's closes, that's probably a huge water user. Are we offsetting what our revenues are by increasing the cost?
Through the chair, part of the study for next year that you were looking at as part of the strategic plan was the 2014 rate studies for water that were going in conjunction with the City of Waterloo, basically looking at a fixed versus a variable rate charge. Currently, we're strictly all variable, but the majority of our costs can be captured through a fixed charge on the, on the administration side of our business.
Okay. Sorry, I kind of lost a little bit of the last part you said.
When you look at a component of your bill, there's a component that deals with meter reading, the basic service to provide. That should be covered through a basic fixed charge, similar to what we do on the gas side. Right now, we do not do that. It's all based on variable. So depending on what the consumption is, that's what's capturing all your expenses. But a lot of your expenses on the fixed side, on the admin side, are fixed. Which if the consumer uses less water, you're not capturing the full amount of those costs, the basic costs.
Okay. I thought I heard you say something about reduction of administrative cost. No? Then I was just hearing things, sorry.
The reduction, when you have less volume flowing through, that's where you're capturing your revenues. But your expense side on the administration of the program is at a fixed cost. So as volume drops, you're not capturing the revenue to cover those expenses.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Rabinovich.
Right. Thank you very much, Chair Davey. Just on the water rates that we're talking about here, what we're seeing in what we have seen in Kitchener in recent years, that's not unique to our community. I mean, I would think this is something that's happening across the province, and it's likely happening because everyone's been told that A, they need to deal with their infrastructure, and B, they can't be cross-subsidizing, so they've had to move to a water and sewage system and rates that are more reflective of the actual costs that are being incurred. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, and it's happening North American-wide. It's not specific to Ontario. The Safe Drinking Water Act and the unfortunate incident at Walkerton has led to increased scrutiny on the water distribution system, which has increased the cost based on ensuring that the system's up and running the way it should be to ensure a safe drinking water.
So this is being done so as to ensure or to minimize the chances of ever having the kind of tragedy we saw in Walkerton happen again in an Ontario municipality.
That's correct, and it's also to ensure that the infrastructure is being looked at As you can appreciate, the pipes are in the ground. People do not see the pipes in the ground, and they don't realize that they're decaying in the ground. Some people have the impression that as long as the water is flowing, you don't need to do anything with those pipes because they can't see the decay. But the reality is that it's decaying, and our pipe structure is getting older as each year goes by.
Sure, and I think it's probably fair to say that, I mean, we've used the terminology, or I've used the terminology before around here, is that infrastructure isn't always necessarily sexy, and hence it's hard to for people to understand why the expenditures are important. And as you point out, once you get under the road, which in itself is often by some not seen as a priority, once you get under the road, it's even seen as less of a priority.
That's correct.
But I think the other point that I want to make is if we go back to slides 0-20 very briefly, if I look at the 2013 rates, it would seem that despite the increases that we've had to make in the city of Kitchener in the past, when we do a household comparison, we're still the lowest on this front.
Through the chair, that is correct.
So is that, why is that? Is that because we're running an effective operation? Is that, I'm just trying to understand why our numbers would be lower than some of the other cities.
Mr. Chapman, do you want to add?
I don't know that we can necessarily comment on that, not knowing exactly what the reality is within their cities, but I think what's interesting is that our infrastructure is likely older. I think there's a greater concentration within our built-up area of old infrastructure. And you've heard from Mr. Gross that we're saying if we stay the course with inflation, we can maintain our assets in a good condition. My understanding from Cambridge, for example, which is now more than 10% higher than Kitchener, is that they're looking at 7% rate increases indefinitely to achieve the objectives of their asset management program. So not only have we become the most affordable within the region, I think we'll see this divergence only increase over time.
Okay, well, one of the things that might be helpful to have for Budget Day, as much as it's possible, depending on the timing of the other municipalities' budgets, is what their 2013 proposed increases are going to be. 2014.
They've all been approved, so we can report back on that.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Zer.
Thanks very much. Just a bit more information in terms of how this was dealt with at the region, and the rates were approved last night. Yes, their conservation is working. Volumes are going down or staying the same as the population increases, which is effectively the same. There have been a number of projects that have been delayed in a good way. I mean, they've been put off because there isn't the need for some issues to be dealt with because of that conservation. In fact, I can't give the year now, but we all know that there had been discussion about a potential pipeline to the Great Lakes. I think it was the time frame was something like 2030. I will say that, but somewhere in that area. But that too is being pushed off because of potential, even with the anticipated growth. Obviously, there are still some costs that increase for the operating, notwithstanding that the volumes are down. And in fact, that gave rise to a 1% reduction. What was the rate? The region went in, 275. That was going to be 3.75 in last year's budget for 2014, but it went down to 275. Sanitary stayed the same. So, I think Councillor Gazzola is correct, without even looking at the figures that he put together. Yes, the increases have been very high over the years, but it's a fact of life. These are two fundamental needs to sustain life and health, and the cost is what the cost is. If we were going to be putting it into the tax base instead of on a user pay, obviously the taxes would go up accordingly as well. So it is, as we just pointed at this sheet here, and the other question that was asked a few moments ago, in other jurisdictions outside of this region, it is continually increasing and escalating. So yes, we could subsidize, we could reduce this rate that we're going to charge the customers. But the effective bottom line of that is that we subsidize the region. We subsidize the region's rate. When you go back just, it's now on page R60, I guess. I'm not sure what slide it is. Where you're comparing the rates. We could take out the 0.75 for water and just put through 2.75. It would have obviously a significant effect on the on our balance of the utility, the reserves, and so on. We actually did that a year or two ago. Was it last year or 2 years ago? Somebody help me out? 2 years ago? Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. And so that we obviously got through it, but you can't keep doing that. You put yourselves into a terrible hole. That's my opinion. It may not be somebody else's opinion, but it's my opinion that you have to recognize the cost. That when you don't recognize the cost, you run the risk of the system failing or not serving what it's in the way it's supposed to, or having greater costs later on. And I think if you don't go back to it, but all you have to do is go back to page 20 or slide 20, and you see why Cambridge is where it is. They held the line, and now they have to accelerate it even greater.
My only question, I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but the city's proposed share earlier on, it said it's at inflation, but I'm seeing 0.75 and 0.50. So I don't understand why it isn't Mr. Haggie.
To you, Mr. Chair, the city share is around half of the total. So in this case, in the water bill, it's about half. So if we increase the city share by 1.5%, that effectively is cut in half. So it's 0.75% that is passed through to the consumer.
I see. So inflation in this case is 1.5%.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any other further questions. I would just very strongly echo Mayor Zair's comments. One of the issues that I get at times is folks thinking that the City of Kitchener is raising rates, in this case 3.5% and 5%, when the reality is we are raising at inflationary figures and we're simply passing on what the region has increased. So it's a difficult thing to communicate at times, but I think it's absolutely inappropriate for us to be subsidizing the region. It's if citizens are interested in trying to reduce the overall figure there, I think they have to have that conversation at the regional level. And I'm not saying there isn't good rationale for it, but discussing it with us at our level is missing the core cause here. So no further questions on that, so we will move to, where are we on here? On to the stormwater?
Sanitary.
Oh, sanitary, pardon me. Sanitary, page 064.
The summary for sanitary is that in 2013, results are unfavorable. The utility is expected to be in deficit, mainly due to two things: reduced revenues because of reduced volume. So when we have reduced water sales, we also have reduced sanitary sales, if you want to think of it that way. And as well, at the same time, there's some higher than budgeted processing costs. Over the forecast, the sanitary rate is expected to be between 5 and 5.5%. But again, the majority of that is related to the regional increase. The Sanitary Stabilization Reserve Fund is expected to be positive in all years, although it does fall below the minimum benchmark in some years. And just like water, sanitary is prohibited from paying a dividend to the city. Like I mentioned, we have one of these slides from the asset management presentation in each of these sections. And again, it tells the same story, that if we maintain a level of investment in our infrastructure, we'll keep it at a good working condition. If we were to decrease our investment, then we'd see a deterioration of that infrastructure, and the condition would go down. And finally, for the numbers on the sanitary utility, The gross profit percentage for 2014 it represents a midpoint between the 2013 budget and the projected result at the end of 2013. So essentially, for 2014, we're saying we probably are not going to be as good as we anticipated in budget, and things are likely not going to be as bad as they've been in our actual results. That concludes my comments about the sanitary utility, and Mr. Golan is here to answer questions.
I think the questions were largely asked the first time around. I'm not seeing any, so we can move on to stormwater. All right. Stormwater is our final enterprise to discuss. And for 2013, we're projecting to be in a favorable position at the end of the year. And the main reason for that is capital closeouts being returned to the operating budget. Even with these beneficial results in 2013, stormwater is projected to be in deficit until 2016. And like water and sanitary, stormwater cannot pay a dividend to the tax base. I won't belabor the point on this slide, but again, maintain investment, condition remains good. And finally, for the figures, if you compare 2013 budget and 2014 budget, you'll see that they're largely the same. And again, the only significant change between those two budget years is in the capital line. So, and again, that was discussed with Council a few weeks ago during the capital budget discussion. Okay, very good. There are some questions. Councillor Galloway-Seelock on stormwater.
Yes, on page 69, I wanted to, and I apologize if this was already said, but I wanted to understand the transfer to capital. We had budgeted 6.2 million and we only transferred 2.4 million. What didn't get done, or why was the transfer so low?
Through the chair, there were several capital closeouts that resulted in roughly $2.5 million in closeouts this year. As well, there were some projects that were rebudgeted into future years. So, prime example would be Idlewood Creek, where we closed out a significant balance, but rebudgeted that to better align with the study progress and anticipated construction over the next 2 years.
Okay, and so then that also account for the increase in spending then in the 2014 budget?
That is correct.
Okay. And on the line that for the stabilization reserve fund, where it says less the transfer to capital reserve, I see that transfer into the capital reserve. I was just wondering what determined that number, that $149,000 to be transferred. Where does that number come from?
Mr. Chapman.
If you look in the stabilization reserve fund section above, you can see the maximum benchmark for the stabilization reserve is $1.858 million. Because we hit that level in 2013, our policy says that once you achieve the maximum target level, any surplus beyond that would go into capital. But you can see, because it was really an anomaly because of all of those capital changes, again, we're in deficit in the stabilization reserve fund in 2014, so those funds, again, return back.
Yeah, I just didn't make that correlation between those, the benchmark. So I was just curious because I'm like, well, if you're going with 149,000, why didn't you just pick 150? But that makes sense. Thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to understand this. Still getting used to the stormwater as a utility. So one thing as a credit program, I see here that there was a surplus then, a 361. Is that how I'm seeing it, or where it says projected for 2013?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So how did that come about?
Because this is the first year that we were able to apply credits, and including retroactive credits to the beginning of the program, we had accrued a significant amount and more than we had actually required. Once we received the credit applications and started giving those credit payments out, we had essentially realized that we budgeted conservatively for that program, and so we've been left with a surplus in that. Okay, all right.
Had we not done that as that form of accounting, what would have shown on that item there? If you wanted to allocate a similar type of credit program for... No, never mind. I corrected myself with that question. Never mind. So where I was going with is, right now it's been budgeted in as obviously we accrued greater than we needed, so now we have, it affects our bottom line at the end. But say we had wanted to transfer that as an increased credit for later years of broadening our credit program. Could that also be considered too?
Through the chair, Council has approved the extension of the RAIN program into 2014, and that is where the budgeted surplus for the credit program has been allocated to. However, I will add to that Council has requested staff to return in 2015 with recommendations for any potential modifications to the credit program. So we would be looking at entertaining those changes and consulting with the public at that time.
Okay, all right, good. That's good to see that. And as for, we see a stabilization reserve fund for this utility. Now, this utility is pretty much of ongoing maintenance and remediation of our existing stormwater ponds, and so it's pretty much as much work that we can handle. If we want to scope that down, do we really need a reserve, stabilization reserve for this type of utility? That's where I'm getting at. There's no actual user, so there's no fluctuation, actually. As was explained for earlier utilities.
Through the chair, because the nature of the work that we have, there are some large capital projects that cost several million for us to do. As those come up, if we don't have a pool of money reserved specifically for that project, identified for that project, then we would be looking to take money from the stabilization reserve fund in those years that we take a large hit.
Don't we do that typically through capital closeouts anyways, where some projects may have surplus, some may have,
Mr. Chapman?
over cost?
I think you've got a good point that there is less volatility here because this is based on a certain number of properties and a defined charge, so it's not like there's rate or volume sensitivity. So I think once we get out to 2017 and we have some experience and we're actually faced with the prospect of a balance in the reserve, there might be a rationale to look at a lower minimum target. I think it would always make sense for any operation of the city to have a stabilization account, but we may find 10% is too much. But we've got a number of years before we'll be in a position to actually make that sort of a decision.
No, and it's just more of a comment as a reply. I understand that, and I appreciate that too. It's responsible accounting, but this is at the cost of our users. So we have to be cognizant of that too.
And just to expand on that, the guidelines that we're following say that for tax-supported operations it's 5 to 10%, for enterprises 10 to 15%. And so there may be an argument to say that a 5% minimum target is more appropriate given the nature of this operation.
Okay, thank you. The other question was, so the proposal is from 2014 to 2018 forecast assuming a yearly 3% increase. And that's how this is prepared? The
That's
timelines?
correct.
Okay. For budget day, could I have the same chart assuming at an inflationary increase rather than a 3%? Say currently we're assuming inflation to be at 2% ongoing. We do it the same way. Could that be
Through the chair, I would just add to that based on the asset management scenario that has been developed for the stormwater utility, we are even with the 3% funding increase, looking at a $24 million deficit in our pipe network by 2023. So regardless of that, we are still going to be in a position after a decade of deficit with a 3% increase. And so we can look at any number of scenarios, but it won't change the long-term outlook.
Prior to 2011, before this utility existed, or even prior to a year, I think, before that, when it was initiated into the tax base and then was taken out and a utility was formed, how did we manage or how did we budget for ongoing remediation or the work that we're doing, this extensive work that we're doing right now that could create a deficit if you budget a lower amount? How are we managing our investment resources at that point?
So through the chair, for the sewer network, which was primarily addressed as part of the road reconstruction project or accelerated infrastructure program, that would have been funded through taxes. for our, and that goes for any of the stormwater infrastructure. Now, with legislation and regulations becoming tighter through various legislation such as source protection policies and the Clean Water Act, the need for addressing our stormwater facilities, so our ponds, has increased. We have legislated requirements to clean out the sediment and meet design standards through environmental compliance approvals that are issued by the Ministry of Environment. And the reality is, for many municipalities, for most municipalities across the province, if not the country, they're not currently meeting those requirements, and it is not being strictly enforced, I will say, by the Ministry of Environment now, but that could happen any day. And so there is a risk to the municipality not to maintain their facilities up to a certain standard.
Right.
So that's the sustainable level of service that was presented at the inception of this utility, and that's what we are trying to move forward with.
And the model that we have right now, it's fair to say it's aggressive foresight on our part. Rather than waiting for those, legislations to come down on us, we're being very proactive with our approach with management, right?
I would say we're taking a responsible approach.
Right, okay. So point being is, there are a lot of other municipalities that are not even near to the extent that we're doing.
Through the chair, there are actually, that is a true statement, but there are also several municipalities that are following our lead in this, including Mississauga most recently. I know Markham is pursuing it. Guelph is initiating a feasibility study. Hamilton is continuing to consider this. Halifax has implemented one, and Victoria and British Columbia is also proceeding with one.
Thank you. And you know what? Everything you're saying is absolutely correct. But at the end of the day, we have to ensure that we are setting the appropriate and responsible balance on our users as well. And so that's why I would request that chart to be arranged.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. Earlier, we were in the conversation. You were talking about aggressive work or pipe and work that's being done through our accelerated infrastructure program. I heard Councillor Sting's question about what did we do before this was in its own utility or enterprise. I didn't really hear your response in terms of how we dealt with it, because that would have been a different percentage than what the percentage is now. So how do we deal with that infrastructure? Were we behind? Were we on par? Were we where we are now?
Through the chair, I would describe it as reacting to emergencies. Under that scenario, we would be faced with catastrophic failure, such as the Wards Pond Dam failure, which got Department of Fisheries and Oceans involved and very concerned with how we're managing our infrastructure.
You mean the Brigadoon?
The Brigadoon Pond, apologies. So it was very reactive.
Okay, so I guess I want to distinguish between stormwater ponds and pipes. I know that there's each stormwater pond has pipes that run into it, and there's some sediment controls. But so really, essentially, the water that goes in, it flows into the stormwater pipe. Stormwater pond comes in through a number of ways. Through pipes, through sort of runoff, and through any other way?
Primarily, it would be through pipes and surface runoff.
Okay. The runoff that comes through those pipes, I mean, there's a lot of, especially in areas where there's been construction, there's a lot of sediment and material that sort of sits at the bottom of those pipes, right?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. So it's really it's not a, how do I describe this? It's not, the public is not dependent on those pipes for sanitary or water or sewer or anything like that. Those pipes are really just for runoff that goes into those stormwater management ponds. Is that right?
Those pipes are to take any surface runoff when we have a storm event or a melt event, prevent it from going into people's basements and damaging private property. And ultimately, it is to convey that water back to our natural water courses. Ultimately, it all drains to Lake Erie.
Right, and I understand that, but in terms of day-to-day usage, it really doesn't affect like making sure that the sanitary pipes and the water pipes are in good functioning order is part of our a person's day-to-day requirements to make sure that they can live and exist in their homes and in their lives. Stormwater utility is more a product of making sure that the runoff is taken care of so that it doesn't, as you said, doesn't go into basements and that kind of situation, right?
Through the chair, the pipes are there to convey runoff in storm events and prevent flooding and property damage and that sort of thing.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to get at is what Councillor Singh was talking about, whether we're being, fairly aggressive in our stormwater runoff. And certainly I think that it's important for us to have this as a utility so that we really see the true cost of the runoff. But I just wonder if maybe when I look at the fact that there hasn't been the uptake in the credit program, and I see that we're, and sort of what do we do with that 361,000? I thought I heard you say, but I don't see a number that matches that.
Mr. Haggie?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that $361,000 would fall to the bottom line. So the middle line on the chart where it says excess deficiency of revenue over expenses, we're in a surplus position this year, and part of the reason for that is we had a surplus in those credits. So we didn't have as much expense, and in fact, we would have budgeted, as you see, $619,000 of expense. Instead, we returned $361,000 to the stormwater utility. So it's essentially fallen to the bottom line, it's part of the reason for the surplus within the stormwater utility.
Okay, and that's kind of what I was hoping was happening, because if we're not getting the uptake, and that was one of the reasons why I'm kind of supporting what Councillor Singh is sort of suggesting, is that maybe instead of having a 3% increase, that we look at something less. He asked for a 1%.
2%.
He did ask for just for 2 or 1?
2%.
Oh, okay. So can we include I think we had that last year, a 3, a 2, and a 1% increase. Can we have something like that? Just expanding on what Councillor Singh had been asking for.
Through the chair, we can develop those scenarios. That's no problem. I would just add as well that storm sewers, much like sanitary sewers, they are underground and they do deteriorate over time. They have a set life cycle before they fail and no longer function. And one of their functions as well that I failed to mention earlier is that sump pumps from basements are directly connected to storm sewers for many homes in the city. So if those sewers were to fail and they weren't maintained, those sump pumps would also fail to function, and that would lead directly to basement flooding. So I just wanted to raise that point as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Zare?
Yeah, it goes back to a comment that, that Nick, you made earlier in terms of being in a deficit or surplus position, and the physical, I think you gave a figure of 24 million. So what, I was trying to put that in a different way. We have a financial surplus in the reserve I'm talking about in 2018, but that there is a physical deficit. So there are two different kinds of things we're talking about here. One's financial, and one is the condition of the assets. When you said 24 million, you were referring to a backlog in the physical assets. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that goes back, I suppose, to the chart that is just before this. Is that also correct in terms of trying to keep up with the capital expenditures?
That is also correct.
Okay. Is it possible to get this particular one in color? It's a little difficult to read in black and white. If we could just have this one sheet.
Mr. Hagee?
That's possible. It is online on the city's website as part of the agenda. It's available there.
But even when we yeah, okay. But it would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions on this, and I believe that just about concludes.
Mr. Gross just informed me that at the strategic session that he gave on asset management, the slides were provided to council in color. So that specific slide will be included in the package.
The asset management package?
Yes.
Okay. That you still have it? Yeah.
Mr. Gross will get you a copy if you don't. It was a slide deck of 20 or 30 slides. So finally, we're on to next steps. I just want to highlight 3 opportunities where the public has opportunity to provide their input into the budget process. The first is an Ask Expert session. It's a Facebook session on the city's website. The city has on the city's Facebook site. The city is running a series of these, and the 2014 Ask Expert session is dedicated to the 2014 budget. So if citizens are interested in asking questions directly to me, I'm available for that hour, and citizens can pose their questions and get responses either immediately or followed up in the short term. Also, the city has an interactive budget website, and citizens can go on there. They can actually kind of pretend to be council, and we've got what the tax rate increase is proposed to be, all of the options that are being considered by council, and they can click on each of the options and see what that actually would do to their own personal property tax. So they can insert their assessed value, see what their tax rate increase would be for 2014. They can vote for that, and there's an opportunity to provide feedback in written form. And then the final opportunity is January 13th. We have public information night. There's already been some interest in that. We have delegates already signed up for a month from now, so that's good to hear. And the public can come and directly address council about the 2014 budget. And then finally, final budget day is planned for January 30th. And we look forward to an enjoyable day, I'm sure. That concludes the presentation. Just like with Capital, we've been tracking the items. We'll put them up on screen so we can go through them. We have the one item shaded a little bit differently regarding the economic development proposal, just so it stands out a little bit. But all of the items that we believe have been asked for are recorded here, and we just ask council to approve that list.
Okay. At this time, while you're setting that up, I guess I would ask, Councillor Fernandez mentioned as well, but I would ask committee if there's any closing statements, any indications they would like to give to the public of their intentions prior to public input day, so they could comment on our actions. So we will start with Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Thanks for giving me and us that opportunity. I think it's important for the public who are watching to know that. You know, I was really excited when I saw the budget, and I thought 1.17. Boy, that's really great. That's doable. That's acceptable. I know it's only a portion of what the tax bill will be for the public, because they will be looking at the region's portion as well as the school board's portion. But then, you know what, it was even better news when I saw that we had additional assessment growth to the tune of $315,000. And I thought, okay, that sounds like even better news. But much to my dismay, we are quite anxious to spend that additional money instead of putting it towards our deficits, which is what we keep talking about. We have these ongoing deficits that we really should be addressing. So, I think it's important for us to recognize as we approach Budget Day on January the 30th that we don't start spending that little extra surprise money, that little extra asset growth that we had, and putting ourselves into an additional tax levy. By my calculations, that would mean an additional $4.76 for the average household based on the $258,000 tax assessment that we were looking at, which doesn't sound like an awful lot, but that's for a house that's valued at $258,000. If we look at the CPI and the MPI, that's 1.54%, which is higher than the CPI, which is at 1%, and just a smidge lower than the MPI, which is at 1.6%. So I really caution us to really consider spending that extra money. There were definitely some areas that I could see, and not trying to be ward specific, but the additional bylaw costs would certainly help deal with issues that are happening in the college area, but I have other ideas that hopefully I can bring forward before budget. I also think that it's great that our staff has looked at alternative revenues, and it's not big dollars, but overall it comes to almost 0.25% of our levy, and we kept hearing, the lack of appetite for these additional revenues. I think they're small potatoes, but in the end, they make a big difference. And I think it's really kudos to the staff for looking at, even though the small pieces, the small bits, that will make a difference to the tax levy. So I hope as we proceed to our full budget day on January the 30th, that we really take a look at where we want to be. Just because we have a little bit of additional money doesn't necessarily mean we should jump at spending that money.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I speak on the issue paper that I had requested as well? So I can
speak on anything you wish to.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right. So the weather would be fine.
It's not fine.
I'll talk to the issue paper because I had a quick question of staff as well, because Councillor Galloway-Seelock did raise a point, which I appreciate as well, that I don't want to produce any unnecessary works that wasn't on the horizon of staff either. So Mr. Regier wasn't in the room at that point when I had raised this point. Perhaps I could ask that question now. Mr. Regier, my request was for staff to prepare an issue paper on economic development initiatives that could be supportive if a funding source could be sustained through allocation, perhaps through the alternative revenue proposals, excluding the $80,000, which was for the users, which has already been incorporated into the tax base, or hopefully would be. Is that something that would be outside the scope of work that staff have already been looking at, or could that be prioritized sufficiently?
Through you, Chair Davey, I'd suggest that we could put together a brief summary issue paper. There's a larger piece of work that we're considering at the present time on this topic in light of the shift to the Economic Development Reserve from EDIF and our ongoing economic development planning work. Our intent had been to bring forward a paper on the discussion paper for Council's consideration later this winter on that subject. We can put together a brief summary of some of our current thoughts on the matter before budget day.
So this wouldn't be an onerous task on staff's part? Okay,
no,
good.
I wouldn't say so.
Good. I hope that calms some of the concerns that committee may have had. And where I was going with this is, I appreciate and am supportive of the investments that have been made in our city, and some through economic development. and we're starting to see the dividends that are coming back on that. And that's a substantial commitment that our community has made, a $110 million price tag to it. So we have a certain sense of responsibility to ensure that the investments that have been made continue to generate those dividends back to our residents, that we continue to support the momentum that's been built through economic development. And we need to be, we need to be proactive in our approach to consider what type of strategic planning that could be done through limited resourcing, through limited allocations, but still that could continue on continue moving the ball forward and making our community greater and better. And so this issue paper was a part in seeing what type of proposals that staff could come up with. Not to say I might be supportive, but I think it's a good conversation to get started. That's all it is, to see exactly what staff would have in mind. And then we, at a later point, would set the necessary priorities if we think that it aligns with what our community is in need of. And so that's the need for the issue paper. And as for the budget, I'm very pleased with what's before us. I think it's really within our reach to ensure that the budget is at inflation, and I think that's the commitment with, I can say a lot of us have tried to make in the past, that the budget should be at or slightly below inflation. And I think I'm very comfortable with thinking that we can reach that point. And if there are still sources of funding that are available at that point, irrespective of what the region's doing, what the school board's doing, what other bodies of our governments are doing, that's not the responsibility that we were elected into this office. The responsibility that we have is to efficiently manage the taxpayer dollars, the property tax dollars that are given alone to the city of Kitchener. And the responsibility that I've set for myself is to ensure that it's responsibly spent, responsibly budgeted, and if it's at an inflationary increase, I think we've attained that goal. So if we have an opportunity to, at the same time, improve services, plan for strategic planning for other unfunded sources, I think we should be able to utilize, we should try to utilize that opportunity when it's available to us. So quite looking forward to Budget Day, because I think it's something that we can all be proud of.
Pardon me, Mayor Zaire.
So I didn't realize I was next up. That's good. I have two events that I have to get to, because one of them is where I'm making a presentation to an employee. So I need to leave, but I probably won't get to the voting yet. I'm in support of, because we take a motion on these requests, I would support that, including the item that Councillor Singh has just brought forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Verbenovich?
Thanks. First of all, I just want to thank staff for all of the work that went into the budget. I think if I reflect back on many of the past budgets that we've dealt with, this is certainly one of the best news budgets that I can recall, and a lot of it has to do because staff was so proactive in the work that they did in the many months before we got to the point of seeing these documents and getting the rate down to something that's manageable. I too am very much looking towards seeing us end around the rate of inflation. I think that has been a goal that we've always strived for, and in many cases succeeded. Recognizing that there was a period of time where the EDIF was over and above that, and that was a conscious decision on the part of this and past councils. In addition to that, I think there are a number of proposals that are on the table, some that will bring about additional cost savings, some that will bring about additional investment to respond to the requests that we've heard from our citizens. And I think we can give those due consideration and still achieve the goal that's been talked about. Finally, with respect to Councillor Singh's proposal, I will be supporting it. I certainly think looking at some sort of long-term strategic funding for economic development initiatives is a prudent course of action potentially to take. I'll be curious to see what comes back from staff. I think we'll need to have some additional dialogue amongst ourselves and with staff, and maybe even with some of our advisory committees like the Economic Development Advisory Committee, to make sure that the direction we go with it makes sense. But in the immediate term, looking at starting to set aside a small amount of money in that regard is probably a good thing, and I look forward to the information that will come. And finally, Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you for the great job you've done in the last couple of meetings, chairing these meetings.
Thank you. You're too kind. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I'll just start with that. I think it's interesting that we ask staff to come up with cut lists, and now we're asking them to come back with add lists. I'm never one to shy away from investing in our community, but I think it's counterproductive to the exercise that we've done, because we have a number of initiatives that staff have outlined that are either chronically underfunded or strategic initiatives that are corporate priorities, and now we're looking at adding something that's not even within the realm of that. And so I can't support that, because we've heard from a few people around this horseshoe, the Economic Development Investment Fund is great, and we continue to nurture that investment through various means throughout different budgets. But at some point, we have to stop the funding of downtown. It is not coming even close to par with what people are getting on the suburbs. I can point, in case in point, if we're going to have extra funds, let's put it towards recreation facilities that are going to support an area that doesn't have any amenities. But no, I'm not going there, because that's where the DCs need to go. So I really do have concerns with even potentially looking at this, because I see if it gets to final budget day, it's likely going to go through, and that's scary to me, because we've continued to ask staff to cut, and here we are. Let's add something in. I have no problem with the reserve funds that we have, tax stabilization, all the reserve funds that we have that are underfunded, and now we're going to start another one. Clearly, to me, it is just something that we shouldn't even be looking at this point. Councillor Singh, I believe you're the one who asked for the additional cut list, and now you're asking for let's find a way to spend the money that staff have gone out and found ways to save, and that concerns me. There's plenty of other things that we need to continue to fund. As for where we're sitting at 1.17%, I'm thrilled to be there, this early in the game. And the additional assessment that we have, I think, is great. I think there's going to be an opportunity to invest in some of our chronically deficit areas, but I'm not in support of all of those. But again, I'm not willing to give 100% of what I'm thinking today, because I need to hear from the public. We haven't had that opportunity yet, and so I will reserve the majority of my comments and my decision making based on that for after our public meeting, after our public input, and on final budget day.
Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add my thanks to staff for their hard work and all of their efforts. There's always a lot of work involved in budgets. I would also agree with Councillor Galloway-Seelock that we have to wait and see what the public says on January 13th. The only thing I'd say in addition to that is I think we have taken a very responsible approach to the budget, this council has, and with some careful tweaking in January, I believe that council and taxpayers will be satisfied with the continued excellent services that most taxpayers receive at very reasonable cost.
Councillor Ioannidis.
I just want to make this short, and I think the budget that's proposed so far, and with all the options that we have, if this was in a golf analogy, we're right in the sweet spot. So this is the place where we want to be, and this is great to see. And I think too, we also have to look at perspective as well, like when we're looking at adding additional revenue and improving the city, we also have to look at when you do an investment in anything, you can't expect an instant return. That's not reality. And the reality is you have to expect returns over time. So when we do make an investment, it's over time. So I'm all forward to looking at that. I don't have these unrealistic expectations for that. And as far as Councillor Singh's economic development, I'm always in favor for economic development. I think economic development is the engine of our city and what makes our city grow and prosper. And so I think we always have to keep the pedal to the metal when it comes to that. And I'm not saying economic development should be all downtown. It's for the whole city. So,
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I've done a lot of talking all day. I really hadn't planned to say anything, but I should let the public know what my position is. I am pleased with where we're currently at 1.17, but I firmly believe that we can get that down below the 1% level, which will be a good accomplishment, and I think it's something we can do without hurting our services. And we have to keep in mind that this is only one part of the whole jigsaw puzzle that comes together that taxpayers have to deal with. We have to add to that the levy that comes from the region, the levy that comes from the school board, and the levy, the impact that some people like myself are facing that have had an assessment change due to the assessment review last year and facing a 5% increase right off the bat before we deal with anything else. Now, the major issue I have with our whole budget is that the tax levy nowadays is the tax levy portion is getting smaller and smaller, and more things are going on to what we call enterprise. And the increases in the enterprise section are really concerning to me. I pointed out that what we're looking at with an increase in water and sewage, we're looking at an increase of combined increase there of 4.3%. If you look back over the last 10 years, our water rates have increased by 216%. Our sewage rates have increased by 324%. I fully appreciate that we have to keep up with things. We're also putting in, out of water, for example, $7 million to a new infrastructure plan that we weren't doing 2 or 3 years ago. So when I look at that, I'm not satisfied that we go with those rates. We can cut a little bit off of those rates. We can help our taxpayers out there. I'm not saying we have to go to the inflation rate with those, but I think we can do better. And we're also looking at a 3% increase in the stormwater rate, which a few years ago used to be part of the tax rate. So we have to look at all of these issues. And now when we're dealing with the impact on the taxpayer, we also have to remember they're also our ratepayer, our consumer, and they have all these other services that they have to deal with. And we have to not only deal with a fine-tuned pencil on the tax levy, but we also have to look at the other enterprise areas.
Thank you. I'll comment. First, I just wanted to again touch upon the water and sanitary rates, and I absolutely agree with Councillor Gazzola. 216% and 324% respectively over 10 years is outrageous, but I think the point that we absolutely have to be clear on is that wasn't the City of Kitchener that raised those rates that percent. It was the region, and we have no ability other than to subsidize them to adjust that. The City of Kitchener is looking at inflationary rates as we have in previous years only. I too actually want to thank staff. This is the third year where they've really dug deep in finding efficiencies. I think there's a certain reality that the municipal price index, anytime that we get below that, we're finding internal efficiencies. And it's, to be frank, it's not something that can go on forever. Yes, we should always be looking for efficiencies, but the great strides that we've seen in the last couple of years, I think we need to realize that it's not a bottomless pit in terms of finding efficiencies internally. So the fact that we're sitting at 1.17% already with obviously additional potential cuts on the table, I think is fantastic. I just wanted to touch upon a couple quick things. I will support Councillor Singh's issue paper, mostly because I think that we need to hear all of the information. I was sort of committed to not voting against any issue papers coming back, although I will be clear that I don't really think I don't have much intention of supporting it, because there are already initiatives in the current budget that I would like to see happen, and I'm concerned that we won't be able to add all of them without staying at the rate of inflation. So I will support the information coming back, but I doubt that I'll be supporting it beyond that. I did actually ask for an issue paper at capital budget on traffic calming. This is something that I think that we can look at, and I have no idea council's position. We can look at possibly reducing from 4 streets per year to 3. And within that, we're not actually reducing in this term of council, because we did bump it up from 2 to 4 midway through the term. So in terms of this full council, we still would be adding an extra service there. And I would like to redirect some of those costs. In general terms, I don't think I will be supporting any additional expense with respect to the Victoria Park vehicles, and as well as the street raising initiative. I think that that's something that can be pushed off for another year. I am interested, or actually, frankly, I'm not sure I'll be able to support the additional bylaw service as well. I do think there is some efficiency within the mobile tech initiative that might help all of these areas. Whether that actually comes to fruition or not remains to be seen. In terms of final budget day, I'd just like to put it out there for council to consider. I think going back to the citizen survey that stated level of inflation for a tax increase without just a maintenance of services, I think that's the direction we have to be looking at, because that's the direction that were given to us in that survey. So I think an appropriate method of looking at this on final budget day might be to go through all of the additional cuts in service or additional revenue items first, and then see where we are below inflation, and then possibly add some of those items back in for so we can have some progressive moving forward here. So I'd like council to put thought to that between now and final budget day, and I believe that concludes all of the comments. So, Mr. Haggie. Sorry, just one moment, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, no, it's on the screen in front of us. I just want to, the way number 8 reads, in my opinion, it looks like we're asking to delay the opening of the library, and I think the intention was to look at the cost of deferring some of the staff costs because of the delay of the opening.
If the library isn't open, yes.
I just want to make sure that that's clear in there. I know staff might, but if this becomes public, I want to make sure that we're not looking at delaying the opening of the library.
Correct. And my recollection of it is that it's for all of the costs associated to the opening. If it's delayed somewhat, could some of those costs be spilled over into 2015?
Okay.
The items are here. We're happy to take direction on wording changes to any of them. I can work on number 8 if you want to start reading, I guess, up at number 1.
Certainly. So the first one is the household comparison. That's provide the household comparison over the last 4 years.
And just with regard to that one, we had some confusion whether you were referencing the graph. There was the BMA graph. It was you, Councillor Davey.
The graph, was it? I think it was Councillor Singh that brought it. It was the graph, yes.
Oh, Councillor Singh?
Yeah.
So it's in relation to the graph of household comparisons? Okay.
Okay, and item number 2, historical information, provide a schedule of tax rate changes over the last 10 years and break out EDIF and not EDIF. It's pretty straightforward. EDIF impact, provide high level impact on assessments as a result of EDIF. Number 3, budget comparators, provide budget and schedule 1 variance report format. Sorry, could you clarify that?
Councillor Gazzola had asked for that just to see, essentially it's by division
Okay.
what the budget was in 2013, what it is in 2014.
Okay, we had typically got that in final budget anyway, okay, I think. Then the household comparison, provide dollar increase and percentage increase for each of the components and the total weighted increase of residents' tax bill. Is this the one that, is this
Sorry,
the one?
this was yours,
Okay,
Councillor
yeah.
Davey, so that's
Yes, okay.
in relation to 020.
Right, so I think, yeah, a valuable number, I think, for the public would be how much, whatever our final tax increase is, 1% or whatever it is, I think it's important that we represent that as a total, how that will represent their total increase in their tax bill they receive at home. So if we could break out that in region and school board as well. And,
Right. So in essence, if our taxes increased 1% to the average homeowner, that would be 0.33 on their total tax bill.
Exactly.
Okay.
Provide high-level, oh, wait a second here. That's a repeat, actually. Number 6 is duplicated, I think.
Oh, yep.
Tax levy, provide details of tax levy change attributed to salary line 1, which we discussed on page 030. The next one, the library, provide financial impact of the deferral of the opening library with respect to staffing. The next one would be provide issue paper outlining lost time, WSIB, and non-occupational lost time, noting out fire separately. Overtime issue paper in the revision, add the financial impact of fire paid sick eligible employee, including calculation of days for fire, not just hours, and include Guelph overtime survey results and provide 2013 overtime information. I think that's straightforward. Provide a list of mobile projects and indicate the implications of if only one FTE is added for the mobile strategy. Clarify the province's asset management plan requirements to achieve funding and how it relates to the proposed FTE. I'm not sure that was asked, but that should be in there. Issue paper outlining opportunity of people donating trees. Revise issue paper to outline the cost impact of the requested FTE was hired seasonally, and that's for tree maintenance. Provide regional comparison of new proposed engineering fees for cost recovery. Provide information on the Hockey and Soccer Association fees charged to the participants. And the issue paper regarding the economic development priorities. And explain the declining hourly parking revenue stream. Actually, I think that was going to come as an email, so I think we could remove that.
Okay.
Yeah, Councillor Verbenovich, question?
Sorry, on the user fees and the Hockey and Soccer Association fees, why are we getting into that? Because it's not an issue that we have any control over.
Actually, that's a good point.
They're separate boards that are duly elected, and it's their issue.
And I don't really see how we can affect our budget related to that. So I would, if Councillor Gazzola is okay, I think maybe if staff wanted to follow up as an email, but I don't think it's appropriate that it comes back as part of our budget documentation. If you have a rationale for it, I'd be happy to.
I have a rationale, but I will leave it.
Okay.
Library can get it in the email.
Sure, if we can take that out and add it in his email, great.
And then
Provide the 2014 water rate increases for Waterloo and Cambridge, and provide stormwater projection assuming an inflation rate of 2 or 1% instead of 3. Okay, and comments or questions on these? Actually, we already had comments, so just questions. Councillor Fernandez.
I think we've done it in the past. I just want to make sure that we would get it again. The impact to the homeowner, the graph that we've had in the past, in previous budgets.
yes, through the chair, for final budget day, that's we have that, and we often flip back and forth to that to see
Right.
where we are. We will have that as part of the final.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Excellent. Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, just under the user fee, or sorry, the cost recovery for engineering, I think I asked with regards to the driveway ramp widening. It can be under the same issue paper, but just specific to what some of the bylaws are to actually enforce this and get more information to understand really what implications it would have by charging the $150 per application.
And I think, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but I think part of that too was what are the implications if they go ahead and do it?
Do it themselves, yeah, like that's
okay.
the bylaw piece, like what
Perfect.
happens. So if we can just add that in there, that'd be great.
Okay, nothing else. So I've been advised that we have to go into special counsel to approve this. Is that correct, Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, normally they're approved in committee, but because the next council date is not until January the 27th, we had called a special council meeting following committee. So all I would suggest is that you pass the resolution in committee and then as acting mayor immediately convene in special council so that they can be ratified today.
So passes committee first then, okay. So Councillor Galloway Seelock, we're going to vote on economic development first then. Councillor Singh's proposal first. And actually no one's asked for a recorded vote, so yeah, just nods. We don't need to do a recorded vote. Those in favor of the economic development issue paper? That carries. And opposed, sorry. And opposed, 1, 2, 3. Pardon me. And the balance of the issue papers, those in favor? And that is unanimous. Okay, now I guess, not entirely familiar with this, but I guess I have to ask someone for authorization to go into. So I need an authorization to go into special council. Councillor Anitis, seconded by Councillor Fernandez. And then we would just pass the exact same motion. So can I get a motion to pass Councillor Fernandez, seconded by Councillor Anitis? Those in favor? Oh, pardon me, we could do them separately. We will do just the economic development, yeah, certainly. So, right, so we'll do the economic development issue paper first. Those in favor? And opposed? And that's carried. And the balance of the report, those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, and I guess motion to adjourn. Councillor Anitis, Councillor Fernandez. Thank you. Oh, pardon me? Oh, yes. Thank you kindly. Bylaws moved by Councillor Galloway Seelock, seconded by Councillor Anitis. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And motion to adjourn, Councillor Fernandez, Councillor Anitis. Thank you.